for the touchdown. So many pieces on the offensive side of the ball who think they're more than capable of scoring a touchdown every game or more. So yeah, there's some frustration there.
Murray, how would you describe the differences that you've noticed between Cooper and Garrett?
They're pretty similar in some aspects of their game. I think with their delivery, how they throw the ball, they're both, assertive in the huddle. They don't seem to, stutter much or anything like that. Like I said, they're on their P's and Q's. They know exactly what they need to do. As far as, when the play is told to them and they tell it to us in the huddle. So yeah, I would say they're more similar than they are different.
Amari, if Zeke's slowed down or not available with that hamstring this week, do you feel like the receivers need to pick up even more slack, or y'all are going to do the same either way?
You said, do I feel like the receivers are going to pick up?
If Zeke's hamstring slows him down this week, is it even more important for you guys to produce as a receiving core?
I don't really know his status, but I think, Rico and Tony, I think they're more than capable of, handling the load.
Amari, you've played some game. You played a game in an empty stadium in Seattle. You played in front of a small crowd in Philly. How much of a difference, or how different are these road games in this environment?
I would just say it's obviously different from, a crowd aspect, and, the crowd's they can't be into it. You don't hear much noise. But I don't know if that's good or bad for the opposing team, for the visiting team. But yeah, it's just different in that way, that you don't hear much noise. I guess, for me, I can't speak for everybody else, but I feel like I get to focus in more on just the game instead of all the other outside factors.
I know this is kind of a tough one to ask because you haven't had Dak and there's been so much change on the offense, but in a quieter stadium, is it easier to get through all the mechanics of an offense and with having to worry less about noise? Can you get into everything you want? Can you communicate the way you need to at the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to saying. I think the communication is a little bit better when you're on the road and you don't have that crowd, because we can all hear what the quarterback is saying, and we can translate it verbally. Like if I'm in the slot and I have to translate it to the outside receiver, it's easier. So yeah.
Amari, on a week like this with the election and the wait, how much do you guys talk about that around the locker room? I know you were posting a little on social media earlier this week just about what your thoughts on the process were, your questions.
You said, I couldn't hear you at the end.
How much around the building this week do y'all talk about what's going on in the country right now with the wait for the election results?
Yeah, we talk about it a little bit. I guess anybody who's interested in the election, they feel free to talk about it around the locker room, and they do
it. I know you posted earlier this week on Instagram about the Electoral College. Have you had some interesting conversations about that with people?
Not in the building, no, but on social media, yeah. Just the questions that I posed and answered.
Have you spoken with Andy since he fell ill? And you updated on how he's doing?
No, I haven't spoken to him.
Amari, Cooper mentioned to us that he felt like the chemistry with y'all came back more quickly than he expected. Would you agree with that? And how long does it take to reacclimate to a quarterback that you've worked with before, but not in the last several months?
Yeah, it seems like he picked up right where he left off. Like I said before, he's on it. Um, it seems like he's been with us the whole year in terms of him knowing all the plays, and it's not he didn't have a learning curve coming in with the first day we saw him. So it seems like he's always been here.
It's been about close to a month that you have not had Dak Prescott. Is it still hit you? Is it still shocking that you don't have him? Or is it this is the NFL, we have to move on quickly?
I mean, obviously we know he's not. We know he's not available. We all realize that he got injured and he's out for the year. So no, it's not shocking. I mean that's just the scenario, and we have to kind of move on to the next guy and try to succeed with him.
Amari, how difficult is it in a game to not only have different quarterbacks all the time, but to know that you could be running 20, 30 routes in a row and you might not get the ball thrown to you even once?
I mean, obviously that's not the ideal scenario for a receiver. We want to get the ball every play. That's just the type of mentality that we have to have because we know and we understand that we can make plays to change the game. So, that's just the way I go about it. Every route I run, I expect to have the ball.
The trade deadline was this week. I was just curious, as someone who, just only a couple years ago was directly impacted by that, how much do you find yourself reflecting on things this week, if at all, just as Tuesday approached? Was the trade deadline at all on your mind one way or the other?
Not really, nah.
Can you just, obviously you have a change at punting here. Can you walk us through Chris's injury and the decision you made on what you're going to be doing with the punter you have now?
Yeah, Chris he's a tough guy. And we told everybody that Chris isn't a punter, he's a football player. So he'd been dealing with just some of that pain for a while. And really Washington game at about halftime, it was a little bit colder and rainy, and he went out there to just warm up at halftime. And that's actually when he kind of really felt it. And this past game, he really struggled with the pain. And his performance, I think, has been fine, but it was just hurting him. I mean, Monday through Saturday was tough for him. So he ended up getting it done, and we brought in a new guy a little over a week ago, I think. And new guy's got to get it done.
What did you like about him? Why did you choose him to come in?
He punted in the XFL this past spring, so he had some live ball experience, handling snaps and operation time in the pocket. He's a big kid. He's an athletic kid. He can run, he can throw, he can punt right-footed, he can punt left-footed. We think he'll do a fine job holding, for field goals, which is a huge part of a punter's job. And one of our scouts really liked him, Henry Sloka, when he'd seen him at some previous kind of camps that Hunter has been at. So a lot of things to like about him, and he seems like a real poised kid, and I think he's going to do just fine.
John, can you walk us through the philosophy behind the 59-yard field goal right before halftime and the trajectory of it?
Yeah, that was really probably one of the greatest kicks I've ever witnessed. And the 59-yarder is obviously a challenge, but with the
obviously no moral victories, you guys always preach that, but despite that fumble late in that game, can you take what you guys did in the second half, third and fourth quarter of moving the ball on to this week?
Of course. I felt like, for me personally, one play can, make you feel like the man, or, make you feel as the lowest man, you know what I'm saying? And for me, going back and looking at the film, it was a great week of preparation. I admit that. And then it just came down to just ball security. But all in all, as the offense, I think we're extremely close, and we just keep putting, stacking bricks on top of bricks on top of bricks, and hopefully we can put a full 60 minutes together this weekend.
Thank you.
Next question, Evan Lazar, followed by Eric Rube.
Hey, Cam. Last week you did a lot of talking about how you were thinking too much on the field, and I was just wondering if you felt like in the Buffalo game you were thinking a little bit less and just kind of playing your game.
No, I don't want to kind of dwell on that, but I just gotta just understand what's expected of me and really master it as much as I can. Obviously, me being in this system for as long as I've been in here, there's new things that you find out each and every day, and there's no need, or like the old cliche thing is, or that is said, there's no rest for the weary. So for me, it doesn't matter if I pick up on one thing, it's still something else that I feel like I can be better at, and I do need to be better at. And it's no different than this week. We had some things in, we took some things out. It's just the rigors of being in the NFL and what you have or what's expected at the quarterback position. So for me, the thing that I focus on is trying to play as fast as possible and just trying to react faster than the defense. And I think Coach Josh has assisted me along in that process, as well as Coach Jed. And, we just keep doing that each and every day.
Did you feel like last week the play calling, did you feel a little bit more comfortable with what you guys were running out there maybe from the weeks prior, or did you feel like the play calling wasn't the problem at all?
No, it was never a discomfort in play calling. And let me be very clear with that. It more or less was being in more manageable situations, especially in the second half. We're an offense that thrives in, short yardage situations, and us being in long yardage situations for a guy to have a situation like a third down or in the red zone, that's just not successful rate for us or anybody in this league for that matter. So we just got to do a better job of being more efficient on earlier downs and knowing what we have to do as an offense to play complementary football with the defense, the special teams, and things like that. All these keys has not changed, since week one. And we just got to do a better job with honing in and doing what's expected of us.
Thanks, Cam.
Next question, Eric Rube, followed by Chris Ryan.
Cam, when you're starting off games, do you find it builds confidence for you, or gets you into more of a flow game if you start running a little bit more and scrambling, or does that play a factor at all?
Say your question one more time, sir.
When you're in the early parts of games, if you have a chance to run, does that help you build confidence when you're getting out of the pocket and picking up some yards or grabbing a first down here and there? Does that help you over the long term of the game?
No. Offense success helps me in the long term of a game. So whatever the defense gives me, I'm willing to take, whether that's running, blocking, catching, or throwing. It doesn't matter. For me, we had to do a better job with, executing, like I say, for the whole 60 minutes, whatever asked. It may be a stingy first half where you only get 2 to 3, drives. You don't know how the game flow is going to be. So you have to treat each possession as if, as premium as it may be, because you never know, when you may get another opportunity for it.
Next question, Chris Ryan, followed by Mike Reese.
Hey, Cam. Bill and yourself both mentioned that the problems of this group are going to get solved in practice, and obviously you had a good rhythm and flow and consistency to the offense in the Buffalo game. Do you feel like you've been able to build upon that this week in practice, and do you feel comfortable with where things are at?
Yes, sir. I think it's coming down to, the thing that gives me the most, the greatest feel is knowing that we're extremely close, and for me, not being able to look too far from an example of how it used to be. I go back and watch old practices. I go back and watch old games. I go back and watch different things, especially, just to get a kind of a gauge of the expectations, because obviously, in the situation that we're in right now, we can very well, be 5-2, but the reality of it is we're 2-5, and we don't expect our confidence to be shot because of that, because we know we're a better football team than what the record shows. But yet through it all, for me to kind of see, for example, whatever it may be, is not too far to find. So I think for me, it's just trying to get on a more rhythmic routine week in and week out, from blitz pickups to early downs to red zones to 2 minute and really understanding what works for me, because it's still a learning curve that has to happen for me, and I'm in it right now without a doubt. And we just have to find ways to kind of tailor it to how I learn and how I play.
After the Buffalo game, you said, this is basically on me again, and I kept the team from winning. When you say those things, does it just go away quickly and you're able to push it aside, or do you use those types of things as motivation throughout the week? How quickly do you get over a circumstance like that where you seem to be really in that moment and down in that moment?
Well, I take it personal. So it's not a moment that you just, like, it comes and goes like your feelings. I mean, it's something that burns deep inside, because I'm a firm believer that, as athletes and probably a small handful of different professions, that you only get judged on game days, or you only get judged one time a week, when it's a whole week that goes into preparing for that moment. And it doesn't make, because you had a poor performance, doesn't mean that you didn't have a great week of preparation, or you didn't necessarily know what to do, because those guys get paid just like we get paid as well. So with that theory and that thinking, I've been taking a lot of things personal here, and it's just up to me for me to move forward and use that as, kind of fuel to understanding it. It's not nothing that you could be like, well, I need to be a little tougher. Okay, now I need to run a little harder. It's more or less precaution things that, one may say that's an unforced error, with pre-snap, understanding to just protecting the football and making smart decisions. Those are all things that's under my wheelhouse that I can do without even thinking, but it has been paying big dividends negatively for the success of this team, and I just have to be better.
Thanks, Cap.
Next question, Mike Reese, followed by Nick Corey.
Cam, what are your thoughts on Monday Night Football, and what are some of the memories of playing on Monday night that might stand out to you?
Listen, I just want to win. That's it. Nothing else matters. October wasn't good for me, and we got to make sure that November doesn't feel like October. So, Monday night is good, but we have to win. We have to, I put it like this. I don't want to put lose the focus of what's the reality. We just have to make the proper, adjustments day by day that's going to put us in the best situation to win come Monday.
And next question, Nick Coy.
Thanks, Stacy. Hey, Cam. In terms of winning, when you get a victory and you're going through a stretch like this, it sounds pretty simple, but how much of a momentum builder can that be when you finally, you put in the work? You talked about last week, you had a good week of practice, but the results obviously didn't go your way on Sunday. How important can it be to just get a victory like that to sort of propel yourselves?
Yeah, it's all the difference. It's all the difference. It's the difference between confidence and not having confidence. It's the difference between, having an extra little pep in your step, or, it's the difference between dwelling on something that you could eat.
Can we call it? I don't know. Just curious. While we were at practice, did we get word on the election? We don't know anything? Nothing. Okay.
Nothing called.
There you go.
253 to 213.
Okay. Good. Bob?
Pete, we saw you ruled out Chris and Carlos, and with Chris, did he get close to being able to play?
I couldn't make it today. Today was going to be the day we tried to decide where he was, and they didn't feel like it was right to bring him out there today. So we got to leave him home, take care of him, get him ready for next week.
And with Alex Collins, is he ready to play Sunday if you need him? Or
he had a terrific week for us, and was really impressive. kind of fell right back into the flow of things here, and we feel very comfortable with him playing. Even though he hasn't been practicing all this time, we feel good about him. He got his head in the right place for it.
Corbin?
Hey, Pete, how close was Shaquille to being able to make it back this week? Has he gotten out of concussion protocol yet, or is this just a hamstring issue?
He's really, they didn't have to determine it because his hamstring wasn't ready, as far as I know. So we'll get back after it by Wednesday of next week and determine where he is about the concussion thing. His hammy wasn't ready, so we just have to wait it out.
Masvida?
Hey, Pete, I was just wondering what kind of week DJ Dallas had, and what does it do to a player once he starts one game? I don't know if he's going to start, but having a start underneath his belt, the growth to the second game.
There's no question that even during the game, I think you could sense his confidence coming to him. He finished off a really good first game on a really good note, scoring late and all that, and so he comes back this week. Really, he's been full of juice this week. Excited about the chance again, knowing he has the opportunity to play some more, and so it does help a guy. Really the confidence thing is really the issue, and he did enough good stuff to come out of there feeling pretty good, and he's looking forward to his next chance.
Chris?
Coach, along those same lines, I guess a knock on young running backs is pass protection. How difficult is that transition to the pros for these two young guys that you may be relying on here?
Yeah, it is a difficult part of the transition if they hadn't been called on a lot in their college days. This is something that you have to get accustomed to. You got to get used to it, and it would look like at times when guys are first being called on to pass pro, you got to be slow and evaluate it, because if they haven't done it, they don't understand what it is to strike guys. It's not because of toughness or being physical. It's just they have to realize what they can do and still be in a good body position to protect. And so I found that you have to really be patient in evaluating guys under pass protection. After a while, if a guy continues to have problems, then he may just not be a willing participant. But what we've seen from DJ in camp, we tested him out pretty good, and he did a good job. He's had a couple difficult plays at times, but we think he's going to really come around and do a good job at it. He totally understands the principles. It's not that. We just got to get him some reps.
Curtis?
Pete, how was Carlos Dunlap's first week for you, and then what will it mean for you to get Rasheem Green back this weekend as well?
Carlos had a really complete week. He was ready to go right at the beginning of the first day in the walkthrough, and he had already studied up over the weekend, and stuff came real easy to him, and so he was able to go out and play really clean. That's the concern: is he confused? Does it slow him down? The new system and all. But he's played enough ball, and he understands the principles, and they do fit the way he's liked to play in the past. And so the transition was nothing. It was seamless. Really looking forward. He's been all lit up and having fun with everybody during the week and trying to figure out how this thing works and all. And so he's going to be excited to see the weekend and the build up to the game with our team. And I think he's going to, I'm counting on him to show him do well. Rasheem had a fantastic couple weeks here. He's in great shape. So he's ready to get out there and play. He worked really hard in his rehab return and was in great shape before we started last week. So he looked really good.
Brady?
Pete, how did Jamal look this week, and do you think you may have to limit his snaps at all Sunday?
No, we won't limit him at all. He took everything this week. As I was talking about Rasheem, he reported coming off the the rehab, really fit, man. So he looked great this week. He was flying, and I don't see any reason to restrict him at all.
And with Alex, just to clarify, did you say that you would feel comfortable playing him if you had to this weekend? Just he's in a good enough spot to do that this weekend?
Yeah, he's worked hard enough, and we know him well enough that we're very comfortable with him playing this weekend.
Thanks.
John Boyle?
Yeah, just to follow up on Jamal, we saw the energy he brings, all that. Just what can he bring to your defense in terms of off the field energy, all this?
Yeah, John, he's just like He's just a fireball. He's got so much juice to him. He plays at such a high level, and it translates to other guys in giving them confidence, and he'll pick guys up after good plays or after bad plays. He's just got such a positive effect that he's a big factor. He's a big factor. He's a factor when he's not playing. So the fact he's going out there and play some football for us, he's such a good ball player. We're really, I don't know how rusty he'll be at all, but you'll know that he's out there. You're gonna be able to feel him on the field. He just makes things happen, and we're real excited about his return, and also about the way we're able to play him and the positions we can put him in.
Michael Sean.
Hey Pete, is there any concern with long-term injury damage to Mike's back or Benson's ankle?
You talking about Upati? Mike
Yeah,
Upati? Yeah. Mike felt really good. I know yesterday and today. So, he's just got to get back out of it. It depends on, if he can withstand the workload when we get back to going. And there's a really good chance that he could be doing that next week. And we'll have to see how he responds to see if there's any long-term effects. We don't know that yet. And you also asked about Benson has a high ankle sprain that he's dealing with, and he thought he was coming along a little bit faster. And high ankles can sometimes be that you feel okay until you really push and you really try to call on it. And when he went after it, he wasn't able to get back. So we'll wait it out, and hopefully, through the course of the weekend, getting to next week, he'll have a chance to get back out.
One more quick thing. You throw spirals every day at practice. Is that something you work on, and why do you choose to throw with the glove?
Well, the gloves I throw with are really Russell's gloves, and I started using them a while back because I throw so much I have to catch the ball all the time. It beats the heck out of me. So it's for catching, not for throwing. But I've always been trying to prove to Russell that the glove's a good thing in case he ever needs it, on wet days and stuff like that. Trying to help him, do a little research, and I just kind of got used to him. So, yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you noticing the flight of the ball. I appreciate that.
Is Russell receptive to using the glove potentially?
Not always. not consistently yet. We're working on it.
Nico.
Thanks. Hey, Pete, I was wondering about Devin Harrison's status, and, what have you seen out of him, how much better he's gotten, how much fitter?
Yeah, he really, like I've been saying, the last 2 weeks have been his best 2 weeks by far. This was his best week again on top of last. He's ready to go. We just got to get a spot for him, and our guys have been doing a nice job, and we haven't felt like sitting anybody down yet for him to get up, but he's ready to go. So as soon as the opportunity pops, he's going to jump in there. He's looking good. He's worked really hard to get himself in great shape, and he's starting to really come around.
Tim?
Pete, a quick follow-up on Damon. Considering his history and his success in the league, do you have to have a conversation with him about sort of understanding the situation of why he's still on the practice squad at this point?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and he deserves that kind of consideration and all of that. He's realized he acknowledged that he needed to work his way back in, and the fact that we didn't go in pads this week or last week, it's hard to make a lot of that part of the progress. But so he's just busting his tail to make sure that he's in the best shape he can get in. His timing and all of that, he's really just looks like he's all but ready. So really, just in fairness to the other guys that have been working really hard too, and they're healthy and all that. We really have three guys that play the inside spot, and so it just hasn't quite popped yet. It's a long season. We got a lot of games yet.
And then a quick follow-up on Chris. Did he have any sort of setback that
process? And I'm not going to comment any further than that. As I said last week, I believe we're on the cutting edge of being the best at servicing players, and I'll leave it at that.
Vinny, you're up.
Okay. Just wondering if there was any update on where you do go at tackle. I know that Colton was a little bit banged up, and obviously Sam as well. Do you have any idea yet, or is that still going to come down to a Sunday decision?
Yeah, I think it'll come down to a Sunday decision. Colton's never missed a start. He's one of the toughest guys I've ever coached. So I'm going to wait until game day to rule him out. Sam Young had a good week. Brandon Parker played great for us last week. We'll have a couple guys out there that are ready and able.
Hey, John, I'll go back to the finals for one quick second. Do you think the league's trying to make an example of you guys?
No, I don't want to talk about it. I'll be happy to talk about the Chargers. Like I said, I'm really proud of the guys that I work with here. We've done a heck of a job. It's a very difficult process, and I stand by what we're doing here. I believe we're doing a heck of a job. And we can always get better, and that's obvious.
Okay, guys, anything else?
Will's calling. You guys be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Okay, we got one up.
I want to ask you your thoughts on Chris Smith last week, and how is David Irvin going so far?
You know, David has been in and out. He's had a couple things that we're getting squared away medically, but he's going to be fine. We like where he is. He's getting reacclimated to pro football. He's still, I believe, a couple weeks off from making his debut, but we're happy to have him here. And Chris Smith, when he plays pretty good. And we're asking him to do a lot, considering, he's really a defensive end, but he's played inside some. But we like Chris, and obviously we're encouraged about David and the progress that he's making.
Yeah, John, will Nathan Peterman be the backup again this week?
I believe so. Yes, Marcus has been healthy. He's getting reacclimated to our system, and that'll be something we evaluate on a weekly basis.
Coach, what does Damon Arnett look like back with you guys, and how do you feel about him for Sunday? And also, Abram was sick, but he was back out there today.
Yeah, both he and Josh Jacobs were sick, and they're back today. Jonathan Hankins has missed a couple days, but we're proud to say he had a baby girl, his wife did, and we're happy she's okay. But how does Damon look? Damon, if you haven't seen him, he has red hair. I talked to him. He has bright red hair, and he has the silver teeth now. So he looks like a living Ohio State Buckeye. But he's getting better, and he's getting close to playing again. Hopefully next week he can get back into the flow.
Hi, Coach. Out of curiosity, is there any way you can game plan or strategize for a team that has been blowing late leads like the Chargers? Any way to try and take advantage of that?
We acknowledge just what we see on film. They score points. They've got an emerging start quarterback, a lot of firepower. And defensively, I don't know anybody in the league that doesn't have high respect for the Chargers. So they're 2-5. They could easily be 5-2 or 6-1. There's a lot of football left to be played. We've got a lot of issues on our team health-wise. We better be ready to go because the Chargers are a good football team.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Have a good day, guys.
Hey, Brian, just how difficult was it for you just to be sitting out these past few weeks, and how excited are you to get back out on the field?
It's been really frustrating, obviously just being away from the team and, being out of it for so long. But, I'm excited to be back, man. I'm ready to get to work and just ready to play again.
Brian, Sam Gordon here, Las Vegas Review-Journal. Can you walk us through the injury? Did you know right away that it was going to be something that was, serious enough to sideline you for this long? And just how did you approach your rehab and recovery?
It was my first real high ankle sprain, so, I didn't really think it was going to affect me this much. And it was extremely difficult coming back from, but, I just was diligent with my rehab and finally got to a point where I was feeling good enough to, practice, and, I'm feeling good enough to play now, so that's about it.
Brian, just watching you out in early outs and stretching, looks like you're bouncing around pretty good and feeling good. How do you feel physically, and you feel like you're ready to get back out there and play?
Oh yeah, man, I'm excited, man. I know once the adrenaline gets going and it's time to play, I'll feel like myself.
Brian, I noticed the WNBA hoodie. Just how much of the league do you watch? I know you went to college with Asia Wilson. Do you have any kind of relationship with her, and how much do you enjoy watching and being a fan of the league?
I'm a big fan of the league. Obviously, I'm an Aces fan. Shout out to Asia Wilson. She actually gave me the hoodie, so big shout out to her.
Anything else, guys? All right. Hey, Brian. Okay, another big AFC game. Obviously, big one last week. These AFC games count up at the end. It's a division game, so it makes it extra important for us. Good young quarterbacks playing at a high level. They got some really good skilled players on the outside to get the ball to. And they ran the ball, I think, last week for 208 yards against Denver. So big challenge, explosive offense. They're up there in all the categories as far as total offense and all those things. So they're doing a good job. It's another big challenge for us.
This is Hondo Carpenter. I understand young players have to take time to learn the scheme, but with some of your free agents that have performed at a high level in the past and are giving you maybe not the performance you expected, how much of that is not having the spring and a limited training camp and just learning the scheme and getting their production where it's been in the past?
I just think that, obviously not having a spring is critical because that's when you're putting your foundation of your systems in. And each and every week, depending on who you're playing, you may tweak it here or tweak it there based upon the opponent and who you're playing in the matchup. So they're kind of learning that week by week because we didn't have that, so the 4 preseason games, the spring, all those things. But every team's in the same boat. So we just got to keep those guys progressing each and every week and getting better.
Well, offensive scoring numbers are way up this year, third down conversions, fourth down conversions, and particularly for road teams, it's compared to historical numbers. And I'm just wondering, from your perspective, the fact that fans aren't part of this to be able to kind of create a home field advantage, do you feel like there's an effect there in ways that offenses are able to operate without having to deal with it?
Well, I think it's kind of multi-pronged. I think a lot of the young guys coming out of high school and college are preferring to play on offense. There's a lot of good offensive players coming up and through that are ready to play quarterbacks, receivers, running backs at a high level when they come into the league. As far as the fans in the stadium goes, I think the communications on offense, whether it be a check of a protection or getting in and out of a play, is a lot easier, and not having to deal with, say, on the road as an offense, where you might have to deal with the crowd noise and communicate under crowd noise. So I think the level playing field where those guys can communicate is making it easier for the offenses to maneuver.
Yeah, Paul, Jerry McDonald. John kind of alluded to this yesterday, and you just mentioned about, tweaking each week depending on the opponent. I'm wondering how much now defense is sort of, all right, we got a system and this is who we are, and how much of it is like basketball. We're matching up. You got him on the fly.
Right. Well, I think it's, you just got to sit and realize what you have, your assets, like I said last week, what your assets are and what they can do the best. And that's what we try to do as coaches, whether it be a matchup on a guy or a scheme, whatever it is, and getting those guys in positions where they can do the best. And that may change, again, each and every week by the opponent, by the matchup, by the structure of the offense. So that's kind of what we spend all week doing, whether it be first and second down, third down, red zone, goal line, 2 minute, whatever it may be. So it's a challenge each and every week.
Paul, Sam Blue here, Las Vegas Review Journal. How was it to have Damon Arnett back today, and what did he look like? What type of things was he able to do?
He's in good order. It's exciting to have him back. Obviously, he started off really hot here early in camp, and then, was in the starting lineup for his first couple of ball games, and he's going to be a really good player. He's just got to get his feet back under him, continue to, like I talked about, each and every week there might be a little tweak or an adjustment or a couple new things that we do in the game plan, and he's been on top of those things. So we're excited to have him back. Anytime you can add a player of his caliber, it's an exciting thing.
Hey, Coach Scott with Raider Nation Radio. When we last talked to you about Malik Collins, you had said, hey, he was probably trying to do too much, and I know you guys have been working on the defensive front. Where is he at right now where you think his performance will come to where you want it to be?
Well, I just think if he continues to do things he doesn't practice and carries it on to the playing field, those are the things that he needs to take. What we see each and every week and the plans we have each and every week where his one-on-ones may be. If he gets a one-on-one, and it's not only Malik, it's all the guys up front. If you get a one-on-one rush, you got to win your one-on-one. If you're a corner outside and you're man-to-man, you got to win that matchup. So, he's just got to continue to understand who he's matching up against, what that guy likes to do, what kind of a setter he is up front, an inside hand puncher, outside hand puncher, two-hand puncher, whatever it is, and try to continue to do those things that he does during the week on the practice field.
Well, I'm going to ask you too. I'm not cheating. Ask you too. What have been your impressions of Herbert watching him on film, and also what's the status of Jonathan Abram this week?
John's fine. I think Herbert's a big, tall guy who can move around. He's got a strong arm. He's hit a lot of deep balls throughout the course of the time.
A week of preparation, and wait till game day.
Sean, is it unreasonable whenever Mike comes back, unreasonable to expect him to just seamlessly drop into the offense, or is it something where you kind of have to work back in there?
Yeah, look, anytime a player's been out, you don't just ever put them in a game with 60, 70 straight plays. So there's a process.
As far as Manuel, I think only on the field maybe 40 snaps, something like that this year. Is there like a level of chemistry that those two have to have together, or does that not really matter?
Who, Drew and Emmanuel?
Mike and Emmanuel, just being on the field together.
Yeah, I think we're good. I don't see that as a chemistry issue or any issue.
The defensive line had well rotated David and Sheldon, in and out. With Sheldon being injured, does that change the rotation there? Like, will David maybe get more snaps or give more chances to some of the young guys there?
Probably a little combination of both. Obviously, Sheldon's a big part of what we're doing. Other guys will step in. You have your base package, and then you also have your third down or sub rush package. So it can affect both.
Sean, I know Shaq Barrett hasn't had a lot of sacks this year. It seems he's been pretty active in the backfield. What makes him kind of difficult there?
Well, here's what I see. I see someone who bends well. I see someone that plays with power. I think he's a really good athlete, and so that athleticism is generally what you see with a good pass rusher. He can turn, he can stop and kind of redirect. He can get out of trouble if he gets in trouble initially on his rush. All of those things, and I think overall these guys have done a real good job of hurrying the clock in the quarterback's head, pressuring the quarterback, whether it comes with a 4-man, 5-man rush or even more. They give you a lot to work on.
And kind of in the same vein, y'all protected the ball really well in week 1, but they've been forcing a lot of turnovers. What makes them good in that regard? How important is that going to be this week?
Well, look, generally speaking, you've got a real good rush, and you've got back-end players that can cover and have good ball skills. So that combination, is difficult. They're doing a great job of taking the ball away.
Days this week, how productive was that in terms of maybe adjusting to some of what you feel and see?
Yeah, I think timing-wise was perfect because, look, it's going to be windy, it's going to be cold there, but it was pretty windy here the last couple of days, and it's good to get out on the grass to begin with. Their surface will be a little bit different, but I think the game day conditions will be a factor in this game. It'll be important.
Sean, what is when you're watching Akeem Hicks out there? What's the thing that stands out the most about him? Is it just kind of like the pure strength, or is there something else that pops out to you?
Well, look, he's got outstanding strength, but the thing that you see that's unique is his athleticism, get off, and his ability to bend and turn. I mean, so it's not just his strength and power, but it's also the athleticism that's with it, and that makes it real difficult for whether it's the guard or whoever ends up in the matchup, because he's able to turn, and he's extremely athletic.
Uh, is there? We haven't really talked about this week. Is there offense any different with Foles in there? Does he add any elements to their offense?
Yeah, look, I think there are a few nuances. Appears to be they're in a little bit more gun, and yet there's still a general overview of what they're doing offensively, and so maybe I think Mitch was handling some of the RPOs, maybe one or two more, but you can tell he's got a comfort level in the shotgun. They are under center, so they'll mix that in and work the zone schemes. And part of it is just the type of quarterback. They're a little different when you look at both of those guys.
Hey, Sean, yesterday, Alvin talked about not having power. Is that something that all of your players had to deal with? And if so, how's the focus been?
Yeah, look, when you take a team or a group of, let's just call it, coaches, players, a group of 100 people, maybe even more than that, you know how this works. So there's areas of the city that lost it. There's areas that didn't. We're trying to help as best we can with hotel space, all the things that they may need or their family might need, and hopefully, one by one, sooner than later, that they'll be back to a little bit of the normal. All right, thank you.
Hey, Sean, just recently a report came out about Emmanuel Sanders being placed on the reserve COVID list. When did you all find out about that, and is there anything you can tell us about it?
Yeah, look, we found out yesterday he wasn't feeling well. Right away, Bo sent him to our doctors for one of our tests. That came back positive. After that happened, we traced those players he was around, coaches. We actually tested up 20 more people that might have been near him, and those all came back negative. There were Ken Crawley, for instance, came back with a time frame that puts him out, so he'll show up as COVID, but without a positive test. It's more of a precaution. So yesterday is when that all happened.
Hey, Sean, I noticed some of the players were wearing masks at practice today. Did that have anything to do with what happened with Sanders or protocol or anything like that?
None of that. Protocols have been outstanding. He got this at home. He knows exactly how he got it, and I'll leave it at that.
But this late, how does this pretty much affect the game plan, or are you able to formulate around it?
Well, listen, it's part of the deal this year. We talked about the distractions and focusing on the things you can control. Last night we spent a lot of time relative to how we want to put the plan together in place of him, and we'll do so accordingly.
So how do you feel about the depth receiver?
Good. Got a lot of different guys working at different positions, and we had good work today.
Sean, can you clarify, did Michael Thomas get injured during Wednesday's practice, the new hamstring injury?
Yeah, look, I'm not going to get into details, but it's something that he's working through, and you'll leave it at that.
Just to be clear, Sean, you said with the contact tracing and everything, you're just...
We did our own, we tested on our own, just like when we were in Detroit. We didn't just pay attention. Detroit, it showed, with Burt, it showed three contact tracing. We tested, 7 or 8 there, and then we did the same here. So beyond the norm.
Zach, you brought it up just now with Burton. Did the tracers work this time, or I know you were a little upset when this happened.
Well, look, it's part of the deal, and all of our players are doing a good job wearing them. I think you wait for the tracing report and then you go from there. What happened in Detroit was, the 4 players within radius on the airplane, Bert, did not show up on a 2-hour flight, which was unusual. So we went ahead and tested all of those guys, and we kind of took the same approach yesterday.
Just having been through this a couple times, not even with COVID, but just like with missing players and everything, does that experience help with something like this? Just with having to kind of recycle guys in and out?
Look, at the start of the year, we began talking about some of the challenges coming into the season, and I think we've had a good focus. We had a good week of practice. Carolina's experiencing the same thing, and that's 2020 right now. All right, thank you, guys.
Talk about the slow start. Seems like y'all lacked energy a little bit tonight. Get a bad assumption there.
Yeah, look, I didn't feel like it was energy. We were awful on third down. We really couldn't get into rhythm. It's something that we've got to be better at, really, in all 3 phases. Overall, penalties weren't too bad, but in the kicking game, we had 3 of them that were critical. I'm proud of how we fought back in the second half, played better football, not exclusively, but at times made enough plays to win the game.
What was your opinion of Justin? What would you think of Justin Herbert, especially there in the fourth quarter? Seems like he made some pretty big throws.
Yeah, listen, he's a good young.
It seems like obviously Cody was the only one that had to go on the reserve COVID-19 list, which is obviously great. Deshaun Gibson made the comment to us earlier today that he felt like the fact that Cody made it a point to always wear his mask in the facility, even though he was hurt, might have really led to this being hopefully contained to just him. You kind of feel the same way that maybe Cody's responsibility helped this, at least initially, from becoming a bigger problem than it could have been.
Absolutely. I think that's our team rule that we have, and that's for the league as well when you're in the protocol. So it just goes to show that's a great example of what Deshaun's saying with when somebody. I keep going back to you wear it. People are saying you wear it because others might have it. So you want to wear it. I think you wear it like you all have it. So if you do that, then you're not giving it to somebody else. And so that's what he did. He didn't know he had it. He had his mask on, and it, like you're saying, it helped out other people, and that's a good thing.
Deion Miller.
Matt, I'm sure a Friday afternoon practice never was so enjoyable for you after the events of the last 24 hours. Can you just tell us your emotions last night when you learned that you could get back on the practice field together and kind of move forward with football?
Yeah, it was great news. I mean, to be able to get that news and hear that, that was the best case scenario. So it obviously puts you in a much better mood than what some of the other circumstances could have been. And I think, again, it goes to the teamwork that we have with everybody here, just trying to do everything they can to get answers and to see where we're at. So that was the best case scenario. And for all of us to understand, how real it is and how it can totally affect a practice, a game, and really weeks. And we handled it, good. And now for us, it's just to continue to keep staying on top of this every single day.
Pat Finley.
Hey, Matt, I have 2 for you, if that's okay. A housekeeping a housekeeping question. There were no close contacts or no high-risk close contacts for Cody, correct? And
correct.
The second one is, okay, and for you personally, you've talked about kind of the pit in your stomach when you get the phone call.
Pat, go ahead, Pat. We lost you there for a second.
Okay.
If you would ask one question, you'd be done by already. But go ahead with that second one.
You've talked about the pit in your stomach when your phone buzzes in the middle of the night. Can you tell us what that feels like, and is that a different sort of pressure than winning a football game or than getting your team ready?
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
It is different.
Emotionally.
No. It's different. And so here's the deal. The first time I got the call, when you don't know. Really, actually, the first one, if you guys remember, that was obviously weeks ago. My days are so thrown off. I think was it in the end of training camp or right at the beginning? I forget when it was, but in the middle of the night, I got a call, and that was when we had some of those, a bunch of those false positives. That was the first one that was like, oh no, this isn't good. And so now, ever since then, what we've all come to recognize is that really all we can do is control what we can control by following the rules. And if I get that phone call in the middle of the night, things have been a lot calmer for us on how to handle it. And I think what happens is the players feel that from us, and they realize that, hey, they trust us, and now we got to put a plan into action, and that's what we've been doing. So it is different than on game day when you're trying to win a game with a certain play or a stop on defense. But it's certainly real life stuff. And I think here's the other part too, is for the people that get it and or are around, it can become scary because it's until you get it, you don't really know what your emotions are going to be like.
Dan Wiederer.
Matt, I got 8 questions for you, but I'm only going to ask 1.5 here.
Shocker.
I'm wondering what your latest understanding of Mitch's situation is, and are you able to empathize with where he's at now with sort of his career decisions that he has to kind of weigh as he works through the rehab of this?
Yeah, he's obviously out for Sunday, and we're not. There's not going to be IR for him. I don't think it seems as severe as what in 2018. And then as far as where he's at mentally and sympathizing with him, I mean, this is a kid that's obviously been through a lot, and for one play for him to come in and try to help the team, and then unfortunately have that happen. There's a lot of different ways you can look at it. I'm going to continue to go back to this and say this about Mitchell is he is a kid that does everything he possibly can and cares a lot about this game and about his teammates. And, for him, when you have somebody like that, you really, really care about him as a player and a person. And so just for him to continue to stay positive, for us to help him stay positive, and be there to support is all we can really do, and that's really where we're at.
Mark Potash.
Hey, Matt, 2 things. Who do you have behind Mustafa, who has played center before? And also, with such a makeshift line Sunday, how willing are you to kind of simplify the offense, to just kind of make sure you establish a foundation, or knowing your DNA, is that just not going to happen?
Oh, yeah. Only from you, Mark. No, I mean, we have some guys on this team that you'll see as we go here in regards to who can play center and how that goes. And I think that's why it's our job to make sure that we get guys prepared. Yeah, that's where we're at right now, and we'll do everything we can to make sure that they can play fast. So simplifying things and allowing them to play fast is something that we'll do. And if there's something that's in there that's too much, then we can't do that, and I think that's where it's the question and answer from us with the players, and then being able to evaluate them. For instance, not having practice yesterday. Today was a long day for us because we had to catch up with some of our other stuff that we missed yesterday on the field, but they did a really good job mentally. So I'm really in all 3 phases. So we'll continue to simplify as much as we can so that we can play fast and play better.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jason Leisure.
You can't see it. You have to take it out to use it. And it's a dangerous distraction when you drive. Not anymore. Introducing the Cup Call Phone Mount, a brand new next-generation phone stand that fits right in your vehicle's cup holder, so your phone's always at your fingertips. Just drop it in and twist for a custom fit every time. Then just squeeze the sides to securely lock the phone in place. From jumbo screen mobile devices to smaller flip phones, it fits any size phone. The secret is the rubberized holders at the base that with just a twist, contract or expand to lock it in place. Up top, the adjustable holder ratchets down on any size device until the button is pressed to release the phone. Look, we installed Cup Call in this cup holder with 50 pounds chained to the bottom, and amazingly, it lifts it all. Now that's a strong hold.
I've spent money on other phone holders that just don't work. This is rock solid. My phone is always at my fingertips. It's just better than the rest.
Cup Call adjusts up or down and swivels left or right for a precise viewing angle, day or night. It even rotates 360 degrees, making it easier to follow your GPS. Plus, the open bottom means easy access for charger cables. And no more big cable messes. They'll stay neat and concealed underneath in the cup. Cup Call is perfect for cars, trucks, boats, RVs, even golf carts. Other holders require you to find the right cup size to fit. Then what do you do with the rest? Cup Call works with any cup holder. Just drop it in and twist, then squeeze for a secure tight fit. Get Cup Call today for just $19.99. But wait, call right now and you can double the offer. Just pay separate fee, and we'll even ship it to you absolutely free. This offer is not available on Amazon, so order now.
Call 1-800-516-3115. That's 1-800-516-3115 or visit getcupcall.com. So call 1-800-516-3115 now.
NFL Game Day morning. We go one-on-one with Russell Wilson.
I wake up to want to be the best in the world every day.
Plus, Ryan Tannehill discusses battling the Bears.
We have a ton of respect for those guys. We're going to have to come out and play well.
NFL Game Day morning. Coming up next on NFL Network.
I got plenty tattoos on my flesh. Drip on me, I tactical my vest. Hundreds everywhere, I made them down, baby. Oh, deep.
Go to NFLshop.com and gear up.
It is now time for Monday Morning Timeline, where we predict what we'll be tweeting about on Monday morning after this week's slate of games. Cynthia, you start us off. What do you got?
Well, listen, this was a really rough week. Why? Well, not because of what you might think. This is what I'm doing. This is actually me. Just so you know, that was me doing that flip. Yep. When you make it through one of the toughest weeks, the trade deadline. I don't know what anyone else could be talking about, because typically I have to program a whole bunch to make all these changes to the model for everyone moving everywhere. This year, nothing really happened.
How about Nyheim Hines? What moves there? Let's go to another guy with moves. Take a look at my tweet. It's Lamar Jackson. Just looking at all the doubters. And I'm going to be doing that too after he gets this win against the Colts, because I see you out there, everyone who's enjoying Lamar's struggles a little too much. I see what you're about. I see you overreacting, and I'm watching you for what happens this week.
I like that. I agree with her. All right, throw mine up there. We're going to go someone who's connected there, quarterback in that same class. But what do the New York Jets and my 2020 ballot have in common? We both officially mailed it in Sunday morning, 11 a.m. Eastern on NFL.com. Peace.
Well, hey, everybody. Hi, guys. Hey. Ready for week 9 of the National Football League and the 2020 National Football League season? Yeah. Let's go. All right. It doesn't start until we knuckle up. So we got to knuckle up, everybody. Here we go. Yeah. NFL Game Day morning back on the air, people.
I love y'all boys, man. I'm on with the wall with nobody else is on. I'm rocking today.
Hey, feeling good, like I should.
Shoveling inside to Kelsey. Touchdown! That time Mahomes went underhand.
Feeling blessed, never stressed. Got that sunshine on my Sunday bed.
They don't touch it. Touchdown!
This dude is a freak.
Got that sunshine on my Sunday bed.
Arrowhead, home of the Chiefs. And it's home of the defending Super Bowl champions, welcoming
the Carolina Panthers and Christian McCaffrey back to the mix today in Week 9. The battle of the second-place teams, if you will, in the AFC North and South. Ravens at Colts. Great game. 2 above 500 teams. And then Sunday Night Football. The Buccaneer ship is all ready to roll. Saints and Tampa for Sunday Night Football viewing pleasure. That's part of your Week 9 docket. That also includes a trip of the Seattle Seahawks' best record in the NFC, visiting Western New York, taking on the AFC East leader, Bills. Can the Raiders win back-to-back games for the first time all year? Tua versus Kyler, number 1 versus number 1, not in terms of obviously overall draft choices. That would be Kyler. Tua went 5th overall, just the number 1 versus number 1. Very rare to see 2 quarterbacks wearing the same number line. All right, that's numerology for you. Welcome to NFL Game Day Morning, presented by Lowe's. We put the home in home team. The we is not the royal we. Rich Eisen, Steve Mariucci, Kurt Warner, and Michael Irvin all the way at the end of the set. And we hit the Wayback Machine to start this program. Let's hit the Wayback Machine to start things off. It was 7,708 days ago in the Big House that Drew Brees and Purdue took an undefeated 4-0 record into Ann Arbor to take on, yes, TV 10 at the time, and undefeated Michigan. Brees threw for 293 yards, a touchdown, and an interception, and Brady threw for 250 yards and 2 scores in the Wolverines' 38-10 win. Now let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on, Steve. You gotta have something, Rich. You gotta have something. Let's move on to you guys. Back what we were doing 7,007 days ago. Week 4 of the 99 season. Michael had 2 receptions, 24 receivers. That's a final touchdown of his career in the Cowboys' 35-7 win against the Cardinals. Okay. All right, what was Kurt doing? Kurt's 3rd career start. 310 pass yards, 3 touchdowns, and a perfect passer rating.
Let's see.
Beating the Bengals. 1 of 3 career games with a perfect passer rating for Kurt.
Perfect.
All right. What was Mooch doing today? 7,700 whatever days ago. 49ers beat the eventual AFC champion Titans. Jeff Garcia hit T.O. How about that? They liked each other here. 22-yard team you played in the Super Bowl. San Francisco moved to 3-1. Uh-oh. What was I doing? What was I doing? I don't even want to see it. It's
running on the 40.
That salad. Look at that salad. Look at Stu. I miss you, Stu. Love you, man. Wherever you are, up above us. Look at me doing my thing.
Look at the hair. I love the hair.
Wearing at the same time. Am I wearing
the same day for most of us.
Why are we?
He had a touchdown. 2 catches? I mean, he had 2.
I was going to let that slide, Kurt.
I might have done, by the way, I might have done the SportsCenter highlights of all 4 of those things, from Brady to Brees to all 3 of your days.
Oh, my God.
Could have been.
Sure you did.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow. Hold on, let me get the same Macroline.
Rich is a good-looking guy. Rich.
I am a fine wine.
Rich.
All right? Good Sunday morning to everybody who enjoys fine wines. Michael Irvin, you're first on the Sunday storyline. What do you have there, Michael?
All right, and we do storylines every week, and we want to talk about this, Rich, because I want to what makes a story successful and compelling, and it tells you you have to make the dramatic content of your story strong, and then you want to have a great plot and a great subplot, and I'm telling you, that's exactly what the Saints and the Buccaneers are. You got a great plot in every category. These 2 quarterbacks, Drew Brees and Tom Brady, they're 1 and 2 in completions, all time in the NFL, in completions, in attempts, in pass yards, and in pass TDs. That's a plot right there. They're battling each other. And then we have the return of the guy that set the record in receptions last year, Michael Thomas. The return of Michael Thomas to the Saints, and then the addition thereof of Antonio Brown to the Bucs. Right there, coming back to, returning to the NFL. Yeah, that's a great story. That's the kind of game, and that's the kind of story that's a successful and compelling story for everybody to watch.
I don't know if there's another story that's got that much depth to it, but I don't believe anybody at the beginning of the season would have said, going into Week 9, we'd be talking about the 2nd place Miami Dolphins against the 2nd place Arizona Cardinals. And Rich, you referenced it earlier. We've got Tua against Kyler just a couple college seasons ago. They were 1-2 in the Heisman voting. But for me, this is going to go beyond that. This, if you watched the game last week, we just showed a highlight there. of this Miami Dolphins #1 scoring defense against the Rams. They dismantled the Rams, specifically with the blitz. I know you're going to show it in Mooch's Minute a little bit later, but they dismantled the Rams. So now you've got Kyler Murray. How does he handle the blitz? He's got a 31 quarterback rating on the season against the blitz, but he's very escapable, right? He's got the chance to be able to make huge plays against the blitz with his legs. That is the matchup that I'm watching, that Miami Dolphins defense against Kyler Murray and the #1 offense in the National Football League, the Arizona Cardinals.
The one I'm watching is the 6-1 Seattle Seahawks traveling over to Buffalo, 6-2. This is a heck of a game, and they're finally letting Russ cook in Seattle. It's not the Legion of Boom winning games anymore. It's the offense. And you know what? Russ is just serving up some gourmet offense. This guy's got a couple of wide receivers with Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. He's a rising star. They're feasting on defenses this year. And you know what? With Russell Wilson as the front runner of the MVP, and stick around, Rich, because later on in the show, you're going to see a fantastic sit-down that I had this week with Russell Wilson.
There are two eyes in Mariucci, but that was an excellent, excellent, much-needed promo right there.
Thank you.
Hey, Irv, there's no question about it. I mean, that Devontae Adams starting this week in Week 9 said, I'm the best receiver in the league, and he says it's just, you know, confidence. But DK Metcalf has put his name in that ring this year. He is physical. He is, to use your phrase, a beast. There's no doubt about that, right?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And we'll be talking about him, too.
Okay, and then Seattle, obviously, at the top of the NFC in terms of records, but then you got that big matchup that you referred to, Michael, as your Sunday storyline, and that's how we kick off our reporters, presented by Gillette, getting us ready for game day, starting with Sarah Walsh in Tampa. Sarah?
Rich, it has been 420 days since Antonio Brown last played in the NFL. His quarterback that day, Tom Brady, who he calls one of his closest friends. So the Bucs add a Pro Bowler. The Saints should be getting one of theirs back. Michael Thomas out since Week 1 practice this week. Sean Payton calls him a game-time decision. For more on the Steelers and Cowboys, Jane Slater is in Arlington.
Good morning, Sarah, and good morning to those of you at home. You know, when you consider the playoffs, Dak Prescott has played 72 games straight, and now the Cowboys are looking to start their 4th quarterback in 5 games against the undefeated Steelers. Now to Kim Jones.
Thanks so much, Jane. You know, here in Buffalo, temperatures expected to reach 67 degrees today. That would represent the warmest game ever here at Bills Stadium in November or later. Great weather. We'll take it. Now let's go to Stacy in Indy.
Great weather here, too. The roof is open in Indy, Kim. Hey, listen, the Ravens had to work virtually all week long due to COVID concerns. Defensive back Marlon Humphrey did test positive. He is in our thoughts, but they come in here with relative strength and a new receiver. His name is Dez Bryant. He hasn't played in an NFL game since Week 17 of 2017. He was elevated to the active roster yesterday. Could be a fun day for Dez Bryant. Right now, we go to Nashville. Tom Pelissero, take it away.
Stacey, the Bears had to move quickly last night to quarantine defensive back Deion Bush, who learned after arriving in Nashville that a close contact had tested positive for COVID-19. Bush is out today, so are 2 Bears offensive linemen who tested positive, forcing the cancellation of their Thursday practice. All of the latest test results are clear. It's game on against the Titans. Here's Jeffrey Chadia in Kansas City.
Thanks, Tom. Well, it's good news for the Chiefs defense as they get ready to face Christian McCaffrey. Defensive end Frank Clark, who had a banged-up knee all week, will be ready to play. Now we'll send it over to Ian Rappaport.
Well, thanks, Jeff. Lions quarterback Matthew Stafford just minutes ago received his final clearance on his COVID-19 test. He is good to go and will play now for the Lions against the Vikings. But listen to what his week has been like. He hasn't practiced at all. He has been in quarantine at home with his family due to a high-risk close contact from someone very close to his family. What he has been able to do is follow along with practice at an almost near live basis. That's how fast they've gotten him the clips. That's how fast they've gotten him the scripts. He has participated in all Zoom meetings. And just to get to the game today in Minnesota, he had to take a private plane just due to COVID-19 concerns. He's in a different part of the hotel. Hasn't seen his teammates at all, but of course will today, Rich.
All right, and we're wheels up on this edition of NFL Game Day Morning with one last check of the fantasy factors from our first segment. Hey, Keenan Allen, fantasy football owners, they're very happy. It looks like the illness that has him questionable. He's expected to play later today. Calvin Ridley, however, not for the Falcons. This season home has never been more important. This year, as always, we want you to share your game day experience with us with social media, so make sure to keep posting us with the hashtag Lowe'sHomeCam, and we'll share posts later in the show throughout NFL Game Day morning. We're seeing Thomas right here saying hello to us. We say right back at you, Thomas. Good morning. This is all presented by Lowe's. Come on, man. Wear that dog. He must be doing overtime. The real Paul Turner. Don't worry. Champ's here. Unless the Cowboys got to win since the last time we saw Champ. No. Buffalo, New York. Orchard Park. Home of the Buffalo Bills taking on Seattle.
I'm sorry, Matthew Stafford, you had to go through that.
We're here
by
on
yourself.
Week 9 Sunday. Stick with us.
This is what the job is right now.
NFL Game Day morning is presented by Lowe's. We put the home in home team.
Home has been there for us all year long. So this holiday season, let us help you give back to home with gifts that inspire new projects. Make work a little easier. And add some style to the things we do together. A gift for home brings joy to all. Find great gifts and deals for everyone at Lowe's.com.
Bridgestone Dueler tires are built to drive around the entire Earth 3 times. Now someone just needs to build the road. Now that's clutch performance. Bridgestone, official tire of the NFL.
At Burger King, we have flame-grilled beef, lettuce, onion, tomatoes. Wait, is that supposed to... Oh, yes, it is. The 2-for-$5 mix-and-match deal, now at the side of PS5. Buy and play game in-app for a chance to win.
All Tyson Anytizers chicken is raised with no antibiotics ever. They're a great decision for snack time. Letting your son's one-man band practice in your garage? Not a great decision. Keep it real. Keep it Tyson Anytizers.
Did you know Duracell Optimum can make devices work even better than copper top? This toothbrush brushes quicker. This screwdriver turns speedier. This fan spins faster. Upgrade your devices with Duracell Optimum.
What is that?
Mine. Why?
It's just that it's...
Lavender? Yes, it is. Old Spice. It's for men.
But I like the smell of it.
Until we can be together again in the life Artois.
Why choose Invisalign over other aligners?
Only Invisalign treatment uses Smart Track technology. It moves teeth more comfortably and predictably than ordinary aligners, so I could create custom treatment plans for every smile.
Monday on NFL Total Access. Who sounded the baller alert? Every moment that mattered from Sunday's best games. Every shootout, every shutout, and a countdown to Cam. It's the Patriots and Jets, Monday, 7 Eastern.
We're going to be there for the Super Bowl, and the NFL getting ready for the Super Bowl in that building. And tonight, Week 9, Saints and Bucks in Tampa. Week 1, the season started with the first matchup in the Superdome.
We'll get our first look at Tom Brady, the Hall of Fame greatest of all-time quarterback.
And boy, optimism is all over the place. This is a good start to this 2020 season.
Quarterback sneak, spike that ball, Tom Brady. Who says I'm 43?
Kamara at the 15, walks into the end zone, touchdown, Alvin Kamara.
Brady throws the ball upfield, it is intercepted, and that's a rarity.
6 yards out, Alvin Kamara into the end zone, throw near side, it's picked off, Janoris Jenkins, pick 6.
It was easy sailing. There was not a Buccaneer near him.
Tom just threw the outlet, and it was a pick 6. Bad decision. He knew he didn't play very well.
So the Tom Brady era begins with a loss.
Not many losses since then as we send things back down to Sarah Walsh. Sarah?
You know, Bruce Arians was asked how different is this Bucs offense from the one the Saints saw in the season opener. His answer, light years. Tom Brady said in that game they were just trying to learn each other and learn what to do. And Sean Payton says he sees a Bucs offense that is growing in confidence every week. Of course, his Saints roll in here, winners of 4 straight, and they should be getting Michael Thomas back tonight. We haven't seen him since week 1 where he had just 3 catches for 17 yards. There's been injuries. There's been a team punishment, but he practiced all week. Sean Payton says he's a game-time decision, and our Ian Rappaport says, barring any setbacks, he is going to be a go tonight. Steve?
All right, thanks, Sarah. Game-time decision. I thought he was playing, Kurt.
No, we need to get him back in there.
Who's going to make the bigger impact today? This guy right here, Michael Thomas the Great, all right, or Antonio Brown the Great?
Well, in my storyline, I was talking about quarterbacks that went 1-2 in voting in the Heisman. Well, these guys are number 1 and number 2 all-time in receptions per game in NFL history. So who has the bigger impact? I've got to point to that guy. Now, I know we just heard from Sarah that he's questionable or he's a game-time decision.
Let him play.
This guy here is the centerpiece of this offense. When him and Drew Brees get together, it is, I can't find 13 enough. Even when somebody might be more open on the other side, I am finding 13. He targets him, he throws to him, and they usually work it out. So I'm going to say number 13 is going to have a bigger impact. Antonio Brown can have an impact and will have an impact as the season goes along, but he's not going to be the main man today, so I'm going with number 13.
I'll go with Michael Thomas also, because neither one of these guys has played in a while, all right? But he knows the system very, very well. In fact, he's had over 100 catches 3 years in a row. They're going to just pick up where they left off, I got a feeling. But that guy, you know what? He's been with Tom Brady. He's been with these coaches before. He knows he's going to have some sort of an impact. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch this thing tonight because you got great quarterbacks adding some great wide receivers to the mix. Now let me send it over to Jane Slater in Arlington, Texas.
Hey, Mooch. Well, this search to replace Dak Prescott has not exactly been an easy one. In fact, when they kick off against Pittsburgh later today, the Cowboys are going to be dealing with their 4th quarterback in 5 games. They've decided to roll with Garrett Gilbert, who was drafted by the Rams in 2014. And at 29 years old, he told us this week he didn't know if this opportunity was ever going to come to him. This is going to be his first career start. He said there was just a few years ago, he even thought that maybe he would take up a head coaching job at SMU. Of course, that is not taking place today, but here's what also may not be taking place. Handing off to Ezekiel Elliott. He's been limited in practice with a hamstring issue this week, which means Tony Pollard would get all of those reps. Now, look, we're not going to have a lot of the starters that we expect to see in this rivalry, but this is still a big one between the Cowboys and Steelers.
Roger goes deep across the middle. First Johnson caught! Touchdown! Here is Bradshaw. Fires into the end zone. Complete touchdown. World champ, number 1.
Super Bowl captured by the Pittsburgh Steelers. An incredible season.
Side throws a deep ball. Touchdown! The Cowboys are back on top of the mountain.
The Steelers, the first team in the history of the NFL to win it 3 times. Bradshaw firing downfield. There goes Stallworth. And it's a touchdown for Pittsburgh.
Jimmy Johnson's taking his team from the absolute worst to the absolute best.
How about them Cowboys?
What a run by the league's MVP.
It's 22.
Rush the quarterback.
The Cowboys lay claim to being the team of the 90s.
Randall Alley's going to throw it down the field. Touchdown, Pittsburgh!
Is this the last stop for the bus?
The last stop is here in Detroit.
The Steelers have won the Super Bowl for a 6th time.
The Cowboys and the Steelers, it's a big game.
And yes, today, when these two teams face each other, the Cowboys injury-wrecked and in dire straits, while the Pittsburgh Steelers enter today's contest, the lone remaining undefeated team in the National Football League. It was just 2 weeks ago I was standing in this spot. Michael Irvin was standing in that spot. And that's when we first met Champ, the emotional support Dallas Cowboy stuffed animal that he covets, to the point that all animal advocate groups are slightly alarmed. So now I turn to you, Michael.
You want to look who you see him over there?
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, you see him over there. Richie over there. Richie over there? Okay, there you go, buddy. Okay. I just,
by the way, there is a Twitter account at Champ for Irv. Yeah. We did not start it. Somebody out there did. Can we put the topic bar up at the bottom of the screen, if you don't mind? Here it comes. Here it comes. There it is.
You think they laughing at us, champ? let's just do what we can.
Michael, okay. You want to have a shot at that one?
Okay, okay, Rich. I know. We got to talk about this. I said the same thing when the producers put that up. But the reality is, here it is. This is what Champ and I are worried about here. The Cowboys have problems when they're a one receiver, great receiver on a team to stop. And they had problems stopping DK Metcalf. You saw the game that OBJ had against the Cowboys. Now the Steelers come in and Ben Roethlisberger, and he has a number of weapons. He's the only team that has receivers that have caught at least 20-plus receptions with 3+ receiving TDs. And against that last scoring defense, it'll be hard, is what I'm trying to say. It's what Champ said, Champ. We're trying to say it'll be hard for the Cowboys to stop this group when we see what they've done so far this season.
Now, in all seriousness, though, the defense last week, and I know that
they played better.
They did. They played better. They were making some plays or putting some pressure on Carson Wentz, and I know that, again, the Eagles' offensive line's banged up, and they don't have a lot of their weapons either. But
and that would be the question. Was it the Cowboys playing better, or was it the Eagles playing poorly? And you know, today, these guys are undefeated. They're not coming in here playing poorly.
No, they are not. They most certainly are not. We've got another tweet that we want to show you here.
We did okay.
Here we go.
We did all right, don't worry.
The Patriots fans want to borrow Champ for Irv. They're not used to water skiing behind this yacht. They're used to water skiing behind the other yachts.
Very
good. A couple of fantasy superstars are returning today, possibly just in time to save your season. Kay Adams, however, lets you know what to expect from McCaffrey and Michael Thomas when we come back.
$5G just got real. iPhone 12 Pro Max and iPhone 12 Mini are here on Verizon 5G.
The iPhone is mini, but the 5G is huge.
With the coverage of 5G nationwide and in more and more cities, the performance of 5G Ultra Wideband, the fastest 5G in the world.
Whoa, mobile gaming just got infinitely better.
Pre-order iPhone 12 Pro Max today and get another on us.
This is the phone to get.
This is the 5G phone everyone wants on the 5G America's been waiting for, only on Verizon.
At Burger King, when you order a 2 for $5, you might get a side of PS5. 2 for $5 mix and match. Buy and play game in-app for a chance to win.
1,200 strings of lights.
Quarter mile of tinsel.
And real snow all the way from Switzerland.
Gonna be tough to top. Well played.
Add some thrill to your wish list at the Season of Audi sales event. Get exceptional offers now.
Experience clean in a whole new way. Now Roomba vacuums exactly where you need it. And offers personalized cleaning suggestions for a clean unique to you and your home. Roomba and the iRobot Home app, only from iRobot.
Thursday Night Football on Fox. It's a battle for the top of the AFC South. Derrick Henry for the touchdown. Phillip Rivers leads Indy as he sets out to prove he can still deliver. What a throw. But Derrick Henry and Tennessee have plans to run through the division. You just can't bring him down. Touchdown. Colts. Titans.
Some things change, and some things don't. Like the great coverage and dependability of a Premera Blue Cross health plan. In fact, we've been covering school employees for almost 60 years. Premera Blue Cross, always in your corner.
I'm here to save you.
From reliving my glory days?
No, lung cancer.
But I quit smoking.
You may still be at high risk.
Okay.
He's got the speed still going.
Our team.
The best wide receiver in the NFL.
every team. Touchdown! If it happens in this league, why we love football. We're all here for it.
It's on.
Wow. Are you kidding me? NFL Network. We're here for football. Oh, wait. It's going to be a good one.
Well, these Bills are 6-2. They're pretty darn good. Are these Bills for real?
Yeah, these guys are for real. I mean, you turn on the tape.
Ball comes out, loose ball. It is Buffalo ball.
I'm old school, Mooch. You turn on the tape, you get to see how fast they fly around, how they make plays. They're definitely doing that. It's a great football team. It's going to be a great matchup. Two great football teams going back and forth, back and forth. We're looking forward to the challenge.
That'll be later on. Think your kid has what it takes to be the next NFL Play 60 Super Kid? Of course you do. Submit a video of your child telling us how they live the Play 60 lifestyle and how then they'll be entered for a trip of a lifetime to Super Bowl Double Nickel. Visit NFL.com/Play60 contest for more information. Now, let's check a look at how this week started in the NFL.
Here we are. It's a rematch of last year's NFC Championship game.
Rodgers lofts it deep down the left side. Adams makes the adjustment. Touchdown! Oh, what a catch!
Everybody knows he's going to be the guy, and they still can't stop him.
Mullins hit as he throws the left side. It is intercepted. Rodgers fakes the handoff. Mercedes Lewis, touchdown. Rodgers rainbows down the middle. Got MVS. Touchdown!
I think he's having fun. Yeah, I'll say so.
Snap to Mullins. Hit from behind. It looks like it's Green Bay ball. It is. The Packers going to win just what the doctor ordered. The game was really never in doubt.
Feels great to win. Feels good to be 6-2 at the halfway point, first in the division.
All right, it's time now for the Lowe's Home Studio. Guys, I ask you, as we're sitting by our cozy fire, how does it feel?
It's warm.
I'm going to start with you, Irv. Who is the best team in the NFC?
Man, you know, it's hard to pick anyone other than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now. And we're talking about what we see them do right now and what I'm projecting them to do when they get that asset that they're starting with today. You guys didn't hear something when they gave that report. Antonio Brown said, oh, he's one of my best friends. I was like, man, that was quick to become a best friend. But what it says is the commitment he has to Tom Brady. So this team, Tampa right now, who's best at stopping the run, and right now, fourth and 31 points per game, getting that asset to be added, I say they're the best team, and they're getting better. That's the scary part.
And we're using the term team, right? It's complete team. Because I look at Seattle, and I still believe Seattle's the best offense. Russell Wilson's playing unbelievable. Wide receivers are playing great. But we know what's happening on the other side. And I look at all the teams in the NFC, and I go, okay, nobody has a really good two sides of the ball, right? Where they're dominant on both sides of the ball. So I still believe that Tom Brady and company have a ways to go offensively. They're not hitting on all cylinders offensively. AB will help as they try to figure that out. But because of that defense and what the defense can do stopping the run, what they can do making plays on the back end, even though they're young, they're the most complete team right now with an offense that I believe will only get better, Coach. So I've got to agree with you. Even though there's some better parts out there for other teams, most complete team is Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I agree that they are, and they're getting better. But they do have a couple of losses, right, guys? I mean, you're talking about Seattle, who I think probably is the best team. They only have one loss, and it's an overtime loss to the Cardinals. But you got an offense that is dynamic. Yes, their defense in Seattle isn't what it needs to be. However, you're getting back Jamal Adams, all right?
And you got that man back there.
Carlos Dunlap, it was traded for, so he'll alternate in as a pass rusher. They're trying to get better on defense, so they're having to outscore everybody. But right now, you're talking about probably those two teams, Seattle and the Bucs. You know, Packers looking in, but the Bucs really dominated the Packers last time they played, right, guys?
I mean, Seattle, you know, Russell Wilson, if there is a way that you can stop Seattle, Russell will find a way to make something happen. That gives them just a little edge. Like, okay, if we can get to Tom Brady, we can shut all this down. We can shut it all down. But Russell finds a way, and that keeps them in there.
Yeah, he sure does. So let's send it over to Jeff Chadilla in Kansas City for more on the Panthers and the Chiefs.
Thanks, Mooch. Well, here in Kansas City, there's, obviously the Chiefs have a tremendous offense. They're averaging 31 points a game. But the big play, the big passing play, particularly between Patrick Mahomes and Tyreek Hill, has been lacking this year. And we talked to Mahomes about this. He said, look, it's about being patient. We realize that defenses are playing us differently. They're playing more coverage, trying to take away that home run play. But the good thing about this team is they only care about winning. So whatever it takes to get the job done, they will do. You saw last week when Mahomes threw for 400 yards and 5 touchdown passes. They can air it out. This week, we'll see how Carolina plays them. So now we'll go to Ian with more about Christian McCaffrey.
Thanks, Jeff. Christian McCaffrey, one of the best running backs in football and one of the best fantasy players in football, returns today. That's good news for real football and fantasy football. But I'm told it's going to be a little different now that he's back on the field. Expect McCaffrey to rotate series with Mike Davis, who capably filled in for McCaffrey when he was gone about 6 weeks with a high ankle sprain. The plan is to have neither of these guys play too many plays in a row to make sure they are fresh. Think about what New Orleans does with Alvin Kamara and Latavius Murray, kind of like that. Plus, the Panthers have Curtis Samuel, who also has 2 rushing touchdowns the last 2 weeks. They think they got a lot of weapons. Meanwhile, for the New Orleans Saints, Michael Thomas, one of the best receivers in football, is expected to play today, assuming his pregame workout goes well. I'm told, Rich, he was very active this week in practice.
All right, Ian, thanks very much. Speaking of very active, they are going to be very active in fantasy today, we assume, and Kay Adams is going to be joining us right now. Hey, Kay, how are you here on this Sunday morning?
Hi, I'm wonderful. Thank you. I'm a little nervous with Ian's trying to sway me off playing Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
I'm not having it, Rich. I'm so excited to welcome the superstar back into my lineup. Yes, Mike Davis is there. You should not get rid of him. You should keep him around. He's going to have that Latavius Murray type situation. I don't know if I'd start him today. I'm just not the kind of fantasy owner who can get cute and overthink. I can't not have CMC in there. Game script is not an issue. I feel like they really didn't rush to get him back. They took their time with CMC in this injury. I might play a guy like James Robinson over Christian McCaffrey against the Texans. That's probably a situation some fantasy owners are dealing with. Maybe David Montgomery against the Titans. That's a little dicey. But Christian McCaffrey, Rich, over Clyde Edwards-Helaire, over Todd Gurley. I'm going to go ahead and say over Zeke Elliott if you're in that sort of a situation or playing in daily. Another superstar that is on his way back, Michael Thomas. I want no questions about this at GameDay NFL. I don't want any questions about this at GMFB. Michael Thomas, welcome him back. Give yourself a little woo, woo, woo. Open arms, welcome wagon. You drafted him in the first round. I'm not nervous about tonight. They're going to need him and use him. If anything, it gives Drew Brees an uptick. He has not been a top fantasy quarterback this season.
So who are your sleepers today? Since those are 2 very well-known individuals, who do you got for us further down?
Yes. Just wanted to give those superstars a little love, Rich. Let's go to some sleepers. Do not sleep on Jerry Jeudy. He's emerging. He's looking really good. He's getting targets. He had double-digit targets. Last week against the Chargers, he put up 4 grabs for 73 yards. A perfect fill-in for fantasy All-Pro. Fulgham, for Kupp, or Woods, they are all on a bye. The Broncos get the Falcons. This Falcons defense has allowed the 2nd most yards to receivers this year. Bonus, I also like Noah Fant here today. At running back, do not sleep on Justin Jackson. 20 touches for 142 total yards last week against a sneaky, stingy Broncos defense. The Raiders have been tougher against the run of late. I'm still subscribing to the volume, the opportunity Jackson is getting. I think it'll be a high-scoring affair between these 2 teams. The Raiders defense still top 10 most generous to running backs. Okay. This one I'm a little less confident about, Rich. It's Damian Harris. I'm going rogue here a little bit against my better judgment that the backfield for New England has been a fantasy migraine since the Stephen Ridley days. But Harris has been a bright spot for the Patriots. It's hard to think they'll take the ball out of his hands after a 100-yard, 1-touchdown performance against the Bills last week. He's got an extra day to rest that ankle for Monday night action. Game script, I think, would dictate that our guy Harris will get the ball against your Jets. So we'll see how it goes. And yes, Rich, I'm not putting Latavius Murray in my sleepers for probably the first time in several weeks, which means he's going to have a Dalvin Cook-like performance against the Bucs tonight.
All good. There's still a whole season left. There's still a whole season left and a whole show left, and we'll see you later on with the fantasy must-starts for week number 9, and obviously in the next hour, you're going to be sitting down with Titans quarterback Ryan Tannehill, so we look forward to that. That's Kay Adams right here on NFL Game Day Morning.
You were 1 game away from the Super Bowl. What did you learn on that just playoff run that you can put towards this season and getting there again?
You got to finish. I think
Going into Kansas City, we knew we had our hands full. So much respect for what they did last year. We understand that when you play good teams, you're going to have to play for 4 quarters. And if we stick to our process, continue to work to get better week in and week out, I think we can be happy with how things turn out. You know, long way to go, but, you know, it starts this week at home against Chicago.
Colts Titans are going to kick things off in week number 10. How about that for the AFC South? Could be for the whole lead right there. That's coming up, obviously, Thursday. We've still got a lot more to go. What are you looking at, Michael? Why are you staring at me? Why are you staring at me? Tom Pelissero, take it away. I've got to ask Michael what's going on here.
Well, Rich, after losing their second straight game last week at Cincinnati, the Titans made a slew of roster moves, none bigger than releasing their high-paid pass rusher, Vic Beasley. One person familiar with that decision told me it was a move that the entire team supported. Beasley had seemed indifferent. He was not productive. Moving on from him now showed the Titans mean business. Now, they're still going to have to find some pass rush starting today against Nick Foles and the Bears. Jadeveon Clowney, I'm told, not expected to play because of his knee injury. Beasley and Clowney combined making over $22 million this season. 0 sacks, Rich.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Still don't know why Michael Everett was staring at me. I don't understand, but it's all good. Oh, look at Peyton Manning. That really is a house that Peyton Manning essentially helped build there in Indianapolis. Oh, this is going to be great. Coming up, Peyton Manning does surprise a veteran. This is going to be awesome. Don't go anywhere.
What do you think about your Auburn Tigers?
They're doing okay. They could be doing better, but, you know.
Go down there and give them a speech and get them motivated.
Right.
Lowe's Home Studio is brought to you by Lowe's. We put the home in home team.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed Crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
This is the new Google Pixel 4a with 5G with a Titan security chip. But to someone who doesn't mess around with security,
I don't mess around.
It's the super safe Stuff Securer. The Google Pixel 4a with 5G from $499.
Bridgestone Turanza tires are engineered to make sure nothing comes between them and the road, especially not a little bit of water. That's clutch performance. Bridgestone, official tire of the NFL.
You love your pet, but hate wearing their hair. Did you know that your clothes can actually attract pet hair? With new Bounce Pet Hair and Lint Guard, your clothes can repel pet hair. One Bounce Mega Sheet has 3 times the hair-fighting ingredients of the leading dryer sheet. Simply toss into the dryer to bounce out hair and lint. Look how the shirt on the left attracts pet hair like a magnet. Pet hair is no match for Bounce. It's available in fresh scent and unscented.
With Bounce, you can love your pets and lint roll less.
Did you know Duracell Optimum can make devices work even better than copper top? This toothbrush brushes quicker. This screwdriver turns speedier. This fan spins faster. Upgrade your devices with Duracell Optimum.
Why choose Invisalign over other aligners?
Only Invisalign treatment uses Smart Track technology. It moves teeth more comfortably and predictably than ordinary aligners. So I could create custom treatment plans for every smile.
At Burger King, when you order a 2 for $5, you might get a side of PS5. 2 for $5 mix and match. Buy and play game in-app for a chance to win.
Before TNF kicks off, go inside the game with experts who know the game.
Quarterback's best friend is always a good running game.
Henry for the touchdown! NFL Game Day kickoff, Thursday at 6 on NFL Network.
McCaffrey leaps! End zone! Oh! Touchdown!
We're gonna talk about this forever, baby.
All of us on today's show proudly wearing this pin. It's in support of the League Salute to Service campaign. And in support of it, the NFL Network is committed to sharing the stories of our nation's great service members, veterans, and their families. Jessica Astorga of Dayton, Ohio, served in the U.S. Air Force in some of the most dangerous locations on our planet. And her work with a network of women's veterans earned the appreciation of her favorite player, a legendary former quarterback of the Colts and Broncos I think you're familiar with.
I'm Jessica Astorga. I'm 43 years old. I grew up in Alabama, and I'm currently living in Dayton, Ohio. I knew when I was 15 years old, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to go to Auburn. I wanted to be a nurse, and I knew I wanted to go in the Air Force. I was in the Air Force for 13 years and retired as a major. I had 2 deployments. My first deployment, I was in Iraq, and my second deployment was in Afghanistan. I worked as a critical care nurse in one of the wards. There were a lot of casualties that came through. We had helicopters coming in and out all hours of the day and night. Coming back from my second deployment was a lot harder than my first. I was diagnosed with depression and then led to a medical discharge. One day I was looking for support and I found Woven. Woven is an all-women support group of female veterans. So I decided to become a peer leader. I help other women who are in the same situations as I was. I do not have a favorite NFL team. I have a favorite player, that is Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning is one of the best quarterbacks in my lifetime.
And Manning's end zone bound and caught for a touchdown.
I have someone from the NFL who would like to talk to you.
Jessica.
Hello.
First off, thanks for being a great supporter and fan of mine, but more importantly, thank you for your service to our country and your sacrifice, all the work that you do with Woven, and just know that I'm a fan of yours as well, and we thought we'd surprise you today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
What do you think about your Auburn Tigers?
They're doing okay. They could be doing better, but, you know.
Go down there and give them a speech and get them motivated.
Right.
Well, listen, great to talk to you. Keep up the great work you're doing to help many others, and just know that you're in my thoughts and my prayers, and be pulling for you, and thanks for being a big fan of mine.
One of my favorite quotes is from Peyton Manning. I'm totally convinced that the end of my football career is just the beginning of something I haven't even discovered yet. This quote means a lot to me because when something that you were a part of is over, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. There's still other things to learn and become a part of.
The NFL, its clubs and players could not be more thankful of all our armed forces serving in the United States and around the world. Please join the NFL in salute to service by visiting NFL.com/salute. Last year's MVP hasn't been quite as electric this year, including last week's 4-turnover loss to the Steelers. When we come back, Kurt puts the film to show why Lamar is struggling to live up to the extremely high bar he set for himself.
Experience clean in a whole new way. Now Roomba vacuums exactly where you need it.
Hey Google, tell Roomba to vacuum the kitchen counter.
And offers personalized cleaning suggestions for a clean unique to you and your home. Roomba and the iRobot Home app, only from iRobot.
Connor wants to name his kids after B-Dub sauces. Hope you want a whole litter, because we've got 26 sauces and seasonings. So gas up the minivan, because Mango Habanero has a dentist appointment, and Honey Barbecue is late for ballet. Buffalo Wild Wings.
The fighting spirit is one we all share. For Eduardo Perez, it drove him to thrive in his search for a better life. Immigrating from Guatemala at 18, he found work as a dishwasher, a line cook, sous chef, and eventually fought to the top of one of the most challenging professions in the world, proving that there is no challenge that can hold back a fighting spirit. Since 1925, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from. It matters what you're made of. Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
Your mission, stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq Relief. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Hi.
Happy anniversary.
For what?
Every year you're with us, you get $50 toward your home deductible. It's a policy perk for being a Farmers customer.
Do I have to do anything?
Nothing.
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 Nothing?
Nothing.
That really is something.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers policy perks. See ya.
May I have a balloon too?
Sure. Your parents have maintained a Farmers home policy for 12 consecutive months, right?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Start with a quote at 1-800-FARMERS.
Rise and shine. Welcome to Good Morning Football.
You ready, Kay? Nate, former pro, big time style. Notice the footwork. Kay, fantasy expert, knows the league inside out.
This team is loaded.
Peter, tapped into everything in the game.
Spoiler alert, he can light up the league.
And Kyle, NFL whiz, pop culture ace.
This is such an exciting time for a fan.
Together, they're here for football.
Let's get it going, baby.
Good Morning Football, tomorrow at 7 on NFL Network.
Orchard Park, New York, the AFC East leading Buffalo Bills taking on the NFC leading Seattle Seahawks. Great. It looks like a very nice day there, too, Ms. Jones.
It is a perfect day here in Orchard Park, Rich Eisen. Thank you very much for asking. You know, Stephon Diggs has been terrific for the Bills, and I asked him this week in Zoom, about the Bills getting back to more explosive plays. Diggs said two things. Number one, he thinks Josh Allen has done a great job taking what the defense gives him. And number two, yes, he thinks they can get back to being more explosive. Today could be that day. Seattle has the worst pass defense in the league. Now let's say good morning, Stacey Dales, who's in Indianapolis.
Good morning, Kim. The Baltimore Ravens have won 9 straight games on the road. In fact, they haven't lost a game in the regular season weeks in 22 straight weeks. That being said, head coach John Harbaugh talked about it this week and said two things make the difference, and he attributed it to the defense and valuing the football. In fact, in that 9-game road winning streak, they have a +7 turnover differential. Now, what's important to note is Lamar Jackson and company, coming off the Steelers' loss this past Sunday at home, had 4 turnovers. Jackson said immediately after that game, the absolute difference in the ball game was turning the football over. So you can imagine how essential it is here today, Cynthia Freeland, against this Colts defense that has the 8th best defense in terms of creating turnovers.
You're totally right, Stacey Dales, and it's now time for our Next Gen Stats powered by AWS. This is all about Lamar Jackson inside the box, in the pocket. Look at the difference between last year and this year, a significant decrease in passer rating. I want to point out part of that is because of this increase in sack rate. They're without left tackle Ronnie Stanley, Orlando Brown Jr. making his first start. That's going to be a big difference because he's holding onto the ball on 3rd down even longer. And Kurt Warner, what does that mean?
Well, I'll tell you what that means is that the degree of difficulty's got a little tougher for Lamar Jackson. I remember in my first year with the Rams, everything seemed easy, right? We're a new offense. I'm a new quarterback. My first read always seems to be there. Well, now people take that stuff away, and you saw the Steelers do that last week. Lamar Jackson here is going to look to his left. There's my 1, he's not open. There's my 2, he's not open. I got to get all the way to my 3rd guy, and that's something he didn't have to do last year. He gets there a little bit late, turns into an interception. We'll see. Degree of difficulty is up a little bit. We're going to watch right here now. I'm not a huge fan of this concept. My 2 receivers are a little too tight here, but you got 1 guy playing 2 guys. I got to throw it up over the top of the defender. Tough throw to make, becomes an interception. So you talked about sack rate. And one thing that wasn't in the stats is holding the football a little bit longer, right? People are taking away number 1 and number 2. I got to hold it in the pocket. I'm getting sacked. I'm making mistakes. And that's really where Lamar Jackson is in year 2.
You know who's not holding on the pocket and making mistakes?
Who's that?
Rich Eisen.
Never does.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate that. Excellent toss. Greatly appreciate that, too. Titans, Bears. Part of our hurry up. Michael Irvin's reading something to himself. Ready for hurry up, Irv? Ready for
I'm ready.
Oh, okay, very good.
5G just got real. iPhone 12 Pro Max and iPhone 12 Mini are here on Verizon 5G.
The iPhone is mini, but the 5G is huge.
With the coverage of 5G nationwide and in more cities, the performance of 5G Ultra Wideband, the fastest 5G in the world.
Whoa, mobile gaming just got infinitely better.
Pre-order iPhone 12 Pro Max today and get another on us.
This is the phone to get.
This is the 5G phone everyone wants. On the 5G America's been waiting for. Only on Verizon.
Taco Bell's grilled cheese burrito is filled with nacho cheese sauce and a delicious 3-cheese blend. And even more melty cheese is grilled on top. Get your hands on a grilled cheese burrito. Only at Taco Bell.
Experience clean in a whole new way. Now Roomba vacuums exactly where you need it.
Alexa, tell Roomba to vacuum in front of the couch.
And offers personalized cleaning suggestions for a clean unique to you and your home. Roomba and the iRobot Home app. Only from iRobot.
Honey, I dash, got it on smash, foot on the gas. I will not crash, they will not stop me. Tenfold, copy, end zone, watch me celebrate. I'm cocky, I do my dance, jump in the stands. No man, man dash, honey, yard hands dash, thought he could honey yard dash, honey yard dash, yeah.
Too busy to watch football all day?
Are you kidding me?
That's unfortunate. We'll catch you up.
Some things change, and some things don't. Like the great coverage and dependability of a Premera Blue Cross health plan. In fact, we've been covering school employees for almost 60 years. Premera Blue Cross, always in your corner.
Brandon met a girl on a dating app. He finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving.
She must be a keeper.
To your despair, in your darkest hour, right away, Red Cross is there to honor the words we've said, and the cross we wear is red.
Don't ignore the subtext. It's on us to intervene in sexual assault. Because we can. Take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Want to stay up to date? Hey Siri, show me football standings.
Our latest tweet, Champ is a loyal follower. Hey, I love that. Help control the pet population. Have your pets spayed or neutered. Time for Hurry Up Offense. 60 seconds on the clock. I need 1 full minute on the clock, starting with you, Steve Mariucci. You're first up. The Giants and Washington combined for 39 points in their Week 6 matchup. Will they combine for at least 40 today?
Yes, they will.
Kurt, 7 of the last 8 Texans-Jaguars games have been decided by at least 7 points. What about today?
Yeah, today will be as well.
Michael, will D-Hop have at least 11 catches and become the fastest player to 700 career receptions?
Absolutely.
Mooch, the Raiders and Chargers have combined for 52 points per this season. What about today?
It's higher than that.
Kurt, the Patrol will have at least 3 passing touchdowns and pass Dan Marino for fastest to 100 career touchdowns.
Why not? Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Michael, the Bucs are the only team to hold Alvin Kamara under 100 scrimmage yards this season. What about tonight?
He'll be a titch over that.
Mooch, J.J. Watt needs 1 sack for 100 in his career. Will he get it today?
Yes.
Kurt, will Phillip have at least 231 pass yards today and surpass Dan Marino for 5th on the all-time passing leaderboard?
Yeah, just a titch over there.
Michael, will the Cowboys have lost 3? They've lost 3 straight by at least 14. What about today against the Steelers?
A titch more than that.
Okay.
That was a big titch, Mike.
That's a huge titch. By the way, I don't know if that, yeah.
Can there be a big titch? Is that an oxymoron to be a big titch?
You know what? I think it's time to throw it a break. I got to be very honest with you. The filter in my head just caught a lot of non-Sunday things to say. Hour 2 coming up on NFL Game Day morning.
Touchdown, Seahawks! And another perfect pass
Still to come, Seattle is letting Russ cook, so when Mooch heard that, he insisted on sitting down with the Seahawks star.
A lot of us are talking about Russell Wilson as the MVP this year.
Good thing about that kind of award, the MVP award, because that means your team's doing great. You know, that means you're winning.
Mooch goes one-on-one with the MVP frontrunner. And Ryan Tannehill sure has turned around his career in Tennessee.
What's been the biggest key?
It all kind of works together, right? New team, new organization, new coaching staff.
Kay Adams sits down with the Titans quarterback. It's all ahead on NFL Game Day Morning, presented by Lowe's.
Home has been there for us all year long. So this holiday season, let us help you give back to home with gifts that inspire new projects. Make work a little easier. And add some style to the things we do together. A gift for home brings joy to all. Find great gifts and deals for everyone at Lowe's.com.
Doug.
And if we win, we get to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
Isn't that what you just did?
Service!
Stand back, I'm gonna show ya how Doug and Lee roll ya. You know you gotta live it if you wanna win.
Time out.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Experience clean in a whole new way. Now Roomba vacuums exactly where you need it. And offers personalized cleaning suggestions for a clean unique to you and your home. Roomba and the iRobot Home app, only from iRobot.
At T-Mobile, we have a plan built just for customers 55 and up. Saving 50% versus other carriers with 2 unlimited lines for less than $30 each. Call 1-800-T-Mobile or go to T-Mobile.com/55.
Until we can be together again in the life artois.
Since pioneering the SUV in 1935, the Chevy Suburban has carried many things. Nothing more important than family. Introducing the most versatile and advanced Chevy Suburban and Tahoe ever.
Hey, Pam! What's that?
New slices and sticks. Half pizza, half Italian cheese sticks. What's that?
I spent in Butterhump.
An unexpected combination. Just $6.
Acres away!
Pizza, pizza.
Thursday Night Football on Fox. It's a battle for the top of the AFC South. Derrick Henry for the touchdown. Phillip Rivers leads Indy as he sets out to prove he can still deliver. What a throw. But Derrick Henry and Tennessee have plans to run through the division. You just can't bring him down. Touchdown. Colts. Titans. Thursday Night Football on Fox, NFL Network, and streaming on Prime Video.
There is the site of this year's Super Bowl and the site of this day's marquee event. Sunday Night Football, Saints and Bucks, and the return of the Mercurial, Antonio Brown.
A storyline here for Pittsburgh, and that has been the frustration of Antonio Brown.
I'm not going to speculate on trades and things of that nature.
Hey man, what you gonna do?
We acquired the best wide receiver in football.
I'm here to be a surge of positivity and make guys better around me.
Antonio Brown screaming at Mayock, I'll hit you in the face.
Time for him to be all in or all out.
Antonio Brown on Instagram.
Release me, Raiders.
Don't throw it all away.
4 hours later, it's a done deal with the Patriots.
Brady takes the snap, fires the back shoulder. Brown!
Welcome to New England, kid.
Coach, can you just talk a little bit about Antonio Brown's role this weekend?
No. We're going to do what's best for the team like we always do.
The New England Patriots are releasing Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown to join Tom Brady's Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I think he's matured. I believe in second chances.
Be in this position, you know, we followed the mission and to get back on track is what I'm here to do.
And at some point, we'll go back to the beginning of his career. One would hope that we're not talking about risk-reward when it comes to Antonio Brown. It was all reward, obviously, when he first came on the scene in Pittsburgh. Now that he's in Tampa, let's talk about the risk-reward prior to tonight. What is it, Ian, for Tampa?
Well, Rich, the Bucs know his history. Obviously, they've done a ton of research on Antonio Brown, so they protected themselves immensely as it relates to his contract. And, of course, he is coming off an 8-game suspension. There's still another lawsuit that's pending. If that shows anything, he could be suspended again. Obviously, the Bucs hope not, hope all is well. But if something goes wrong, if off-the-field issues arise, again, if he's not a fit, they can simply move on with no penalty. It's a 1-year contract. He gets $1 million. I talked to General Manager Jason Light about this. He said, yeah, it's another opportunity. If it doesn't work, we have no risk. And when Bruce Arians, he met with AB, he then relayed that conversation to Jason Light, simply told him he'll be good. So they do believe Antonio Brown will be on his best behavior. And Light told me in the building, he has been awesome. Work ethic has been awesome. Expect to see a lot of him on the field tonight.
And then this is the reward. I mean, his numbers are indisputably Hall of Fame trajectory worthy. No two ways about it. His 2013 through 2018 with the Steelers, sublime, spectacular, whatever words you want to use about what he put out there on the field. And that's how we kick off hour number 2 of NFL Game Day Morning, presented by Lowe's. We put the home in a home team as we take you up to kickoff of the early games that include Baltimore, Indianapolis, and Seattle, and Buffalo, and Carolina returning Christian McCaffrey to action against the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. And we start hour number 2 with the question about Antonio Brown. Michael, I'll go to you first. This is the question I got on my show all week, so I'll throw it to you as well. How do you think it's going to all work out?
And I go back to it, guys. You know, ultimately, there are a couple things that I think really helps this situation. First of all, when you hear that Antonio Brown is staying with Tom Brady, because what we're talking about when we talk about how will it all work out, or will Antonio Brown help or hurt, we're talking on the other side, will those other issues arise again and cause a problem in the locker room and divisiveness or something in the locker room, and they're going pretty good. And we all know what his physical skill set is and how good he'll be on a football team. When he gets to that football team, especially playing with Tom Brady, what he can do. It's just a matter of, can he maintain? Let's just talk about this seriously. And I want to talk about what I think is great support in helping him maintain, that he's living with Tom Brady. That report, I mean, don't underestimate that report for Antonio Brown to say, hey, you know, he's my best friend. And I'm just going to share this. I remember when I had some of my issues and I was in court, and I told Troy not to come. I said, Troy, don't come. Don't come. I don't want to put you in this mess. You know, I made a bad decision. It's on me. Don't come. And he showed up anyway. He showed up against my will, against me telling him not to come. For that, I was forever, ever, even though I told him not to come, indebted to him. I would never, ever, in no way, anyway, do anything against Troy because of that moment. Because he was there in my lowest moment. And I believe we will see this here with Antonio Brown. Because Tom Brady was there in his lowest moment. He will stay committed and do the right thing. And that he's staying with Tom Brady, that's great, because even if he's by himself and he has a question of should he do something or should he not do anything, he can go and talk with Tom to help him make the right decisions at that time. I think it's absolutely going to help the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and I think the relationship, him saying, that's my best friend, in such a short moment tells us a lot about where Antonio Brown is with Tom Brady and why this will work out.
And I don't know if you can say it much better than that, because we're all sitting here saying the same thing. Is on the field, there is no question he has a huge impact. The way he works, his work ethic, you hear about it from everybody that's around him. He will make that team better. The question becomes the off-the-field stuff. Where does he go with that? And you mentioned Tom Brady. I think that's an excellent point. You look at an organization that said, we're going to take a chance on you. When a lot of teams aren't going to take a chance on you, we're going to put ourselves out there and take a chance on you. And so it's going to fall back to Antonio Brown saying, I am indebted to Tom Brady. I am indebted to this Bucs organization, and I am going to walk the line, be the best version of Antonio Brown. And, Coach, if he is, there's no question he is going to be a huge huge impact for this football team and what they can do offensively.
Yep. And it's not just the quarterback, Tom Brady, all right? And yes, they're living together and all that kind of thing. But this coaching staff, this organization had to make a decision. Do we do this? It wasn't Tom's decision, all right? I'm sure he chimed in on it, right? But Bruce Arians and Byron Leftwich and a lot of these coaches had him in Pittsburgh. So there is a collection of personalities over there that are saying, yes, we want AB on our team. We trust that he's going to do the right things on and off the field, and we're going to make this work. So there's a lot of people in that building right now that are trying to prove themselves right. And AB's got a responsibility now to be great on the field. He was the best receiver for 6 years in a row there, and now he's got to avoid those indiscretions that he's had. And I got a feeling this is going to work. And that's, you know what? When they line up with all their guys healthy, Chris Godwin's coming back, this Tampa Bay Bucs team is unbelievably talented, and AB might be the missing piece.
Well, I got a quick follow-up for you, Michael, based on what you just said. Because the question is how will Antonio Brown handle the past being brought up? Because the past for a lot of fans is difficult to forget. The video of watching his son on the street.
Yes.
The videos, the stories about why he left New England. Everyone can Google all that if you wish. But what was it like for you when the past kept getting brought up for you and you're like, I'm turning the page? Because you also mentioned, too, he can reach out to Tom. What if he reaches for Instagram Live instead?
Well, and that's what I was talking about, Rich, when I said, you know, before you make those decisions, at least you have someone there. Left alone, you only consult yourself. You only consult yourself. But now he has Tom there to consult before he makes those decisions. Now, you know, as far as moving forward, Rich, it's something else I heard him say. You know, when I listened to him, he says, you know, I'm dealing with the anger. And I talked to you guys about this. I'm dealing with the anger inside and making sure I focus positive energy towards what I want to do. I talk about sometimes when you fight to come out of a place like where he had to fight to make it out of, you come out with anger. You know what I mean? Because you had to fight your way out. And the problem becomes, it's great to have that ability to fight, but you have to have a discernible ability to know who and when to fight. And sometimes you don't have that ability because you just know fight. And I think that's what he got himself into. So he just fights back without understanding, okay, I can't do this, I can't do that. Having Tom there will help him make those decisions. Should I fight this? Should I let this go? Don't tweet about that. Let it go. Just focus on what you're doing. I hope he's prepared, honestly, or get to the place where he's willing to talk about some of the things that he's gone through. Because that's the next stage that you start handling what you're talking about well when you get to the point where you say, okay, I realize where I was, I realize where I am now, where I'm trying to go, and now I'm willing to try to help others as I continue to strengthen and move forward in my own life. That's what I'm hoping for, you know what I mean? That's what I'm hoping it works out.
We'll see what happens tonight, because not only gets a second chance, figuratively, he gets a literal second chance with Tom Brady, with the GOAT, and the rest of this team that is all set up for a Sunday night football game for us to take in against the Saints. Sarah Walsh, take it away.
It was a short work week for the Bucs, so a limited look at their new teammate Antonio Brown, but everyone knows what he can do. The last time he faced the Saints, 2 touchdowns, 185 yards. Sean Payton said the most difficult thing is trying to account for how the Bucs are going to use him tonight in their scheme. So linebacker Demario Davis told us, you have to go with what you know, and what they know is he's a phenomenal talent, and if he is out on that football field, they are going to find a way to get him the ball. Now, Antonio Brown told us he is here to get back on track. He called it surreal just being out on the practice field this week with teammates. He says he has changed from within, and he hopes to change people's perspectives. The Bucs plan to let him prove that he's moved on from a tumultuous past. Now to a place where things have been a little rocky this season. Jane Slater is standing by in Arlington.
That's an understatement, Sarah. Yes, Mike Tomlin, the Steelers head coach, said this week they were focusing on Ezekiel Elliott in the absence of knowing who the starting quarterback was going to be in this game. But here's some bad news. Ezekiel Elliott has been limited in practice this week with a hamstring issue, and they say they're going to work him out ahead of the game before they get a sense of whether he can play or not. Of course, there is the Cowboys bye next week, so that's something to consider. But he has been a workhorse for this team. He leads the league in touches since 2016, and, you know, he has not missed a game to an injury ahead of this. So we'll see if that streak continues. But, yep, as I said, not exactly the best year for the Cowboys so far.
And Elliott fumbled the ball again.
The Dallas defense is just demoralized.
Clearly, this is really a bad football team.
It's hard for me to get excited about the fact that we're better than anybody.
It was just as ugly as it looked.
Cowboys quarterback tonight is a rookie 7th-round draft pick.
And Danucci's hit and buried. He's not played. He's not played well.
Well, I think that it was a lot for him. It was frankly more than he could handle. Tough to win a ball game like that.
So, taking a look at the Dallas Cowboys this season, there's a lot of never-evers up there, and it's not good, Michael. Just in terms of the Cowboys this season, giving up yards and points at quite a clip, and that's why you've got Champ, your emotional support, Dallas Cowboys stuffed animal dog right there on the desk with you for this conversation. Is it indeed time to rebuild in Dallas?
Rich and Champ and I, another conversation we had. And Rich, and the only thing is time to rebuild, honestly, and not make light of it, is Dak Prescott leg, Dak Prescott contract, and get Dak Prescott back and get everybody back and move forward. You're not talking about rebuilding this whole squad. That's not, the Cowboys are not there. Offensively, they were in a great place. I know they weren't winning games and making some mistakes offensively, but defensively, they need to build that defense. You get those guys back healthy. We're not talking about rebuilding. You got to restart. You need a restart, but not a rebuild. Just get Dak back healthy.
Absolutely, because you're talking about when you look at this roster on offense, if they're healthy, and they have good doctors over there in Dallas, and Dak's going to be back, all right? He's going to find his way back on the field next year. And you get those two tackles, Tyron Smith and Lyle Collins and Brandon Knight. I mean, they're going to be back, too. They're all under contract except for Dak. They'll get that worked out. This offense with those receivers and running backs, very, very talented. They just need to rebuild or retool or whatever you want to call it, the defense. Right. Use the entire draft on young, good, fast defensive players. They're last in scoring defense. They're last in run defense. Yeah, go get a defensive tackle and an edge guy in a corner or maybe another safety. Go bolster up your defense. But you know what? On offense, when they're healthy, look out. They're as talented as anybody in the league.
And we throw out that term rebuild. And to me, that's usually, oh, we're old and we've got a lot of guys that have been in the league and done it. And so we need to move on. And as you said, Coach, get younger. When you look at this team's young. I mean, they got two linebackers, young guys. DeMarcus Lawrence, young guy. I know they're young on the secondary in terms of experience. I mean, offensively, you got Gallup, you got C.D. Lamb, and Amari Cooper's not that old. Zeke's not. I mean, this is not an old football team. You just went and signed a bunch of these guys because they're young, good football players. And so when you say rebuild, what does that look like? First, I'm with you, Irv. You got to find your quarterback. You've got to lock in your quarterback. If it is Dak, which I believe and most people believe it should be, lock him up. You need to get that guy done. And the only other place I think about rebuilding is you say, well, we just hired a coach. Is the coach the right coach for what we have and what we're trying to build? If he is, then I don't think there's any rebuilding to do. You just have to play better football. You've got good football players in terms of talent, but you've got to play better and put that all together.
What if he's not?
The coach. Exactly.
I mean, let's just be honest here. I mean, that's the conversation that's going on. If it's not the coach, it's the assistants, and it's just the whole power structure that's been set up there. What if that's the question?
And again, I'll grade that now. How do you measure how do you measure him with what we have, what's going on now in the field?
And I think you just have to. And I look at my backyard in Arizona, and they hired Steve Wilkes for a year.
Yes.
They drafted a quarterback. They realized after 1 year this wasn't the right fit. You know, this wasn't the right place. They went out and got a new quarterback, and they went out and got a new coach. And now look where they're at and what they're doing in a short period of time. So just to your point, how do you know? I don't know, but you have that feel. And if it's the wrong decision, are you willing to go out and say, I made the wrong decision. We need to right that wrong and move forward.
Reason why we're all laughing is we thought you meant his literal backyard.
Yeah, with a, like football field with turf in the backyard. That's what we thought you were going to go. He's got a football field in his backyard.
Well, again, in all honesty,
they can come to my backyard. Come on.
Last week against Philly, they were dialing up all sorts of crazy plays. It wasn't like that they just went vanilla with 5 or 6 plays. Seriously, like, and the players were playing their hearts out in a way that we hadn't seen the previous week. So. I'm trying to give you emotional support, just like Champ. I'm like the human champ right here for you, Irv. Before I doom your team in the 4th hour. That'll be fantastic. Chris Godwin is expected to go tonight. How about that? That's a conundrum for many fantasy team owners out there. Do you play him? Do you sit him out during the early day? Maybe he doesn't go tonight because Michael Thomas is going. T.Y. Hilton.
We're not talking enough about Michael Thomas.
Rather than later.
We're not talking enough about him.
Oh, gosh, there's Kurt's backyard. That's it. Huh?
There we go.
That's not a park. That's not a...
Yeah, everybody's got one of those.
All the Cowboys can come to my backyard. We can play the ball.
My gosh.
Yeah, Dad got one of those in his backyard, too. It's Dad.
Oh, so they don't need to come to Arizona?
No, he means this backyard. This is the backyard.
Oh, yeah, that guy can come to my backyard.
The actual spot in Arizona where Tua and Kyler are going at it. Steve Mariucci's going to have his Mooch's Cardio, a.k.a. Mooch's Minute, coming up.
Time to make your disappointing breakfast your Xfest, because Wendy's has your new breakfast love. With a fresh cracked egg on every sandwich and crispy oven-baked bacon, you'll be telling everybody about the new breakfast you're seeing at Wendy's. Hurry in for the breakfast of your dreams today.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for this guy, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We made it for all branches and all ranks, whether they served one tour or made a career of it. We also made USAA for military spouses and their kids. USAA is easy to work with and can save you money on auto, home, and renter's insurance. Become a member today. Get an insurance quote at USAA.com/quote. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
To play this NFL season, it takes medical experts developing safety protocols, cleaning crews sanitizing every surface, doctors and athletic trainers overseeing screening and testing, engineers finding innovative solutions to new challenges, and the entire NFL family doing their part to protect each other. As the situation with COVID-19 evolves, so do our safety measures.
Find your rhythm, your happy place. Find your breaking point. Then break it. Every emergency gives you a potent blend of nutrients, so you can emerge your best with Emergency.
I got you, don't worry.
I've started guidance.
Looks like you're home.
This holiday season, hurry in to the BMW Road Home.
Some things change, and some things don't. Like the great coverage and dependability of a Premera Blue Cross health plan. In fact, we've been covering school employees for almost 60 years. Premera Blue Cross, always in your corner.
That was a dime right there.
It goes without saying that he is in a league of his own.
Nice job, boys. Way to hang in there.
And we've got it dialed in from coast to coast.
I believe this is injecting the locker room with hope.
On time. Period.
Get your popcorn ready for this one.
It's all your football needs, all in one place.
It's lit. We out. There is your dagger.
NFL Total Access, only on NFL Network.
NFL Game Day morning is brought to you by Verizon. iPhone 12 Pro with 5G meets Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband. 5G just got real.
We have seen Tua v. Kyler before. Yes, the 2018 college football playoff semifinal. Alabama got up big on Kyler Murray in Oklahoma, who made it less of a boat race, 45-34. Both quarterbacks threw for over 300 yards. Tua had 4 passing touchdowns. Murray had 109 rush yards and 3 total touchdowns in his final game before becoming the first overall pick in the NFL draft later on. Mooch's Minute, take it away,
right,
Steve.
Thank you, Rich. Yeah, Mooch's Minute now. And, you know, Tua Tagovailoa got his first start for the Miami Dolphins last week. And when you start a rookie quarterback, it takes an entire team effort to help him win a game, doesn't it? Take a look against the Rams here. You got Cooper Kupp in the slot. Well, look at this, Kurt Warner. You got 6 up and only 5 protectors in the empty set, right? So if somebody's coming free, Emmanuel comes free. You got to beat him with the throw. So he's going to do that. Hey, Christian Wilkins pops out of there, defensive lineman. Oh, remember when he did a chest bump with the commissioner of the draft? Okay, that's the same guy. All right, now, here's Tua's first and only touchdown pass of the game. You got blitz off the edge. You got to be able to beat the blitz with the throw. He does that. He throws off balance. There's his first touchdown to Devontae Parker. Nice job, kid. All right, here's the same situation. You got 6 up, 5 protectors, and Agba is free. It's a sack, strip, fumble, Church's money on the ground, and Andrew Van Ginkel scores. He's that fast. All right, now, it takes special teams, too, not just defense to score. How about Jakeem Grant? Look at all the space over here to the right. All right? Run the daylight. That's what they tell him. Here we go. But you know what? There's a block there, a block there, a block there, a block there. Everybody's getting their block. And there's Van Ginkel. He plays on special teams, too. 88-yard touchdown. So it's offense and defense and everybody helping the rookie quarterback. And today, Tua and the Dolphins will travel to the desert to play the red-hot Arizona Cardinals. It's going to be a heck of a match against Kyler Murray. And let me send it now over to Stacey Dales in Indy.
And Mooch, we have a heck of a matchup here today with Baltimore and Indianapolis. Listen, these Ravens defensively, per next-gen stats, have the highest blitz rate in the NFL, about 46% of the time. Conversely, though, Colts quarterback Philip Rivers has a 118.8 passer rating this year against the blitz. He's been outstanding. I asked him this week, what excites you about preparing for this Don Martingale, defensive coordinator of the Ravens defense? And he said it's awesome. What a challenge. Exotic looks, multiple schemes that he presents, and certainly they never let you get comfortable. They never let you settle in. Rivers said it's a constant back and forth. He's thrilled for the matchup, but got to take care of the football. And unfortunately, he'll likely be without T.Y. Hilton. He's doubtful with a groin injury. Rich.
All right, Stacey, thanks very much. Now time for Cynthia Freeland's Pick 6. And let's start with Titans-Bears. Who do you have in this one?
Okay, I have a big win for the Titans today. 7-point. Oh, that's not Titans-Bears. We're giving away the next one. We'll go with the Ravens, and we'll go with the Colts first, 24-21 in this one. And we got J.K. Dobbins. You should maybe look at him for your running back issues that we just talked about. 37 rush yards, 3 receptions, and 31 receiving yards.
All right, let's move on right now. There it is, right there. There we go, Titans and Bears.
This is the 7-point win that I was talking about right here. A nice get-right game for the Tennessee Titans. Don't sleep on some points in this one because Jadeveon Clowney's not playing. But I want to point out A.J. Brown. I have 5 receptions and 68 receiving yards projected for him. He's wide receiver number 14. Ryan Tannehill with more passing yards than expected today in this matchup, especially against this Bears defense.
Deep under the radar in today's marquee is a game that could get the Broncos back to 500, and you say they do.
Yeah, this one's an upset. 27-25, a nice 2-point win. I think you should look at Drew Lock in this matchup. 251 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, maybe an interception, but 15 rush yards in this one. Could be an even higher number for Drew Lock today.
Well, sending our best to John Elway, who we found out was COVID positive a couple of days ago, so we're hoping
this win will help.
Through all that. There we go, very good. Arizona and Miami, we just heard from Mooch's cardio over there. What do you have?
I've got a 3-point win for the Arizona Cardinals in this one. 8 receptions, 91 yards for DeAndre Hopkins and the touchdown. I'm going to go revive Mooch after this one. Kyler Murray with all of the passing yards as well. A nice game for both people. And remember, this could be a higher scoring game than you imagine. Miami Dolphins, I think that you see to have a little bit more of a passing game this week.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's going to be, again, something that I'm looking forward to. Tua versus pretty much anybody he's playing the rest of the year. Seattle and Buffalo, you have the Seahawks improving to 7-1.
We've reached the point in the show where the Bills Mafia will come after me. 29-21, a 4-point win in this one. DK Metcalf, 7 receptions, 76 yards, and a touchdown. That means I think there's not going to be maybe that one guy shadowing him the entire time. I think both DK and Tyler Lockett have big games in this one. Both of them. They're both in my top 10.
Okay, very good. And then last, well, except for the Bills, last one is Kansas City putting up a 30 burger you have here.
Yeah, that's a pretty big score differential. 33-21, higher scoring game. Why? Well, Christian McCaffrey is back. So we obviously dug into it. And 78 rush yards, a touchdown, 5 receptions, 29 yards. Yes, there's going to be some Mike Davis in there, but this is a nice situation. Stay away from Chris Jones. He's playing in this one. So just keep it away from the pass rush.
33-21 the final. That's Cynthia Freeland, locks of the week, upset, and so much more from Cynthia later on in this edition of NFL Game Day Morning that sends things out to Jeffrey Chadillo right now to give us an update on this game.
Thanks, Rich. Well, when the Chiefs went out and traded for Le'Veon Bell, there were so many questions about how that would affect rookie running back Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Well, so far, so good. Edwards-Helaire talked about that relationship this week, and he said, look, he loves what Le'Veon Bell brings to this team. Loves the energy, loves the level of competition going up. The only real adjustment for Edwards-Helaire is really trying to deal with getting into a groove without as many carries. He only had 14 rushing attempts total the last 2 games, largely because of blowout wins. He may get more opportunities this week against the Panthers.
Look at me, stylish, masterpiece, body.
Are you going to bring our own energy today?
No, but I'm on this heavy, baby. You can't run with me, boy, I'm a heavyweight.
And the clinic continues by Patrick Mahomes.
All day, baby. They put another touchdown on the board, man.
Sprint and actually shovel it inside to Kelsey. Touchdown!
Right there with the whole team, we riding on it. More action and no talk, I'm quiet on it.
That's big time, boy.
Right there with the whole team, we riding on it.
All right, that's how we bring it into football 101. A little 88, a little 13. Don't show them that move. Don't show them that move.
No, sure.
Don't do it. Okay, so we're talking a lot about Arizona Cardinals, #1 total offense. Seattle Seahawks, right? #1 scoring offense. They got those 2 wide receivers out there. Russell Wilson's playing great. And I feel like the whole time, this guy and company in Kansas City are going, well, hold on a second. Have you forgot about us? Or because when we talk about a complete team and a big play team, I'm not sure anybody better than the Chiefs.
And I tell you all the time, Tyreek Hill's the most feared man in the National Football League. Andy Reid knows how to design, to attack the principles of your defense. So look at Tyreek Hill on Davis, the safety right here. This is a cover 2 robber. 46 right there. He's going to rob the middle. Now watch it. Tyreek Hill, look at what he just did to Davis, the safety. He can't do that. A great job holding the guy on one side, holding Hewitt, and then hitting him right in the middle. See, there's the robber. He couldn't get back there because Patrick Mahomes did a great job. Look at this. Same coverage, just the same coverage. Watch how Tyreek Hill fear. That's fear right there. That's Marcus Mariota. Look at that. That's Brown in the corner. They're so scared. Brown should be up playing this out right here. That Travis Kelce's coming on. Your job is up here. Get your butt back up here. But he's so scared of Tyreek Hill, he ran out of there. That's what I'm talking about. That's the most feared man in the National Football League right there in Tyreek Hill.
And that's what I love about this offense is that they've got the great complements. That you have Tyreek Hill, as you just showed. He will take the top off the defense. He will stretch the defense. And then you see the huge holes they have on the second level of the field. And then, we've got Travis Kelce. No better tight end in the league. No better guy to work the underneath portion of the field. You give me one-on-one with him and any linebacker or safety, we will take that. They've obviously got the RPO game going, but we're putting Travis Kelce back here one-on-one. Okay, now somebody try to stop him. He's great run after catch and really where he has a tremendous field because Tyreek Hill can't be quite as effective in the red zone. That's where they go to number 87. We're just going to fake block. Oh, I've got a nice little field, little shovel pass. And then he finds a way to get into the end zone. So what I love about this, and Seattle's great. I love, Lockett and I love Metcalf and what they do, but they're similar type players, whereas with Kansas City, you've got the guy that's got the speed, the big play down the field, and then Travis Kelce, who works underneath. So just great compliment. And then obviously the young back is doing really, really well out of the backfield. So love the Chiefs, right? Don't forget about Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs when you're talking about all those other high-flying offenses in the league. Rich.
Thank you very much. Michael and Kurt are having a loudest suit contest. Oh, my gosh. Says you're hanging in there.
Come on, man.
6 feet away. 6 feet away.
Well, again, I don't mean to nitpick. I think it's the loudest sport coat contest. Those are not
there you go.
suits.
That's good call.
Although I would love to see the matching pants. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, no matching
Do not
pants
adjust
for me.
your sets. Still to come right here on NFL Game Day Morning. Kay Adams goes one-on-one with Ryan Tannehill.
You were one game away from the Super Bowl. What did you learn on that just playoff run that you can put towards this season and getting there again?
We gotta finish. I think going into Kansas City, we knew we had our hands full. So much respect for what they did last year. We understand that when you play good teams, you're gonna have to play for 4 quarters. And if we stick to our process, continue to work to get better week in and week out, I think we can be happy with how things turn out. Long way to go, but it starts this week at home against Chicago.
Why choose Invisalign over other aligners?
Only Invisalign treatment uses Smart Track technology. It moves teeth more comfortably and predictably than ordinary aligners. So I could create custom treatment plans for every smile.
Taco Bell's grilled cheese burrito is filled with nacho cheese sauce and a delicious 3-cheese blend. And even more melty cheese is grilled on top. Get your hands on a grilled cheese burrito, only at Taco Bell.
Apartments.com makes getting into a new home easier than ever.
I thought you loved me.
Apartments.com, the most popular place to find a place.
Dear Best Buy, you think you know your family. Then, boom, 2020 happens. My dad, he works out to this. So, my brother Stevie, turns out he's a pretty great cook. Yikes, sometimes. And Mom, she can game.
Oh, we can help. Nintendo Switch for Mom. Power Beats Pro for Dad. Ninja Foodie Air Fryer for Stevie. They'll love them.
Did you know Duracell Optimum can make devices work even better than copper top? This toothbrush brushes quicker. This screwdriver turns speedier. This fan spins faster. Upgrade your devices with Duracell Optimum.
When game day is a go, there's a Bud Light there.
Experience clean in a whole new way. Now Roomba vacuums exactly where you need it.
Hey Google, tell Roomba to vacuum the kitchen counter.
And offers personalized cleaning suggestions for a clean unique to you and your home. Roomba and the iRobot Home app, only from iRobot.
Wild thing.
You know what I think? I think you owe us $48.50. Wild thing.
If you ride, you get it. Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Too busy to watch football all day?
Are you kidding me?
That's unfortunate. We'll catch you up with highlights from every game.
Buckle up. We're coming at you.
NFL Game Day highlights tonight at 7:30, only on NFL Network.
Before TNF kicks off, go inside the game with experts who know the game.
Quarterback's best friend is always a good running game.
Henry for the touchdown.
NFL Game Day kickoff, Thursday at 6 on NFL Network.
Never too early to tell you what's coming up over the steering wheel, and it's a battle for the AFC South. First matchup between the Colts and the Titans kicks off Week 10 on the Triple Cast. Right now, we send things over to Kay Adams. Kay?
Thank you so much, Rich. No doubt about it, Ryan Tannehill has a tough test against that formidable Bears defense here in Week 9. Now, he's 12-5 as a starter there in Tennessee as the leading guy, and he's never lost 3 games in a row. He's trying to avoid that today. Now, I got to sit down with him. We talked Khalil Mack, we talked stiff arms, and how he's going to avoid 3 straight losses. This is official.
No, yeah, it's really official.
This is like so different from Good Morning Football. I can't even handle it.
Tannehill fires into the end zone. Oh, Tannehill with the finger roll.
Let's talk about these first 16 starts for the Tennessee Titans. I cannot believe it's been a full year going back. You, my friend, this is a crazy statistic. You have the highest passer rating in NFL history of any quarterback in this first 16 starts with the team. What's been the biggest key to sort of turning things around in this stretch here with the Titans in your career?
I'm not sure you can put it on one thing. I think it all kind of works together, right? New team, new organization, new coaching staff. Love my teammates. I think everyone's really bought into what we're doing here, what we've done here, and it shows on Sundays.
Fires into the end zone. Touchdown, Titans! That's 4 on the day for Ryan Tannehill.
I love it. AFC North, not so great. Bengals, the Steelers, a loss there. How do you turn it around with your team, and what are you telling your teammates this week heading into this game against Chicago?
Yeah, we just have to get back on track. You know, we've done some good things, but it's been inconsistent the past couple weeks. You get off to slow starts, you don't put any pressure on the other team. So I think that's going to be key for us is to come out and play good football early. That way we're not down in a hole trying to battle back the whole second half.
Hey, so we need to just keep chipping away. One at a time. Let's go.
How do you think it's going to go against the Bears? How do you handle Khalil Mack and that defense?
Yeah, there's a really stout defense. You know, you look at not only Khalil Mack, but the rest of the D-line, the linebackers, secondary, they really have a solid group all the way through. So we have a ton of respect for those guys. We know we're going to have to come out and play well. And like I said earlier, come out, play well early. That way we don't put ourselves in a hole. Because you put yourself in a hole against this good defense, you're going to be in some trouble.
Henry diving. Yes!
What is your favorite Derrick Henry stiff arm of all time?
It has to be the one against Buffalo a few weeks ago.
Here comes Henry with a stiff arm, throws a man down.
Just such a mean stiff arm, and there was no one around, so it was all isolated, and it just got some really cool video, you know, slow motion of the guy flying through the air. So.
Oh my! Oh, okay.
He's dominant in what he does, and he's done it for a long period of time now. His physical presence, he has the speed to be able to take a short run, 90-plus yards at any moment. So you pair that with the visual of a mean stiff arm when he's taking guys to the ground, just a dominant player, and obviously sets the tone for us in the run game.
And the Kansas City Chiefs are the AFC champions.
You were 1 game away from the Super Bowl. What did you learn on that just playoff run that you can put towards this season and getting there again?
We got to finish. We understand that when you play good teams, you're going to have to play for 4 quarters. And if we stick to our process, continue to work to get better week in and week out, I think we can be happy with how things turn out. Long way to go, but starts this week at home against Chicago.
He's resilient. He's patient. He's quietly confident. He has all the faith in his teammates and his coach. He's really hard not to root for, even against my hometown team, the Chicago Bears. A tough defense, a tough task today as he tries to bounce back. Now let's send it over to Tom Pelissero. He's in Nashville ahead of this great game.
Okay, the Titans have lost their last 2 games, and so have the Bears, who rank 30th in scoring offense and dead last in explosive plays since Nick Foles replaced Mitch Trubisky as their starting quarterback. Wide receiver Cordero Patterson told me it really doesn't matter who's at quarterback. As an offense, we're struggling, and we see that. We are trying to fix it. Their best threat continues to be wide receiver Allen Robinson, who goes up against a shorthanded Titans secondary today. But look for the Bears also to try to get Patterson more involved. Manufacture touches for him because that guy is electric with the ball in space. Mooch and Michael?
What's next, Irv? Huh?
Well, it's hard.
What? Keep a distance, 6 feet. We have mid-season awards coming up.
You got your mask on. Yeah, mid-season awards.
Yeah, can you imagine halfway through the season?
It's M&M. Mooch and Mooch. Mooch and Mooch right there.
Do it.
Oh, Mooch on Mooch right there.
Introducing Wendy's new pretzel bacon pub cheeseburger. Nothing will distract you from the pretzel bun and beer cheese. Not even all the comments on the pic you posted of your pretzel bacon pub cheeseburger. Download the app to order ahead and get Wendy's rewards.
Did you know Duracell Optimum can make devices work even better than copper top? This toothbrush brushes quicker. This screwdriver turns speedier. This fan spins faster. Upgrade your devices with Duracell Optimum.
All Tyson Anytizers chicken is raised with no antibiotics ever. They're a great decision for snack time. Letting your son's one-man band practice in your garage? Not a great decision. Keep it real. Keep it Tyson Anytizers.
Why are we doing this?
Why are we doing what? Using my Old Spice Moisturize with Shea Butter Body Wash?
All I wanted was to use your body wash.
And all I wanted was to have a body wash.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Step your game up with NFL Red Zone and NFL Network.
Look at him turn. Oh, what a
Catch every touchdown from every game Sunday afternoons with NFL Red Zone. Join host Scott Hansen as he brings you every can't-miss moment as it happens.
We go to the Octo Box.
And get NFL Network for exclusive live games, original series, breaking news, fantasy insights, and much more.
You guys the best. That's what I'm talking about.
Go to getNFLnetwork.com to get it all.
Oh, morning sun, come our way.
Still warm.
This is the song of the day.
For some of us, our daily journey is a short one. Save 50% when you pay per mile with Allstate. Pay less when you drive less. You've never been in better hands. Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
Why choose Invisalign over other aligners?
Only Invisalign treatment uses Smart Track technology. It moves teeth more comfortably and predictably than ordinary aligners. So I could create custom treatment plans for every smile.
Rise and shine. Welcome to Good Morning Football.
You ready, Kay? Me, Kay, Peter, and Kyle. Together, they're here for football.
Let's get it going, baby.
Good Morning Football. Tomorrow at 7 on NFL Network.
We're gonna talk about this forever, baby.
Hey, feeling good. Like
My emotional support dog. TCP.
never stress.
I can't see you, Rich.
Got that sunshine.
Warner, back to throw, under pressure, throws the end zone, touchdown, Rams.
Been blessed. Got that sunshine.
There goes our Emmy.
Let's check on how fans are getting ready for game day with the hashtag Lowe's Home Camp. No London game this year, so Mooch, I'd like you to read this tweet in your London and your English accent, please.
Hello at NFL Game Day, Lowe's Home Cam, the Seahawks from Cambridge, UK. Howdy ho. Thanks, Mark J. We miss you guys. We'll get back there next year, huh?
I'll be back there.
Oh my God, I wish we were going.
Kim Jones, take it away.
Love
Hey, Rich Eisen, thanks so much. You know, against Russell Wilson today, Josh Allen was saying this week that it's their job, the Bills' offense's job, to keep Russell Wilson and company off the field. Two things about that. Number one, if offensive coordinator Brian Daboll chooses to go to some sort of ball control, he has not only Devin Singletary, who's going to try to make you miss, but rookie Zach Moss has emerged. Moss saying this week on Zoom his goal is essentially to be angry and to set that tone for his offense. But the other point I would make is Brandon Beane went out and got Stephon Diggs for potential shootouts like this one today against the Seahawks. It's going to be a fun one, I think. And the weather, absolutely perfection. Let's send it back to Mooch and Michael.
All right, thanks. Well, M&M here, Irv. You ready for this?
Let's do it, baby.
Huh?
Let's do this.
All right, give me one. Give me something hard here.
Let's do this then, Coach. I'm going first here. Who's your mid-season MVP, Coach?
MVP. To me, it's got to be Russell Wilson. Yeah, it's 6-1. He's got the best record in the NFC, and you know what? They lead the league in scoring, 34.4 points a game. His 26 touchdown passes this early, second best of all time. How could he not be the MVP?
Oh, Coach, I tell you what, Coach, he is doing a great job, and I like him too. But I want us to give love to that man that has traveled a great distance in Tom Brady. Ooh. Nobody's talking about this. I know it started out slow, but he had a COVID all season, and he didn't have any preseason games. But since week 3, 17 touchdowns and only 1 interception, and they're right 5-1 right now and in the hunt, and they just got better today. Oh. Coach, I got Tom.
All right, here we go. That's the buzzer. All right, now I got to tee you up on a mid-season Defensive Player of the Year, Irv.
Is it not incredible what Aaron Donald is doing? This is the most feared man on the defensive line right here. Aaron Donald, he's a beast right there. Just an incredible player. 9 sacks, Coach, right now. 9 sacks. That's the lead. That ties for the lead with Myles Garrett in the NFL. And he's coming up the middle of the field. Middle? That's what makes it incredible. I got Aaron Donald.
How about T.J. Watt? Because I like saying his name, okay? And Mike, he's got the most quarterback hits in the league. He's got the most quarterback pressures in the league, and he's 4th in sacks. But you know what? He gets over the hump because his team is undefeated at 7-0 with the Steelers.
That's what gets him in. That's what gets him in, Coach. Let me give you this then, Coach. Mid-season Offensive Rookie of the Year.
How about the guy named Joe Burrow, the first pick in the draft? That's enough pressure in itself. Playing for Cincinnati, that's even more pressure right there. But you know what? Joe Burrow, the rookie, has got more completions in the league than any quarterback, rookie or veteran, 3rd in passing yards. And you know what? The Bengals have scored 30 points 4 times already.
He always working with you and Kurt. It's always a quarterback messing with you. Got the coach and a quarterback. It's always a quarterback. I got Justin Jefferson's out there playing great. He leads all receivers with 563 yards in 3 100-yard games. But his team is only 2-5. That dude right there, Chase Claypool, 7 TDs in 7 games with his team 7-0. That's 7-7-7. In Vegas, you just hit jackpot, baby.
Okay, all right, here's the best one right here. The more valuable game day morning contributor. Is it Spider Mooch or is it Champ?
Oh, come on, baby. We know who that is. Champion.
You see the dog on the mouth again.
Oh, that baby. Yeah, he's so good. Champion, thank you, baby. Oh, you're so good. Champion is out there. Thank you, buddy. Hey, there, I'm the one that wins. Yes, you are.
I'm glad
Got
you
any
didn't
counter?
Spider Mooch.
Yes, you are.
I'm glad you didn't kiss Spider Mooch. Rich, help me out here. You know what? Champ is the only person, place, or thing that has a calming effect on Irv. I like Champ, too.
I so appreciate you,
Give him a kiss for me, Irv.
I so appreciate you, man. Oh, you're so good, buddy.
I think we need to put a contact tracer on Champ. Bold predictions. Put that mask over your nose, Patrick. You're valuable.
Give Champ a mask.
This season, watch football when you want.
We back in the flesh, baby.
Make way for the kick.
That was a dime right there.
Every snap from every game, now at a lower price.
They can't stop us.
All the plays in just 45 minutes. And learn from the players.
They already know what's going to happen.
NFL Game Pass, where football never stops.
What a catch.
Wait for the kick. Go to NFL.com/Game Pass to start your free trial.
Did you know Duracell Optimum can make devices work even better than copper top? This toothbrush brushes quicker. This screwdriver turns speedier. This fan spins faster. Upgrade your devices with Duracell Optimum.
Taco Bell's grilled cheese burrito is filled with nacho cheese sauce and a delicious 3-cheese blend. And even more melty cheese is grilled on top. Get your hands on a grilled cheese burrito. Only at Taco Bell.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for this guy, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We made it for all branches and all ranks, whether they served one tour or made a career of it. We also made USAA for military spouses and their kids. USAA is easy to work with and can save you money on auto, home, and renter's insurance. Become a member today. Get an insurance quote at USAA.com/quote. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
This season, let the ultimate driving machine light your way home. Exceptional offers won't last. The BMW Road Home Sales Event is going on now. Hurry in to receive a credit of up to $3,500 on select models through November 30th.
Apartments.com makes getting into a new home easier than ever.
How hot do you think it is?
$1 million. If only we had AC. I'm so happy.
Apartments.com, the most popular place to find a place.
Readjusting won't be easy. Start by smelling your best again with Axe. Get clean, smell ready.
Why choose Invisalign over other aligners?
Only Invisalign treatment uses smart track technology. It moves teeth more comfortably and predictably than ordinary aligners. So I could create custom treatment plans for every smile.
Get your ice cold Bud Light, Bud Light. Seltzer hip. Can you get a Bud Light delivered to your seat just like at the game? Yes. And will I still do my touchdown dance just like at the game?
Nobody's stopping him. Get off me!
There's no better way to wrap up your Sunday than with highlights and analysis of every game.
Now this kid has been balling. Touchdown!
NFL Game Day Final, tonight at 11:30, only on NFL Network.
All right, Champ's tweeting. Awards are nice, but being there for Michael Irvin is all that matters to me. Oh, nice.
I said that's Champ. That's
this pup.
Oh boy,
wants a date with Champ. Hashtag GCP for Champ.
Oh man, she loves
please.
Champ.
It's time for bold predictions, which again is just for entertainment purposes only. Viewer discretion is advised. Presented by our friends at Lexus. Steve, are you first up here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what do you have?
Rich. Guess. I got another one of those.
Well, I know when you start that way, I know I'm in the clear.
Guess who has the most passing yards as a Cardinals quarterback against the Dolphins?
Oh.
Guess.
It's not Jim Hart.
Yeah, that guy right there. Back in 2008. Kurt Warner threw for 361 yards and beat the Dolphins. Do you remember that? You probably have the box score on you, taped on your refrigerator, right next to the Employee of the Month from Piggly Wiggly, right there, okay?
I had a perfect rating. I had a perfect rating in that game.
Okay, you had a perfect rating. Fine, you self-promoter. Okay, but that's not it. That's not it. Guess who has the record for the most receptions in Week 9 against the Dolphins? Give me one of these. Irv, he had 12 receptions. That tied a career high for you. 12 receptions in a 29-10 win. I'm sure you, when you're driving your granddaughter around, you just tell her about this, don't you? Okay, so I've got a double smash burger. Today, Kyler Murray, the Cardinals quarterback, will throw for 388 yards.
388? Oh, he's going 13.
And D-Hop will have 13 catches and double smash both of your records on the same day.
I like that.
Let me hear it. That's a good one. That's a good one, right?
I stand in awe.
That was a good one. I like that. I'm going to actually stay in that same game, and so this will lend itself to my bold prediction as well. But first, a history lesson. You guys know 5 times in the NFL we've had quarterbacks that have finished 1-2 in the Heisman voting play in the National Football League. We've had Lamar Jackson against Deshaun Watson, Cam Newton, Andrew Luck, Sam Bradford and Colt McCoy. It's kind of surprised me. Jim Plunkett, Joe Theismann. And these two quarterbacks in Kyler Murray and Tua played one time in college. You mentioned it earlier, Rich. Yep. 318 yards for one, 308 pass yards for the other, which is 626 total. I'm going to say today they will smash that and throw for more than 627 yards. They also combined for 7 total touchdowns in that game. I say they smash that as well, so we'll have at least 8 total touchdowns, which will be a never-ever for quarterbacks that finish 1-2 in the Heisman Bowl.
All right.
Yeah, and for me, you know, one of the things that in therapy they talk about is being able to deal with your struggles and your issues up front, you know, Rich, and handle them. And if you can get to the place where you're having fun with them and joking and laughing and not crying and hurting, then that's even great. That's even better. So what we've done here, Champ and I, is we're going to bold predict this. The Steelers are #1 in the NFL in sacks right now. #1 in sacks. The Cowboys, you know, since Dak has gone down, only putting up 7 points a game. So, Champ, I know, Champ, we're just trying to get stronger. We're just trying to get stronger. We're going to have some fun with it, Champ. And what we'll say is the Steelers will have more sacks than the Cowboys going to have points today. I mean, the Steelers have more sacks than the Cowboys have points, buddy.
By the way, the Cowboys been averaging points-wise since...
7.
By the way, I was literally just...
7 points.
7 points.
I was literally just wondering, does Champ get a bath during the week? And we're going to find the answer to that, because look at all of Irv's makeup on Champ's nose. Oh, my goodness. Mooch and Russ cooking together is still coming up.
I didn't even notice that, Fritz.
Well, these Bills are 6-2. They're pretty darn good. Are these Bills for real?
Yeah, these guys are for real. I mean, you turn on the tape.
Ball comes out, loose ball. It is Buffalo ball.
I'm old school, Mooch. You know, you turn on the tape, you get to see how fast they fly around, how they make plays. They're definitely doing that. It's a great football team. It's going to be a great matchup. 2 great football teams going back and forth, back and forth. We're looking forward to the challenge.
Alexa, tell Roomba to vacuum in front of the couch.
Experience clean in a whole new way. Now, Roomba offers you personalized cleaning suggestions and vacuums exactly where you need it. By getting to know you and your home, Roomba makes cleaning easier than ever before. So say goodbye to cleaning and hello to clean.
Hey Google, tell Roomba to vacuum the dining room table.
Roomba and the iRobot Home app, only from iRobot.
When game day is a go, there's a Bud Light there.
Howdy, folks. Colonel Sanders here to make dinner time a little easier. Meal times can be overwhelming, especially when you're trying to work, parent, and help with the schooling all at once. So let us help with KFC's $20 fill-ups. It's like a home-cooked meal you don't have to cook. Drive-thrus open or get contactless delivery.
Smooth driving pays off. With Allstate, the safer you drive, the more you save. You've never been in better hands. Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
Thursday Night Football on Fox. It's a battle for the...
Watch, Archer.
You forgot this.
Wait, you...
Customer service.
Your employees work hard for you. Give them a health plan that works harder for them. From Primera Blue Cross, with more options to fit your business needs and budget. Because your employees depend on it. Find your plan at business.primera.com.
This number?
Delete.
You were walking with Mark?
You should know how dumb that makes me look. I don't care if she's your lab partner.
Why do you have texts from him? Because I love you. This Jason number?
Delete.
And Ben?
Delete.
Because I love you, I should smash your phone.
You got lucky. Because I love you.
That's not love.
Like a superpower, bringing hope to your despair. In your darkest hour, right away, Red Cross is there to honor the words we've said, and the cross we wear is red.
Monday on NFL
NFL Total Access. Who sounded the baller alert? Every moment that mattered from Sunday's best games, every shootout, every shutout, and a countdown to Cam. It's the Patriots and Jets, Monday, 7 Eastern.
We got an enemy in our house. Let's hit him in the mouth.
Ben back, pops, throws for the end zone. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Dive over the pile, heads into the end zone. Touchdown! What a catch by Evans. Perfect throw by Brady.
Makes a Packer miss. That is loose.
He's killing these guys.
Russell Wilson warming up, if you will, cooking in Western New York. The NFC leading Seattle Seahawks taking on the AFC East leading Buffalo Bills. And Josh Allen, whose first month of the season had him on an MVP possibility of trajectory, coming off of a win, hard fought, needed a Cam fumble late, but they did in fact beat the Patriots last week leading into this game. Sunday Night Football, everything kind of leads into Tampa tonight for the Saints and the Bucs, rematching that Week 1 battle in the Superdome. This one is for first place. The Saints could come away with the tiebreak and sweeping the season series, or the Bucs have the alternative. Sarah Walsh, take it away.
Rich, Tom Brady admitted this week that he and Drew Brees are closer to the end than they are to the beginning, although maybe you wouldn't know that if you watch how these two have been playing. They know what's at stake, the driver's seat in this division, and Tom has harped this week on not making mistakes that the Saints can capitalize on. He talked about those 2 turnovers he had in the first game, including a pick 6. But in the last 6 games, Brady has turned the ball over just once. Now, Brees, for his part, would say he is just focused on winning this game, but he did concede this about that touchdown record. They continue to swap back and forth. He said, quote, "It's pretty cool. When in history has that happened?" For much more on this game, Rich, back to you in the studio.
All right, Sarah, thanks very much. And that's how we kick things off in hour number 3 of NFL Game Day Morning, presented by Lowe's. We put the home team. We're just after halftime of this 4-hour edition that takes you up to kickoff of the 1 o'clock Eastern games right here on NFL Game Day Morning. Rich Eisen, Steve Mariucci, Kurt Warner, and Michael Irvin. Now for the show that I host every week, an NFL Films produced show on Epix every Wednesday night at 9 Eastern, if I may say so. I did, I gave you an essay on Brees versus Brady, but taking a look at the other aspects of their game, like running, drop kicking, and things of that nature. I try to give you something that you're not looking for.
That's funny.
We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that here.
Good.
I just want to know who had the advantage in that.
Especially with those two.
Well, you got to see it.
Doug Flutie?
You got to see it, Kurt. I mean, I'm not just giving any milk away.
Come on.
Brees or Brady, who do you have more confidence in tonight, Steve?
Well, obviously, both quarterbacks are great. They're both getting a great receiver joining the club for tonight. So when you say about confidence tonight, I'm going to say Tom Brady, because it's about the defense he's playing against, all right? Tom Brady's playing against the Saints defense. They've had their struggles, and I can't help but think, you know, Drew Brees is going to be playing against that really tough Bucs defense who made Aaron Rodgers, you know, I don't want to say look bad, but so that's the thing. I have more confidence that Tom Brady, with all of his weapons, will have just an easier game tonight. He won't get pressured quite as much as Drew Brees will.
Made Aaron Rodgers look human, you mean?
Human.
Yeah, it's good.
Human. Yeah,
that's better. This is an interesting one, because I think the aesthetics of it says Tom Brady, that we're watching and we're talking about him and we're seeing the big plays that they're making offensively, and then you look at New Orleans and you go, man, can Drew Brees throw it down the field anymore? And can they make big plays on offense? But you look at, you know, where these two teams have been since week number 3, and Drew Brees is completing 76% of his passes, has a higher quarterback rating than Tom Brady does, and as you mentioned, Mooch, he's getting his main man back. And this, to me, can be a difference maker. They haven't had a lot of big plays, pushing the ball down the field. Michael, I just love the route running here, right? Tight man-to-man. So watch him club with his left hand in the one-on-one situations. Now he turns this into a big play, and that's what they get from Michael Thomas. This route running ability is going to be great against that young secondary right here. Boop, boop. He's going to get inside, going to hit him with that left hand again, avoids any contact,
and
makes that
slows
big
down
play
up in there, Kurt.
into this. Yeah, I mean,
that's incredible.
And so,
yeah,
again, both these guys are great. Both these guys are going to play well. But I'm excited to see Drew Brees this year. He had the one game with Michael Thomas, actually against the Bucs, only 3 receptions. I expect him to come back, be targeted a lot, Michael. And can he give them some of those big plays? That could be the difference maker in this game.
And you talk about, because he hadn't played in a while, you're wondering, okay, how much can he take, the pounding. But you see that right there. That's not about outrunning anybody. It's not about, that's just about timing. That's just about understanding the time, how he slowed down in the middle of the field. And I think it's going to be interesting to watch. 'Cause let's be real here. There's a lot we don't know about what's going on in New Orleans. That's, because it wasn't just that he had the injury. He also had some kind of situation that we haven't heard about that I'm sure will come out somewhere down the road. But if he can still have that kind of timing, because when you're away, it's not just your physicalness that goes away. It's also that sense of timing. If he can come back with that kind of timing, they'll be good. But I'm still going to lean towards Tom Brady on being good here because of everything. And they got, of course, getting Antonio Brown.
Yeah, lots happened between weeks 1 and current, since we last saw Michael Thomas on the field. Yeah. And you know how Brady always takes everything in and puts it as a chip on his shoulder. You have to think Breeze is going to be doing the same thing, or has been doing the same thing, with that whole doesn't throw it down the field, can't throw it down the field. The offense looks totally different without Michael Thomas, so does Brees. Well, now he comes back, and then we'll just roll.
You guys remember,
wins in a row.
When Tom, I think it was when Drew broke the record, and Tom said, good job, but I'm going to challenge you. That challenge is coming up today now.
It's exciting.
Back and forth.
Right, it'll be fun. The fun of it is still coming.
So exciting. And this game's going to lead right into it, Mike. So you'll be going from this one to that one, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Jane Slater, take it away.
Well, Rich, today's game between the Cowboys and Steelers gives Cowboys fans an up-close look at the one that got away. I'll take you back to the 2017 draft. Taco Charlton on the board. The Cowboys passed in favor of the now-released Taco Charlton. Now, EVP Stephen Jones talked about that this week, and he said defensive coordinator Rod Marinelli was really concerned that Watt wouldn't hold up against the run in a 4-3 defense. If they could do it over, though, they would. TJ Watt has been a big part of the reason why the Steelers have been so successful. He's become one of the league's most feared pass rushers. I even asked him this week, I said, how close was this thing? He said so close that when the phone rang ahead of that Cowboys pick, his family quickly put on Cowboys hats, and he quickly had him remove them because it was, in fact, the Steelers. Here's more on that team so far.
The Steelers trying to get to 7-0 and match the greatest start in franchise history.
Y'all know what time it is.
The Steeler defense in one of its finest moments.
Oh, my God.
Laser into traffic. Pittsburgh to win the ball game.
To remain unbeaten. And we got the terrible time.
That terrible cow has got an idea.
It's been the 70s since the Steelers were last 7-0.
7-0, baby. Let's go.
So this is a question that I don't know if any of us thought we'd be asking coming into the season, because Big Ben was coming off of that injury-marred campaign last year, and we expected the defense to be pretty darn good, but we were wondering about the offense, certainly with Ben returning, and who else could be part of this mix. And then Chase Claypool shows up, and the running attack looks as stout as ever, and the offensive line's protecting Ben, who looks like vintage Ben, and the defense is as good as it gets. That's the question of the moment. Is this the best Steelers team of the Ben Roethlisberger era? Michael,
going first.
And it's interesting you come to me first with that, Rich, because I happen to have Jerome Bettis on my podcast this week, and we talked about this.
Nicely
Jerome
done.
Bettis, we talked about it. Being in his rookie year with 15-1. Yes, I do.
Leave him alone.
The MIP.
Leave him alone.
Podcast. In his rookie year, he had a team. They went 15-1. 15-1. That's what Jerome Bettis talking about. Of course, they get to the AFC Championship game, and Ben Eyes was this big, and of course, they go in, and Belichick does some things, and they lose that game, and he doesn't play well. But now, I won't say it's his best game, but this is certainly the team that Ben has under his control. Ben was assisting, just not making a mistake before. Now, it's totally Ben's control. And they tried to get it here. They tried to get this number of receivers and the diversity of receiver like they have when they tried to get Martavis Bryant to work with all of those other guys. But, of course, that didn't work. Now they got Claypool with Juju Smith-Schuster and Deontay Johnson. They have what they want now so they can say, Ben, I know everybody talking about Russell Wilson cooking. You go ahead and cook. So I won't say it's the best team, but it's the first team that's totally under his control, and they have it like they want it.
We got to get you some T-shirts and get that trending. The MIP, kind of like the GCP, MIP.
GCP.
Yeah, okay, I like we get that going a little bit. I'm going to say no, this isn't the best team that Big Ben has had with the Steelers. I mean, I don't believe it's the best team on either side. Their defense is really good. I remember back in 08 when we played them in the Super Bowl, their defense averaged giving up less than 14 points a game. They were dominant. Offensively, we've seen some better offensive teams, even though they're young and could get there at some point. But what I will say about this team is, and again, we're going back to the GCP, what this team does is they make game-changing plays. And we saw it last week. They gave up, 200 rushing yards last week against the Ravens. But when it came to crunch time and it got into the red zone, they made game-changing plays. We saw it offensively. Struggled. They didn't do a lot of stuff offensively, but when they needed plays down the stretch, Big Ben and those young receivers made those game-changing plays. And so that's what I love about this team. 7-0, they're undefeated, not as dominant as some other Steeler teams that Big Ben has been on, but they are really good in the moment, Coach, at making those big-time plays when they need to make those big-time plays.
Well, I agree with you. And then you're talking about those Super Bowl teams of 2005, 2008, 2010. Defense and run game, and I agree now Ben has got more to do in the passing game. They're more balanced. They're top 5 on defense. They're top 5 in scoring offense. They got more ways to beat you right now. When they grow up, look out, it's going to be good. But you're talking about GCP. He's got a T-shirt right there hanging all over the place. I'll show you the ultimate GCP in 2008. We're talking about...
Oh, don't do it.
We're doing it.
Oh,
no. GCP.
What does this have to do with their team now? What does this have to do with their team?
Oh, God. Keep going. It takes a while.
Man, how many times we show that in the course of a year?
Well, you asked for it because this is the ultimate. This is what a GCP is, people, on defense. And you got to have some of those. And this year's defense is very good. They sack the quarterback. They take it away more than anybody.
Most important thing. You're not going to show the GCP on offense, too? I mean, there's... Great highlight of that.
You want to show Santonio's touch over the
I don't want to show any of it. I'm just asking
after
if
you threw your touchdown to Larry.
Larry tried to be DK Metcalf there. You almost got him. Almost got him.
No.
Sorry, but almost is not part of GCP, right?
No, it's not. Unfortunately.
I can't believe we did Kurt just like that. That is just not. That's just not right.
You can believe it?
That's all right.
It happens all the time.
We throw everybody under the bus here. Game time decision for Zeke. Calvin Ridley not expected to go.
Didn't you have
Jake
a bus on your
going
podcast?
for the Jaguars today against Houston. Ian Rappaport, what do you have in your notebook, sir?
Had the bus on.
Rich, let's talk about Tua Tagovailoa, the Dolphins' first-round pick, coming off his first win of his NFL career, certainly not his last, but he did hear it a little bit from his teammates as they joked, thank God we got a great defense. And, of course, his stats didn't exactly light the world on fire, but my understanding, just talking to people with the Dolphins over the course of the week, the best thing they saw was obviously not the strip sack from Aaron Donald, but the way that Tua responded. He came down a little bit later, threw his first touchdown pass. He showed the mettle, the resolve, the resiliency that they want from the leader. It's not like his stature, Joe Burrow or Justin Herbert, but they saw exactly what they wanted mentally from Tua, Rich.
Right, and Ryan Fitzpatrick showed up at practice this week having some fun. I don't know if you saw that. He was wearing
shorts?
The short shorts were so short, it made John Stockton look like a member of the Fab Five. That's how short shorts those were. It was really... I mean, it was cutting up, though. I mean, and it's all... It was all working, obviously, last week for Miami, and everything seems to be all good in that hood. But what more do we need to see from Tua today?
We need to see a lot more, Rich, than what we saw last week. But there were some things that, when I went back and watched tape, that I got excited about. Is that, for me, young guys, have a plan against pressure. Know where the pressure's coming from. Does a great job of seeing it right here. Got a hot receiver coming off this left-hand side. Okay, don't panic. Get the ball out of your hands. Get it to one of your playmakers. Let him make a play. No negative plays. And then we saw the touchdown that he had. Once again, we're going to see pressure up the middle. I'm going to see it. I'm going to recognize it. I'm going to replace that pressure with a quick throw. He gets the touchdown here. We talked about it going into this week, that week 1 game. that he had to throw the ball quick, get the ball out of his hands, prevent any negative plays. Yes, he got a lot of help from his defense, but I liked what I saw from the young man in terms of having a plan, getting the ball out of his hands. He's going to have to do that again today because this Cardinals defense is really good, and they've got some great blitz packages as well.
Tua versus Kyler Murray, and then also still to come, Tua versus Justin Herbert and Joey Burrow and Drew Lock and Patrick Mahomes. I mean, it's just going to be a lot of fun watching Tua go through the process of his first professional playing season. What will Christian McCaffrey look like today? What should we expect from him? That's coming up next.
Too busy to watch football all day?
Are you kidding me?
That's unfortunate. We'll catch you up with highlights from every game.
Buckle up. We're coming at you.
NFL Game Day highlights tonight at 7:30, only on NFL Network.
This season, catch every snap from every game and all of the plays in just 45 minutes. NFL Game Pass, where football never stops. Go to NFL.com/Game Pass to start your free trial.
When you're ready for Chipotle, the Chipotle app is ready for you. Get all your favorites, fast, fresh, and with complete customization. So it's made exactly how you like it. With the Chipotle app, real food is ready. Order now for contactless carryout or delivery.
I'm a Verizon engineer, and today we're turning on 5G across the country with a coverage of 5G nationwide. And in more and more cities, the unprecedented performance of ultra-wideband, the fastest 5G in the world. It will change your phone and how businesses do everything. I'm proud because we didn't build it the easy way. We built it right. This is the 5G America's been waiting for, only from Verizon.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard Packaging.
I got plenty tattoos on my flesh. Drip on me, I tactical my vest. Hundreds everywhere, I made them down, baby. Oh, deep.
Go to NFLshop.com and gear up.
We're all here for football.
That is how we start the show, baby.
It's about that time.
We're talking about those epic matchups. Unbelievable!
That was out of control.
It couldn't get any better than this. And instant classics. What a throwing catch!
This is going to live forever.
We're here for the Thursday night throwdowns.
So we're going to continue to get better.
This was a get-right game.
Sunday morning breakdowns.
Those guys are going to have to step up. Don't sleep on this defense.
And all the inside lowdown.
I got to be a part of that. If I got to carry it 40 times, I'll do that.
He is a star in this league. Your team.
He's got the skills. He's got the speed. Still going.
Our team.
The best wide receiver in the NFL.
Every team. Touchdown! If it happens in this league,
Why we love football.
we're all here for it.
It's on.
Wow. Are you kidding me? NFL Network. We're here for football.
Oh, wait.
It's going to be a good one.
The weather confused. They don't know what to do. 1 minute is sunny, 1 minute is snowing.
Hey, you got to bring our own energy today, baby.
Oh, it felt so good when it came out.
Good rush, 3-4. I see you 3-1. I see you 3-1. Good job, 11. Good job, 17. Good job, 10. Way to get upfield, 2-6.
Yeah, I'm here.
Huh? I'm here. What that mean? You ain't had to say nothing to me. That was kind of sweet. Can't wait to go home and have a nice hamburger.
It's okay to look at the camera. You don't have to act tough. The game's over. You don't have to be shy.
You got to just act like it's not there, my guy.
Fun stuff, just fun stuff. NFL Film's so great. Lowe's Home Cam, hashtag it, use it, and we'll check out. Dad's got his emotional support dog ready. Oh, yeah. Irv, you're just spreading the love. Again, adopt, don't shop, people. Hashtag Lowe's Home Cam. I can't believe he's got a bird. There is Patrick Mahomes, most valuable player of the Super Bowl last year. Most valuable Patrick, definitely on the Kansas City Chiefs as well. Jeffrey Chadia in Kansas City for this big game. Christian McCaffrey back for Carolina, which needs a win.
Thanks, Rich. And there's, the Chiefs defense has played really well this year as far as forcing turnovers, limiting points, but they still have a big issue when it comes to run defense. Right now, they're ranked 29th in the league in rushing yards allowed, and that's not a good stat when you have Christian McCaffrey coming in today. A defensive coordinator, Steve Spagnuolo, talked about McCaffrey, and he said what makes him so tough is most teams you see running backs be running backs or wide receivers be wide receivers. This guy can be those kind of players in the same drive. So he wants to avoid mismatches, get the right personnel on the field. And I got to ask Mooch here, what kind of day is Christian McCaffrey going to have for the Panthers?
Yeah, Jeff, you know what? I've always believed that great players, when they're healthy, should play great. And I don't expect anything but Christian McCaffrey coming back. Now, he's going to alternate series with Mike Davis. But you know what? Christian has missed 6 games, but he still has the most scrimmage yards in the league since 2019. And you mentioned it. The Chiefs' defense, they're good in scoring defense, but their run defense still needs some work. I expect him to have a pretty darn good game. And now let me send it over to Stacey Dales for more on the Ravens and the Colts.
Well, Mooch, new Ravens receiver Dez Bryant has waited 2 years for this moment. In fact, the last time he played an NFL game was back December 31st, week 17 of the 2017 season with the Cowboys. He was later released after that season by the Cowboys, subsequently picked up by the Saints, and 2 practices in, he tears his Achilles tendon. So what a journey it has been for Dez Bryant with all the rehab. Just over a week ago, finds himself a Baltimore Raven, activated from the practice squad just yesterday. And in talking to a source last night, they're thrilled even to this stage where he's at. I'm told that they've loved what he's done in practice, the effort, working with the younger players, and really, Michael Irvin, the overall attitude. You know the guy well. Imagine the butterflies right now that Dez Bryant has returning to an NFL field, Michael.
Yes, Stacey, and I talk about the energy I believe that Antonio Brown will bring the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This guy will do the same thing for the Baltimore Ravens. You know, since 2012, he's still 3rd in most receiving TDs in the NFL, even though he hadn't played since 2017. This guy gives Lamar Jackson that room he needs, that room for error, throwing the ball up. The Baltimore Ravens are 13th in red zone. They'll use him in the red zone, just throwing it up and let Dez go and get it. Now let's get it to Tom Pelissero.
Irv, the Titans traded for cornerback Desmond King just before last week's deadline. He has not even practiced because of COVID protocols, but is expected to make his debut today, potentially as the 3rd corner in the nickel package. That was not the only trade that Tennessee explored. I am told they also made calls on left tackles, including Minnesota's Riley Reif. Were not able to strike a deal. Taylor Lewan out for the season, so it'll be Ty Sambrailo trying to slow down Khalil Mack and a Bears pass rush that seems to be heating up. Titans receiver A.J. Brown told me these guys are really physical. We got to get open quick. As for Brown, did not practice Thursday, but told me his knee is fine. It's just maintenance. Kurt, how do the Titans avoid a 3rd straight loss?
Well, I tell you, it's really about efficiency when you're talking about this offense and this defense. You know, we want to look at Ryan Tannehill. We want to look at what they do offensively. But as a team, they've struggled the last 2 weeks. Their offense is down 10 points a game. Their defense giving up almost 30 points a game. And their defense allowing almost 70% conversions on 3rd down. So it's about efficiency with this team. They've got to find a way to stay on the field, both offensively, I should say stay on the field offensively, get off the field defensively. The last 2 games, they've only averaged 23 minutes time of possession in those games. So that is not Titan football. Be more efficient, stay on the field offensively, and they got a great chance today against the Bears. And this guy's got a big game up in Buffalo. But in prep for that big game, he sat down with our coach this week. That talk is coming up in a little bit.
Well, these Bills are 6-2. They're pretty darn good. Are these Bills for real?
Yeah, these guys are for real. I mean, you turn on the tape.
Ball comes out, loose ball. It is Buffalo ball.
I'm old school, Mooch. You know, you turn on the tape, you get to see how fast they fly around, how they make plays. They're definitely doing that. It's a great football team. It's going to be a great matchup. 2 great football teams going back and forth, back and forth. We're looking forward to the challenge.
I'm just going to grab a burger. Oh, you think that's a bad move? So you're saying I should go to Subway for a delicious footlong. Amazing speech, Coach.
I know.
Now in the app, get a free footlong when you buy 2 because it's footlong season.
Some may wonder how Apartments.com has helped more renters find their place than any other site by digitally upgrading every one of our employees physically. Ooh. Now, everybody at Apartments.com can and does give 110%. Apartments.com, the most popular place to find a place.
Hi.
Happy anniversary.
For what?
Every year you're with us, you get $50 toward your home deductible. It's a policy perk for being a Farmer's customer.
Do I have to do anything?
Nothing.
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 Nothing?
Nothing.
That really is something.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmer's policy perks. See ya.
May I have a balloon too?
Sure. Your parents have maintained a Farmer's home policy for 12 consecutive months, right?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Start with a quote at 1-800-FARMERS.
Did you know Duracell Optimum can make devices work even better than copper top? This toothbrush brushes quicker. This screwdriver turns speedier. This fan spins faster. Upgrade your devices with Duracell Optimum.
Metro has the best deal in wireless. So whatever your goal, however you hustle, Metro has you covered so you can rule your day. Get unlimited data with 5G access included for just $35 a line. All on America's largest 5G network at no extra charge. And right now, get the latest 5G phones for less than $100 when you switch. That's the best deal in wireless. Metro, empowering you to rule your day.
This year, let's make our own holiday magic. Let's celebrate home with more cheer, more light, and more memories. Because a gift for home brings joy to all.
Nobody's stopping him. Get off me!
There's no better way to wrap up your Sunday than with highlights and analysis of every game.
Now, this kid has been balling. Touchdown!
NFL Game Day Final, tonight at 11:30, only on NFL Network.
If it's happening now, you're going to be hearing it on NFL Now.
Get the latest from around the league with up-to-the-minute news on all 32 teams.
This is a guy who can help them win now.
Touchdown! NFL Now, tomorrow at 1, live on NFL Network.
Second half of the season begins today in terms of the schedule. In terms of the Seahawks, this is their 8th game, so that'll be half of the season for Russell Wilson. Is he the current frontrunner for the MVP in your book? Let's see what happens in Western New York today. Kim Jones, take it away.
Rich, stop the presses at 65 degrees at Bills Stadium. So nice that these players aren't in the locker room. They're all on the field warming up. So I'm going to step out of the shot and talk about a couple of them in particular. I thought Pete Carroll paid Josh Allen a really nice compliment this week when he said that, like Russell with the Seahawks, when you watch the Bills, you can tell everything goes through Josh Allen. For a third-year quarterback like Allen, that's a very nice compliment. And then there, of course, is Russell Wilson. This was interesting to me. Pete Carroll said that it took a couple years for offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer and Russell Wilson to really get on the same page where they can maximize this offense. Think about that. In today's NFL, where we want everything to happen yesterday, Carroll's saying it took a little time. Now, for more on Russell Wilson, let's go back to my guy. Hey, Mooch.
All right, Kim, thanks a lot. Yeah, this guy right here, Russell Wilson, has never, ever had a single vote for the MVP. You know, he's been to 2 Super Bowls. He won one, he lost one, and he needs just one more win this season, and he will have the most wins for a starting quarterback in his first 9 seasons of all time. And guess what? Only Aaron Rodgers has a higher career passer rating than this guy right here. Well, I think this is the season that this guy right here, Russell Wilson, gets the recognition that he deserves. I sat down with Russ. We talked about family. We talked about receivers.
There he
and
is.
You know what? Now let's have some fun, okay? Russell Wilson. I saw you and Buster Rhymes. I saw that, but did you see me on game day morning?
Spider Mooch. I can't see, Rich.
I was Spider-Man. Did you see it?
Hey, that's a good look. That's a good look. I'm liking it.
Well, I saw the Busta Rhymes thing and the Janet Jackson, but what were the kids?
Little Man Future, he was Carnage. Sienna, she was Maleficent. And Win, he was a little puppy dog, having a good time with brother and sister, so it was a blast.
I know you were close to your dad. Tell us, Russ, what he taught you that you now use as a parent yourself.
My dad always asked me, son, what do you want to be? Where are you going to go? What's it look like? Paint a picture for me. He used to always say, paint a picture for me, son. And if I started painting that picture and it wasn't big enough, he said, no, we start over. That ain't good enough. Start over. What I pray for my children is that they have vision and then they go accomplish it.
You gonna feed me? That's what's up.
Russ, I lost my dad a couple years ago during Super Bowl weekend, and I still talk to him. Do you talk to your dad still?
Yeah, I mean, I think about him all the time. I'm just grateful for having a dad who really cared, who kind of gave me a lot of guidance, a lot of love too.
You guys are 6-1. Well, these Bills are 6-2. They're pretty darn good. Are these Bills for real?
Yeah, these guys are for real. I mean, you turn on the tape.
Ball comes out, loose ball. It is Buffalo ball.
I'm old school, Mooch. You turn on the tape, you get to see how fast they fly around, how they make plays. It's going to be a great matchup. Two great football teams going back and forth, back and forth. We're looking forward to the challenge.
You got a couple of receivers that I really like, right? Tyler Lockett.
Lockett makes a catch in the end zone. Come on, man. Keep showing them why. Keep showing why you're the best number. Let's go.
And I don't know how he catches so many deep passes, but let's talk about DK Metcalf, all right? Because the world needs to know more about this guy.
Well, he's special, Mooch. There's nobody like him. He's, almost 6'5". He says if I could run 4.29, I believe him.
Metcalf might catch a Baker trying to outrun him. He is sprinting. He is running. He dives and he catches him.
What were you thinking when you saw him chasing that guy down?
Well, I was getting blocked. I was trying to get off the block, and next thing I know, I was trying to catch Buddha. Buddha's fast. He can roll. And next thing I know, I hear a lightning bolt go right by me. I said, go get him.
Touchdown, Seahawks. Let's go.
A lot of us are talking about Russell Wilson as the MVP this year. Do you ever think about that, or do you just say, I'm just wired in on the Bills right now?
I only think about it when people ask about it, I think obviously the ultimate award is the Super Bowl, and let's go win that one. The good thing about the MVP award is that means your team's doing great. That means you're winning.
Coming back, let's go. Let's get it, come on.
Winning's everything. That's why you play this game. There are no days off. Somebody asked me, how many days off do you take a year? Days off? I'm 365.
Let's go, I got you, let's get it.
I play this game to win, and I play this game to win it all.
He and Aaron Rodgers throw such a beautiful deep ball, right? I mean, you could take a look and also throw Wilson's name in with some other greats, all-time greats. Most passing touchdowns in the first 7 games of the season. He's on pace with some of the greatest in the history of the game. And just again, that deep, you see them, it's like they come straight down a chimney, right at the end. They just come straight down. It's really amazing.
It is awesome.
So, what about today, Steve? What do you think about today?
Yeah, well, this team's pretty darn good, and the only concern that I have, it's certainly not on offense. Now, they're missing some running backs, so he's got to carry this team on his shoulders. He really does with those receivers, because there's no Legion of Boom, Rich. They're 32nd. They're last in total defense. Now, I think they're going to get better with Jamal Adams and Carlos Dunlap coming back. Yeah. But, he's going to know that he has to outscore people to win and get back to that Super Bowl. And if he does, it'll be because of Russell Wilson in the passing game, not because of that defense.
And this Bills defense hasn't been what any of us expected them to be coming into this season. We thought that their defense would carry them again. If Josh Allen got better, this team could be a team that would compete. But their defense has really struggled, especially against good offenses this year. They're giving up almost 200 yards rushing against good offenses. So, as you said, Coach, it's hard to carry a team every week with your right arm. Can they run the football today and take some of that pressure off? A couple good DBs over there for the Buffalo Bills. Something to watch for. I think the Buffalo Bills do a great job of their zone blitzes. So bringing pressure, dropping in zone behind it, and that's someplace that Russell Wilson has struggled a little bit in his careers. When somebody brings pressure, holding the ball, recognizing it, getting the ball out of his hands, something to watch for today.
Yeah, but one of the things, Kurt, you talk about how hard it is to continue to lead a team without that run game. One of the things they do have, and we talked earlier about Tyreek Hill being the most feared. DK Metcalf is coming to that class now. He's entering that class.
It's like a superhero on the screen.
Right, and I'm telling you something, when I said most, it has raised the level of Tyler Lockett. Tyler Lockett has played some very good football for a long time, but not what Tyler Lockett is doing right now. Tyler Lockett is making plays like I haven't seen him make in his whole career with Baldwin and all of those guys, and it's all because of DK Metcalf. Those one-handed plays and all those catches he's making now, he's through the roof. Now you get him and Tyler Lockett playing that way, the diversity in receivers with Russell Wilson. Yeah, they're dangerous.
And, you know, I look at that, and obviously, like you said, it looks like a superhero on the screen. But the other thing I'm looking at is that he's in a cutoff shirt and no sleeves in the middle of November in Buffalo. I mean, yeah. what helps a pass game late in the season having good weather and not having to worry about the cold and things closing it down? So obviously that bodes well for the team.
You know what, man? Listen, he's doing that too. He's walking by Tre'Davious White, and I'm listening, looking down. Hey, what a day you about to have, huh, buddy? You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine looking like that and walking by the cornerback? Yeah. Just that's amazing.
It's funny. You look at that and you think about the weather. I think about maybe laying off the carbs a little bit. What about you, Steve?
I can't lay off the carbs.
Just figure that's the way I'm looking at it. But that's just me. Is this thing on? Yes. Ian Rappaport. Ian Rappaport, take it away. Actives, inactives have come back. What do you have for me, Ian?
Let's start with one of the biggest names who is injured. You mentioned receivers. Here's a good one. Kenny Golladay, the Lions star receiver, officially out today with a hip injury. He was actually declared out earlier, and from what I understand, it's going to be at least another week for the Lions playmaker as they face the Minnesota Vikings today. Another receiver who we are not going to see out on the field, Calvin Ridley, one of the best young receivers in the NFL for the Atlanta Falcons, dealing with a mid-foot sprain. Did not practice this week, just now officially declared out. Meanwhile, their opponent today, the Denver Broncos, are going to have Phillip Lindsay, their electric running back. Kind of bruised some toes a little bit during practice this week, was limited, officially active. Meanwhile, for the Jacksonville Jaguars, Gardner Minshew Mania is officially out. Not the starter today. Probably would not have been the starter even if he wasn't injured. Jake Luton is going to make the start, so get ready for Luton lunacy, I guess, Rich.
Well done. I like it. Very good. All right. There he is. Okay. See what I'm saying? I think here, I think that...
You never do this, Rich.
But I'm just saying, like, maybe go a little gluten-free on occasion, you know?
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean?
I'm guaranteed to look like that.
Whoa, much Davis White right now. Look at that, man.
Honey, I dash, got it on smash, foot on the gas. I will not crash, they will not stop me. Tenfold, copy, end zone, watch me celebrate. I'm cocky, I do my dance, jump in the stands. No man, man dash, 100-yard hands dash. Thought he could 100-yard dash, 100-yard dash, yeah.
Before Voltaren Arthritis Pain Gel, my husband would have been on the sidelines. But not anymore.
An alternative to pills, Voltaren is the first full prescription strength non-steroidal anti-inflammatory gel to target pain directly at the source for powerful arthritis pain relief. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Thank you. Bradley, get a freshly made Subway footlong instead. Try my favorite turkey. Order on the app.
Anything from our fans.
Try the new Subway Buffalo Chicken or Barbecue Chicken.
Once weekly Ozempic is helping many people with type 2 diabetes like Emily lower their blood sugar. A majority of adults who took Ozempic reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
Here's your A1C.
Oh, my A1C is under 7.
And you may lose weight. Adults who took Ozempic lost on average up to 12 pounds.
I lost almost 12 pounds. Oh!
For those also with known heart disease, Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as heart attack, stroke, or death.
It lowers the risk.
Oh?
And I only have to take it once a week.
Oh.
Ozempic is not for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not share needles or pens. Don't reuse needles. Do not take Ozempic if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you are allergic to Ozempic. Stop taking Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, itching, rash, or trouble breathing. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your doctor if you have diabetic retinopathy or vision changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Common side effects are nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, and constipation. Some side effects can lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Once weekly Ozempic is helping me reach my blood sugar goal.
You may pay as little as $25 for a 1-month or 3-month prescription. Ask your healthcare provider today about once weekly Ozempic.
Thursday night football on Fox. It's a battle for the top of the AFC South. Derrick Henry for the touchdown. Phillip Rivers leads Indy as he sets out to prove he can still deliver. What a throw. But Derrick Henry and Tennessee have plans to run through the division. You just can't break him down. Touchdown. Colts. Titans. Thursday night football on Fox, NFL Network, and streaming on Prime Video.
Look, we can call these players fantasy factors and whether they're up or they're down, but let's be honest, the greatest fantasy factor on this show is Kay Adams when she tells you who you got to play. She nails so many of these picks. Let's say hey to Kay Adams right now, back here on NFL Game Day morning. You're building a daily fantasy lineup. What players on the same team would you build your team around for your stack of the day, Kay?
Yes, everyone's going to go Seahawks, Bills, and everyone's going to go Raiders, Chargers. We're not going chalk today, Eisen. No, we are going to go and give love to the Texans and the Jags, baby. That's right. Deshaun Watson. Low-key, amazing. The past 4 weeks averaging 325 yards a game. Will Fuller has 5 straight games with a touchdown. I like stacking those two together. And then run it back with the guy who's you're going to have to pay up for a little bit. It is James Robinson. He'll be heavily relied upon, of course, with the new quarterback being rolled out there. Texans giving up the most fantasy points to running back. So a savvy play, contrarian, a little, you know, off the beaten path, which you love in daily fantasy.
All right, so your fantasy plays of the day are?
Let's go with a guy who is on fire, and Justin Herbert. How incredible is he? 15 touchdowns over the last 4 games, guys. He's had at least 27 fantasy points in 5 of 6 games played this season. That is the highest floor at the quarterback position. The Raiders' top 5 most generous to quarterbacks over the last 5 weeks. It all just makes sense. He has the makings of a high-scoring quarterback finish in a high-scoring game. Fire up Herbo. Okay, at running back, my play of the day is Chase Edmonds. No Kenyon Drake today. Hello, Edmonds. Hello, touches. Hello, opportunity. Look at him running into the end zone. I love it. His versatility will be on full display. And I'm not that scared of the Dolphins defense. I said it. Mark my words. They are a top defense in the league, but they low-key are giving up 5.2 yards a pop on the ground over the last 5 weeks. At wide receiver, Stephon Diggs. Consistent targets, high volume situation on our hands in this matchup against Seattle. What's not to like here? Seattle's still giving up the most fantasy points to wide receivers this year. 9 wideouts have hit the 15 fantasy point mark in this matchup. You know what, Rich? I like John Brown in this one, too. I think you should fire him up. I also like Cole Beasley in this one.
Wow.
Slot receivers have been lighting up the Seattle Seahawks this year.
All right, so appreciate your advice right here on NFL Game Day morning. We'll see you and the rest of the Good Morning Football crew back in action in studio tomorrow, starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time every single day. See you then, Kay Adams, right here on NFL Game Day morning. The Jones Mahal side of the Week 9 late window contest between the undefeated Steelers and the desperate need of a win Dallas Cowboys. Now, in the lush history of this great game, we have seen a repeat matchup in our biggest game 7 times. Indeed, the same teams have rematched in the Super Bowl only 7 times. But the 6 matchups of Washington, Miami, San Francisco, Cincinnati, Dallas, Buffalo, Philly, New England, New York, New England, Rams, New England, they only came in pairs. Dallas and Pittsburgh, those vaunted franchises that account for 11 combined Lombardis, well, the Cowboys and Steelers have seen each other on Super Sunday 3 different times. So, in advance of Sunday's matchup with a lot less hype and levels of expectation, we figured it would better serve everybody to stroll down memory lane.
Roger goes deep across the middle. Mark Johnson caught! Touchdown!
Here is Bradshaw. Fires into the end zone. Complete touchdown. World champion, number 1.
Super Bowl captured by the Pittsburgh Steelers. An incredible season.
Time, throws a deep ball, touchdown! The Cowboys are back on top of the mountain.
The Steelers, the first team in the history of the NFL to win it 3 times.
Bradshaw firing downfield. There goes Stallworth. And it's a touchdown for Pittsburgh.
Jimmy Johnson's taking his team from the absolute worst to the absolute best.
How about them Cowboys?
What a run by the league's MVP.
Catch 22. Rush the quarterback.
The Cowboys lay claim to being the team of the 90s.
Randall Alley's going to throw it down the field. Touchdown, Pittsburgh!
Is this the last stop for the bus?
The last stop is here in Detroit.
The Steelers have won the Super Bowl for a 6th time.
The Cowboys and the Steelers, it's a big game.
Well, here's the reason why we asked earlier if this is the best Steelers team of the Big Ben era, because in terms of points per game and touchdown interception ratio, sacks per game, this is the best Steelers team, period. And if they win today, they'll have the first 8-0 start in team history. And this is the reason why I think they're going to definitely do that, is because this is the Dallas Cowboy team coming into today's action. One of the worst in terms of these metrics ever. So for more on what it's like to be counted out, it's time for Hall of Famers Only, presented by Geico.
Thanks, Rich. There's a lot of never-evers on there for both teams. And we're all about giving hope here, Irv, right? We're all about giving hope and support to fan bases. So nobody giving Dallas a chance, right? Dallas has no chance to win this game. But I know you've been in situations where you had no chance before. Take us through one of those. Talk to your fan base out there in Dallas that there is a chance.
Well, I don't know if it's ever been this bad, Kurt, to be honest with you. But okay, and my example certainly don't lean to what they're going through right now, because I have to go to the 92 championship game. You know, we had gone through that season, and we gone 13-3, and we felt great about where we were. We knew we thought we were ready to win Super Bowls. But the San Francisco 49ers, we didn't play them that season. They went 14-2 that season. So because they had a great, everybody kept, the Cowboys are probably about a year away. Man, we went into that 92 championship game, and you just saw that play. We made up in our minds, we will not leave this stadium without winning this game. Everybody was willing to do anything to win the game, and we actually did win that game. We won it 30-20 to go to that first Super Bowl. But nobody but the guys in that locker room gave us any chance to win that game. Yeah, we're talking about, opportunities when people didn't give us much chance. We're both talking about playoff opportunities, though. I'm going to go back to 08 when, we were termed the worst playoff team ever in the history of the game. We were 9-7, played in a bad division and got into the playoffs. And remember going to Carolina. They were 14-2 that year, the number 2 seed. They had beat us that year, and everybody's like, this team has absolutely no chance to go in there and play. And you see right there, we beat them 33-13, played one of our best games. And after that game, I remember everybody in the locker room and, everybody looking around like, oh my gosh, we won this game. Right. And our mantra kind of became in that moment, let's shock the world, right? We're in a situation here to shock the world. Worst playoff team ever. Now a chance to be the first Arizona Cardinal team to go to the Super Bowl. And obviously 2 minutes to go in the Super Bowl, had the lead in the Super Bowl. So from that game, it kind of changed everything, and it changed our mantra to shock the world. So Cowboys fans, go shock the world today. You got a chance to beat the Steelers, the vaunted Steelers, with all those never-evers. Man, how good does this feel to see Des Bryant out there catching a football, Irv? And you see him right there, right in the corner of the end zone, just jumping up and catching passes, just like we talked about. Des can do that. He can jump over anybody, catch anything. We're not asking him to run great routes. Just come down with the football in the end zone.
Rise and shine. Welcome to Good Morning Football.
You ready, Kay? Me, Kay, Peter, and Kyle. Together, they're here for football.
Let's get it going, baby.
Good Morning Football. Tomorrow at 7 on NFL Network.
Monday on NFL Total Access. Who sounded the baller alert? Every moment that mattered from Sunday's best games. Every shootout, every shutout, and a countdown to Cam. It's the Patriots and Jets, Monday, 7 Eastern.
Why choose Invisalign over other aligners?
Only Invisalign treatment uses Smart Track technology. It moves teeth more comfortably and predictably than ordinary aligners, so I could create custom treatment plans for every smile.
Did you know Duracell Optimum can make devices work even better than copper top? This toothbrush brushes quicker. This screwdriver turns speedier. This fan spins faster. Upgrade your devices with Duracell Optimum.
What is that?
Mine. Why?
It's just that it's...
Lavender? Yes, it is. Old Spice. It's for men.
But I like the smell of it.
Until we can be together again in the life Artois.
At Burger King, we have flame grilled beef, lettuce, onion, tomatoes. Wait, is that supposed to... Oh, yes, it is. The 2-for-$5 mix and match deal, now at the side of PS5. Buy and play game in-app for a chance to win.
This is the new Google Pixel 4a with 5G with a Titan security chip. But to someone who doesn't mess around with security...
I don't mess around.
It's the super safe stuff securer. The Google Pixel 4a with 5G from $499.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed Crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
After 225 years, you'd think we'd look to our past. Nope. We're looking to our future, where we're innovating every day to raise Jim Beam for 225 years to come.
All Tyson Anytizers chicken is raised with no antibiotics ever. They're a great decision for snack time. Letting your son's one-man band practice in your garage? Not a great decision. Keep it real. Keep it Tyson Anytizers.
I get my protein from plants like wonderful pistachios. Crazy? So was seeing the first touchdown dance.
Is he dancing in the end zone?
I don't know, but I dig it. Oh, yeah. They also come in honey roasted. Plant protein from wonderful pistachios.
Want to dominate your fantasy league?
Let's go points, man!
Our experts have the insights to give you the winning edge.
He's got the skills. He's got the speed. The dude is like a rocket.
NFL Fantasy Live, tomorrow at 6 on NFL Network.
Hey, join me on the Rich Eisen Show tomorrow. We'll review everything today. Tyler Lockett will be joining me this week. Same with The Miz, comedian David Cross, and more. Weekdays, noon to 3 Eastern every day. Peacock is my home. The Peacock app is free. Go to peacocktv.com and get it today. Picks standings. Curtain front. Ooh. Oh, did I do 5 and 9?
Wait. Look at 5 and 9. Have we ever had a 5 and 9?
Is that really what happened last week?
5 and 9. You're last place.
Xander Cooper, hide your eyes.
Oh, wow. That is bad. I'm not going to lie. That is terrible. So I've done myself a hole.
We appreciate you agreeing with that.
No, it's terrible. What more can I say? I don't know what. That's got to be a polling error.
That was a rough week.
A polling error. That's good, Rich. You know, it's coming. It's coming.
Okay, I'm taking the Cardinals in this one. Steve, what do you have?
Yeah, I'm taking the Cardinals as well. You know, Tua's got a long way to go. They're playing well on defense, but they might run into a buzzsaw over there in the desert.
As I said before, I'm excited to see Kyler Murray against that defense and what they do, but I just think both sides of the ball that the Cardinals have too much. I'm going Arizona.
I'm always saying it's interesting to watch what everybody around the young Tua does, and that defense shows up like it did last week. Whew, it'll be something, but I got enough courage. I'm taking Arizona.
By the way, if this happens and the Bills win, then Cardinals are in first place.
Whoa.
All right.
In the NFC West.
They've already beat the Seahawks.
Entirely possible. I know that. That's my point.
Yep. That's a good point.
What do you all think the autumn wind is a pirate? Anybody want to pound the table for the Chargers?
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a shot here.
You got a pirate hat out here?
We think the autumn winds. But by the way, this would be the first back-to-back win for the Raiders this year.
Really?
And the Chargers keep losing at the last.
But that's okay, though. That's a good thing. That's a good thing, Rich. It's a good thing because they did that with Phillip Rivers, but that was his ceiling. This is this young kid floor. They're losing by 3 points. They're all one score. They're on the right track.
This kid's going to be really good.
That's a very powder blue sky you're looking at right there.
Yeah, powder blue sky.
I am taking the Washington football team in this one, guys, which would put them a half game behind the Philadelphia Eagles. And kudos to Ron Rivera. Again, he is through his treatments. for the cancer that he's been battling. So I think everything's looking up right now for the Washington football team. I think they win this one.
I'm going to take the football team, too. They're coming off a bye. I think that helps. And they'll be fresh. They got a nice game plan ready to go. And we're all thinking about Ron Rivera, too.
Isn't just the Giants' one win? Wasn't that against Washington?
It was.
Yeah, against
20-19.
I don't know. The Giants,
Riverboat went for 2 in the last second.
Yeah, right.
And that was how the Giants got the W.
The Giants, to me, are just playing better than their record. Not a great football team, but they're competing, and they're finding ways, and their defense is playing well. They just got to find a way to win one. Danny Dimes just can't be throwing those dimes to the other team like he did on Monday night. But I'm going the Giants in this one. They just got to find a way to win.
And I almost turned away when all the Golden Tate stuff came out because they need all the help they can get and don't need to be setting people. But whatever happened, Golden Tate's not there. But I'm going to run and stick with the Giants.
Oh, wow. Even split right there.
Lone wolf.
Even split right there. Okay. Cynthia breaks the tie, saying that Wooch and I
should have Cynthia, you supposed to tell me this.
Must be a state of Michigan thing, Steve. Must be a Michigan thing.
Those close.
It's an Okemos thing.
That's right. Okay.
Kind of weird.
No better way to wrap up your Sunday than with highlights and analysis of every single game. NFL Game Day final after this game tonight at 11:30 Eastern, only on NFL Network.
Frustrated that your clothes get damaged when you wash them and they just don't look the same? Well, now there's a solution with Downy Defy Damage. Downy Defy Damage protects your clothes from the stretching, fading, and fuzzing that happens throughout the wash process. Protect your clothes with Downy Defy Damage.
5G just got real. iPhone 12 Pro Max and iPhone 12 Mini are here on Verizon 5G.
The iPhone is mini, but the 5G is huge.
With the coverage of 5G nationwide and in more cities, the performance of 5G Ultra Wideband, the fastest 5G in the world.
Whoa, mobile gaming just got infinitely better.
Pre-order iPhone 12 Pro Max today and get another on us.
This is the phone to get.
This is the 5G phone everyone wants on the 5G America's been waiting for, only on Verizon.
Home has been there for us all year long. So this holiday season, let us help you give back to home with gifts that inspire new projects. Make work a little easier. And add some style to the things we do together. A gift for home brings joy to all. Find great gifts and deals for everyone at Lowe's.com.
Alexa, tell Roomba to vacuum in front of the couch.
Experience clean in a whole new way. Now, Roomba offers you personalized cleaning suggestions and vacuums exactly where you need it. By getting to know you and your home, Roomba makes cleaning easier than ever before. So say goodbye to cleaning and hello to clean.
Hey Google, tell Roomba to vacuum the dining room table.
Roomba and the iRobot Home app, only from iRobot.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Too busy to watch football all day?
Are you kidding me?
That's unfortunate. We'll catch you up with highlights from every game.
Buckle up. We're coming at you.
NFL Game Day highlights tonight at 7:30, only on NFL Network.
Don't ignore the subtext. It's on us to intervene in sexual assault. Because we can. Take the pledge at itsonus.org.
To play this NFL season, it takes medical experts developing safety protocols. Cleaning crews sanitizing every surface. Doctors and athletic trainers overseeing screening and testing. Engineers finding innovative solutions to new challenges, and the entire NFL family doing their part to protect each other. As the situation with COVID-19 evolves, so do our safety measures.
I love y'all boys, man. I'm rocking today.
Hey, feeling good.
Shoveling inside to Kelsey. Touchdown! That time Mahomes went underhand.
Feeling blessed, never stressed. Got that sunshine on my Sunday bed.
They don't touch it. Touchdown!
This dude is a freak.
Got that sunshine on my Sunday bed.
Yep. He is your reigning Super Bowl MVP. He has a touchdown interception ratio that's first in the NFL. It's 21-1. Whoa. And here comes Carolina into Patrick Mahomes' house.
Yeah, well, here comes Christian McCaffrey. After 6 weeks off, he will alternate a little bit with Mike Davis, but this guy's got fresh legs. Look out. He still has more scrimmage yards than anybody in the last 2 years.
And Ryan Tannehill had his team off to a 5-0 start, and then they came to a screeching halt with 2 losses in a row.
Effects.
Now they got a little Bears defense coming in. Can they get back on track today?
It's the matchup, man. This guy right here, 6'4", 230, and Tre'Davious White is 5'11", 190. That's 5 inches and 40 pounds.
I feel bad for
40 pounds.
whoever the other guy that came in with those shorts on, with those pale legs. This guy looking like this. That's a bad 2-shot, I'll tell you that. Sunday night football, Saints, Bucks, huge contest, huge game for the NFC South lead. Sarah Walsh, our first report of the day, and now our latest. Sarah?
When the Bucs signed Antonio Brown to the team last week, he became the 4th Pro Bowler this team has signed since the end of last season. Shaq Barrett summed it up this way: we are built to win now. We have everyone in a position to get the job done to win now. Of course, Tom Brady will tell you there is no shortcut to getting on the same page. He says you have to put in the work. And for the first time this season, he will be without his starting left guard, Ali Marpet. He is in concussion protocol. But for the first time in his career, he will have 3 Pro Bowl wide receivers on his roster. And Rich, you would have to go way back. The last time a team had 3 Pro Bowl wide receivers on the field in the same game, on the same team, the 1994 Houston Oilers. There's your fun fact.
Houston Oilers #1, right? Remember that song?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so let's check on the pirate ship here. Best record through 8 games in the history of the team so far. It's working out so far for Tampa. Also, most points per game through the first 8 games in the team history. That's working out. All right, let's see what's Fire the Cannons. What's on this sale? We've got best point differential in the history of 8 games in the NFL. Okay. Bay Buccaneers. All right. Welcome to hour number 4 of NFL Game Day Morning, presented by Lowe's. We put the home in home team. So if I need to, just off the top of my head here, to put the names to that team that Sarah Walsh. Hold on a second. Oh, does that make me does that make me Dan Pastorini?
Let me see you do it.
Am I Dan Pastorini?
Because I'm over here on it.
1984.
Let me see you get it.
Okay, that makes you Ernest Givens.
I coached Ernest Givens at Louisville
Good to know.
College.
That makes you Webster Slaughter.
That wasn't Warren Moon at the time? That was
Well, 1984, was that Warren Moon or Dan Pastorino?
It could be Warren 94.
Moon. It was 84, she said.
Oh, I thought she said 94.
Oh, 94, my bad, 94.
Right.
And then you would be Haywood Jeffries.
Haywood Jeffries,
who spelled his last name Jeffires, if you remember that.
Jeffrey, right. Oh, it was Webster Slaughter was the third one. I didn't have one. I forgot what squad.
That's a way to show knowledge.
That was a good squad.
I missed Slaughter. I would have missed Slaughter on that one. It was...
Well, I was also told the 3 names in the commercial break.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. Because I was trying to get it over. I was like,
I would have guessed it anyway.
Givens, it's the 3rd guy got me.
I would have guessed it. Drew Brees and the Saints offense, we just showed you how unprecedentedly well things are going on the offensive side of the football for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Do they, and this is amazing, we're even asking this question with Brees getting Michael Thomas back and Alvin Kamara going crazy as he has all year. Will they be able to keep up with the Bucs tonight?
You know what, Rich? You just showed the pirate ship and all those offensive stats and all that good stuff that the Bucs are doing right now. But this game's going to be about the defense. I'm just telling you. The Bucs, I can't get it out of my mind when they play it against Aaron Rodgers. Right?
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers was sacked 5 times. He got hit 13 times. His passer rating was 35. That's the 3rd worst of his career. This Bucs defense is for real. And Drew Brees, yeah, he's getting Michael Thomas back. But you know what? He's not as mobile as Aaron Rodgers. So it's going to be a difficult day for the Saints to move the ball if the Bucs play like they did against the Packers.
And I know it was week 1, but he played against this defense, and they scored 34 points against this defense the first time out. And when you look at these teams, and I get it, it. We looked at all those stats there, and they put up a couple 40 burgers talking about the Tampa Bay Bucs offense. But when you look at the two offenses side by side, 26 points or more, and the Saints have scored 26 points or more in every game but one. Tampa Bay has been under 26 points 3 times. So still not hitting on all cylinders. Can they keep up in New Orleans? Yes, they can keep up. I believe Michael Thomas back, Alvin Kamara. You mentioned it, Rich. Alvin Kamara is playing some really, really good football, and he becomes a mismatch. Now, maybe the 2 best linebackers in the league for Tampa Bay's defense against Alvin Kamara. They love to run him on these choice routes, Michael. You can go in or out. Which way you're going to choose as a defender. Now he can make a guy miss. All right, great. Well, let's try to double him, Ren. Let's drop off Khalil Mack. Let's drop in our safety here. Let's take away Alvin Kamara, which you won't be able to do with Michael Thomas, but okay. I'm going to beat you back to the inside. I'm going to find some green grass, and I'm going to make a big play. So, yes, I believe the Saints, it's going to look different. Yeah. It's not going to be the big plays. It's not going to be bombs away. But they're extremely efficient. And, yes, I believe they can keep up and score in the 30s today and have a chance. I don't know if they're going to win this game, but have a chance.
And that's where I think, Kurt, the separation comes. With Tampa being able now, especially adding Antonio Brown, to get that big play, to hit that big play, while the Saints are going to have to dink this ball down the field, and we don't know what Michael Thomas is going to look like, how it's going to affect him since he's just coming back. The Tampa can stop that run, and if Tampa's offense can put points on the board, boy, that puts Drew Brees in a stressful situation when he needs a big play, and they're just trying to dink and dunk that ball. That's why I don't believe they'll be able to stay up with that offense. Tom Brady is on payback, man. You got him on week 1. You made Tom look bad. It made him look so bad, he went in the next couple weeks and put up a number 4 after he didn't have no more downs. Oh, Tom remembering all of this. He's coming back, and he will get it today. They will not be able to keep up with Tom.
Yeah, you mentioned that win, the Saints had against the Bucs week 1, but the Bucs were just getting to know each other.
That's what I'm saying.
The first time they did any, it's a hello, what is your name? And they're a lot better right now. I think really on both sides of the ball, particularly on offense with Tom. So it's going to be a heck of a game. Great players all over the place, but the Bucs are much better.
The Giants did give them a game on Monday night. I mean, they had a chance. They had to get help from
going higher. They were looking past the Giants, right?
What?
They were looking past the Giants. They
almost looked past the Giants into an overtime game.
Yes, they did.
That almost happened.
Yes, they did.
That almost, but it did not. It did not. And then now we turn our attention to the NFC East. Or would you rather turn our attention to the AFC North? Well, how would you like me to toss to this mic? Whatever you want. Lock of the week coming up. But for the moment, let's get a report from AT&T Stadium and Jane Slater. Jane?
Poor Michael Irvin, you have just been giving it to him this year. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about these two teams today. You've got the Steelers that are coming in here 7-0, and a lot has to do with the fact that they've had such a dominant pass rush. 74 quarterback hits, that's league leading. In contrast, you've got the Cowboys offensive line that's seen 5 different combinations in 8 weeks. Now, they're going to see a little continuity today for the first time this season. They'll see the same starters on that offensive line for the 2nd week in a row. Now, head coach Mike McCarthy was asked about the possibility of taking their all-pro right guard, moving him to right tackle because Terrence Steele has been struggling. Well, he snapped back and said, this isn't fantasy football. You want them to develop a rapport. Rich?
The Steelers trying to get to 7-0 and match the greatest start in franchise history.
Y'all know what time it is.
The Steeler defense in one of its finest moments.
Oh, my God.
Laser into traffic. Pittsburgh to win the ball game. Who remain unbeaten.
And we got the terrible time.
The terrible cow has had an idea. It's been the 70s since the Steelers were last 7-0.
7-0, baby. Let's go.
So, Michael, this is the, I guess, NFL research form of Champ, the emotional support dog. Since 2007, okay, when the Steelers have been on the road taking on teams 4 or more games under 500, like the Cowboys are, they're 4 under 500 right now. Okay. They play down their opponent. This is, I mean, it hasn't worked out very well for them, and so there's that. Meanwhile, the Dallas Cowboys in the lush illustrious 60-year history of this team, and I fear every time I doom against you, I get that much further away from Mr. Jones asking me to host another one of their shows talking about their great history, the 60th anniversary of the Cowboys team. But I'm only doing it again because you give me so much crap about the Jets. This is the first time in the history of the Dallas Cowboys that they are giving a quarterback their first career start in back-to-back weeks. That has never happened. Last week it was Ben DiNucci. Now it is Garrett Gilbert, Steve Mariucci.
Yeah.
The question is how is he the key to staying competitive with the Steelers today?
You know, Kurt, it's all about the quarterback, isn't it? It's always about the quarterback.
That's right.
Garrett Gilbert. I knew his dad, Gail Gilbert, played at Cal, all right? And he played a little in the league. Garrett Gilbert. So I got to know this kid. Now, he's been on 7 teams, a lot of practice squads, okay? He's just trying to get his chance like Kurt Warner did. But he played in the Alliance Football League, people, and Andrew Siciliano and I did a game in the booth, all right? So you know how you study these guys, and then you go there and you watch practice in Orlando Apollos, and we met with them, and we met with Steve Spurrier, his coach. He led that league in passing. He was really good. He was the best quarterback in that league, without a doubt. And you know what? Garrett Gilbert, you know what the Apollos, you know what Apollo is, Irv? That is the Greek god of healing.
Right.
And, you know, so there might be a healing process over there with the Cowboys, because Garrett Gilbert can sling it. You know what? I can't wait to watch this guy.
That's good. So they go from the best backup in Andy Dalton to the best AAF American football.
Yes.
The Alliance League, yeah. I hope it comes back. It was a lot of fun.
It was just last year.
Okay, and we're asking, how do they stay competitive? We keep getting the best to some other thing, but how do they stay competitive? It's...
Kurt, your thoughts?
Ask Champ. Maybe Champ has
That was Michael Irvin's analysis right there. I got one. I got one.
That was it. Kurt, you want to take over?
Didn't it come up in our meeting yesterday that in the AAF, the defenses couldn't blitz? So maybe if they want to be competitive, they can go over to Mike Tomlin and say, hey, Mike, can we just lay off the blitz today? You guys can only play base packages, no blitzing Garrett Gilbert. Let's just make this thing competitive today. Maybe that's their only chance. And
like Rich said, you got to get 3 Mississippi before you can rush.
That's right.
You can't even rush.
That was great, because Steve was just like, I said during the meeting yesterday, like, Steve, did you call one of his games for the AAF? And you're like, yeah. You know, maybe it could be like a Kurt Warner story and all this stuff. And he looked great. He was amazing. And then Cynthia Freeland says, her line of the day, she goes, yeah, they couldn't blitz in the AAF. I'm like, oh, right.
You're just a little blanket, okay?
Yep.
You can blitz one guy late.
They laughing at
he was good.
buddy.
Threw for a lot of yards, just like you did in Europe.
That was good.
They just laughing at us, buddy.
You know what? Let your smile be your umbrella, sir.
Yeah.
They were laughing at Josh Allen and the Bills a couple years ago. Never know. Jim Jones, take it away.
Well, Rich, about a few minutes ago, more than a few minutes ago, Zach Moss was standing about 10 yards behind me. It struck me that the rookie running back for the Bills out of Utah is built like a bulldozer. No wonder the Bills love him. It will be very interesting to see how much Bills offensive coordinator Brian Daboll tries to establish the run today against these Seahawks. And my conscience is guilty because I haven't talked enough this morning about terrific Seahawks receivers, Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. They are going to challenge Tre'Davious White and this Bills defense today. And speaking of those two guys, they're getting throws from a pretty good quarterback, by the way. Let's take a look now at Mooch's conversation earlier this week with Russell Wilson.
You guys are 6-1. Well, these Bills are 6-2. They're pretty darn good. Are these Bills for real?
Yeah, these guys are for real. I mean, you turn on the tape.
Ball comes out, loose ball. It is Buffalo ball.
You know, I'm old school, Mooch. You know, you turn on the tape, you get to see how fast they fly around, how they make plays. It's going to be a great matchup. 2 great football teams going back and forth, back and forth. We're looking forward to the challenge.
You got a couple of receivers that I really like, right? Tyler Lockett.
Lockett makes a catch in the end zone. Come on, man. Keep showing them why. Keep showing them why you're the best number. Let's go.
And I don't know how he catches so many deep passes, but let's talk about DK Metcalf, all right? Because the world needs to know more about this guy.
Well, he's special, Mooch. You know, there's nobody like him. You know, he's, almost 6'5". He says I could run 4.29. I believe him.
Metcalf might catch a Baker trying to outrun him. He is sprinting. He is running. He dives and he
there. What were you thinking when you saw him chasing that guy down?
Well, I was getting blocked. I was trying to get off the block, and next thing I know, I was trying to catch Buddha. Buddha's fast. He can roll. And next thing I know, I hear a lightning bolt go right by me. And I said, go get him.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Let's go!
A lot of us are talking about Russell Wilson as the MVP this year. Do you ever think about that, or do you just say, I'm just wired in on the Bills right now?
I only think about it when people ask about it, you know. I think obviously the ultimate award is the Super Bowl, and let's go win that one. The good thing about the MVP award is that means your team's doing great. You know, that means you're winning.
Coming back, let's go. Let's get it, come on.
Winning's everything. That's why you play this game. There are no days off. Somebody asked me, how many days off do you take a year? Days off? I'm 365.
Let's go. I got you. Let's get it.
I play this game to win, and I play this game to win it all.
Now there he is out there in Western New York. A beautiful day, mid-60s. It is just a great day for football here in the second Sunday of November. Kind of nutty. Who has the advantage today, Steve? Russ is cooking or the Bills' defense?
I think Russ is going to cook a little bit because, you know, when you really dig deep and you look at that defense now, the three teams that the Bills have played that are playoff teams in playoff contention right now, the Chiefs, Tennessee, and the Rams, average 33 points a game. So the good teams are scoring points. Well, the Seahawks lead the league in scoring. They're averaging 34.4 points. Right. So the Seahawks are going to get their due. And you know, they got the receivers. They got against a good secondary. But I think Russell Wilson and DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett will get theirs.
And you heard Kim talk about those receivers. You know, Tyler Lockett, I talked about earlier, is playing his best football. Last year was the first time he went over 1,000 yards. He had 1,057. Right now, he's on pace. The record for the Seahawks, 1287 by the Hall of Famer Steve Largent. He's on pace to break that at 13-14. Tyler Lockett is his best year ever. And then DK Metcalf will break Tyler Lockett record and have. He's on pace for 15-54. Man, these dudes right now, I know we're talking about the defense is not where it needs to be, but boy, they are cooking on offense with Russell Wilson.
Well, last week in the AFC North, it was a rough week for this guy. Your defending most valuable player, 4 turnovers, and yet the Ravens almost pulled it off. Next time we see the Ravens and the Steelers is going to be Thanksgiving night on NBC. But for today, a marquee event in Lucas Oil, Stacey Dales is there. What's up, Stacey?
Well, regardless of those turnovers, this Colts defense, the second-ranked total defense, Rich, in the NFL, has great respect for the speed of Lamar Jackson. And hearing from head coach Frank Reich this week, he said, listen, when you face this guy, it's gotta be 11-on-1, because one-on-one in open space, he's going to win most of those. And certainly when you think about speed, Reich said the other part to it, it's got to be a combination in facing him of speed and discipline. They go hand in hand. Reich said it's like a two-sided coin. One is not more important than the other. It's got to be both. But I thought Justin Houston, the defensive end, said it best about Lamar Jackson. He said, you can't play scared against this guy. You must respect him, but do not fear him. And by the way, no T.Y. Hilton as confirmed because of the groin injury. Rich, more on this game. Throw it to you.
Thank you so much, Stacey Dales. The Colts defense and Lamar Jackson is going to be a fascinating matchup. Colts defense is one of those sneaky best defenses in the NFL that nobody is talking about. So, Kurt, can they replicate what the Steelers were able to do last week, do you think?
I mean, it looks good on paper, and you say replicate what the Steelers did last week. I mean, the Steelers gave up 250 yards rushing, and it really came down to critical plays. Now, the Colts have been good at not giving up big plays. They've been good at getting turnovers. I believe that's what it's going to take again, is that they're not going to stop this running game of the Ravens. Can they create negative plays? Lamar Jackson had 2 interceptions, or 3 interceptions last week. He had 2 fumbles in the red zone. So he struggled in critical moments of the game. That's going to be the key today for this Colts defense, is can they create some of those?
And then the Colts next game in just 4 days, they go to Tennessee. So this is a big stretch right here for Frank Reich's team that sits at 5-2 with Phillip Rivers. And then you've got this game in Kansas City that we'd be keeping an eye on all day. Christian McCaffrey back for Carolina. Once upon a time, 3-3. They've lost the last 2. They've got a bye coming up. If they have any chance in that division that's getting further away from them, they need to win this game today, which would be quite the surprise Mahomes wired for sound as he was wired against the Jets last week.
Hey, you got to bring our own energy today, baby. This is as loud as it gets.
I want it now. I got
Guns it long for the end zone. Wide open touchdown. I think we should talk about how no fans came to touch Tyreek. That's Chiefs Kingdom, maybe. Great protocol. Go put another touchdown on the board, man.
Mahomes went underhand. It was like a softball pitcher.
That was kind of sweet.
Sidearms it. Demarcus Robinson. Corner route. Caught.
I threw it a little too high. I was just trying to just lob it out there, but it got there.
Mahomes has 5 touchdown passes.
Can't wait to go home and have a nice hamburger.
Jeffrey Chadia. He is right there in Arrowhead right now. What's up, Jeffrey?
Thanks, Rich. Well, look, the Chiefs coaches are really excited to see what McCole Hardman does this week against the Panthers. He had a big game last week, 7 catches, 96 yards. Those are season highs for him, but more importantly, taking big steps in this offense. He did a lot of work in his offseason trying to become not just a deep threat, but an intermediate threat, a short target. It wasn't showing up. In fact, before this last week, he only had 10 targets in his last 4 games. When we talked to offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, he said, look, the key for McCole is not what he does with the ball, not what he does with the ball in his hands, but how he plays without it, how he runs his routes, how he finishes routes. If he does that today, he'll see more success in his offense. And now I'll turn it over to Cynthia to talk more about Christian McCaffrey.
Well, thanks, Jeff Chadia. When I look at Christian McCaffrey, I look to last season to see what he did between the tackles, 5.0 yards per rush. Now you look to see the Chiefs, they allow 4.7 this season. They also allow a lot of rushing yards on first and second down, where Christian McCaffrey last season had the most first downs from scrimmage last season with 94 on first and second down, the next closest 77. So his projection for me today, 78 rush yards, a rushing touchdown, 5 receptions and 29. And by the way, I also have Mike Davis in there too. That is with both of them playing. So now I'm going to give it to you, Kurt. You tell us a little. Oh, sorry, to Tom Pelissero. Kurt's after that.
I'm easily forgettable, Cynthia. It's been a long week for the Bears with COVID-19. They canceled practice Thursday after 2 offensive linemen tested positive, including starting center Cody Whitehair. He is out today against the Titans. Then since the Bears got here to Nashville yesterday, they've had to quarantine 2 more players. Defensive back Deion Bush because of a close contact, and offensive lineman Lachavious Simmons after he was confirmed positive. Wide receiver Cordero Patterson told me it definitely didn't help to lose that practice, but Patterson said, we're all grown. This is our job. We've got to find a way to execute. The Titans, of course, had their COVID-19 outbreak earlier this season, but they have not placed a player on the reserve COVID-19 list since 1 month ago today. Rich?
Okay, so Colts-Titans, that's a big one on Fox, NFL Network, Prime Video. The triple cast kicks off with our coverage, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Colts-Titans. Now then, this is, I guess, the video meme of how it started. How's it going? Here's how it started. First time Breeze and Brady faced off 7,708 days ago in the Big House. Breeze and the 4-0 Boilermakers gave Michigan what they could handle, and then Michigan took care of business. The 4-0 Boilermakers lost to Brady and the Wolverines. Then now, here's how it's going.
We'll get our first look at Tom Brady, the ageless quarterback.
Brady now in the gun, throw near side.
It will be a pick 6. The Tom Brady era begins with a loss.
Quick throw comes over the middle, and that's picked off. This team does not look in sync right now.
Rifles a throw, incomplete. He thought it was 3rd down.
Fast and furious. This offense is rolling.
In New Orleans now, they've won 4 in a row.
Oh, my, the GOAT dropped one in there.
Just like that.
And Brady has come back with a vengeance.
Drew Brees against Tom Brady. It's going to be a showdown. All right, that's how we come into Warner's Corner, presented by Taco Bell. I mean, we got to put these 2 guys in Warner's Corner, Mooch, because I don't know if we're ever going to see this again. I mean, you got number 1 in pass yards, number 2 in pass yards, number 1 in pass touchdowns, number 2 in pass touchdowns. I mean, will you ever see 2 quarterbacks go head-to-head that are in number 1 and 2 in those categories? I'm not sure if we will. And, you know, we've been talking about it all show, is that they're both doing great things, but it just looks different for these 2 guys. But Drew Brees is playing like Drew Brees does. What does he do? First thing he does is he reads coverages as well as anybody. Oh, I see the back being covered. I see the inside linebacker matching to my hook. A lot of room in here. I'm going to work right to the number 3 on time. Put it on the money. Taysom Hill, first receiving touchdown right there. All right, now we're going to see right here. Watch him manipulate the pocket. Not the greatest athlete, stepping up in the pocket. Once again, accuracy on the outside number right there. It doesn't get any better. And then anticipation and timing is what Drew Brees is all about. We got a double post. All I need to see is the turn of the hips of Eddie Jackson. Watch this ball
right there,
go up and over from Drew Brees. Up and over. That's right awesome. On the money. I mean, I know we're saying, I don't know what his arm looks like. Can he throw it 60 yards? I don't care.
Cares?
When you can do that kind of stuff, Coach, you can still be great in the National Football League.
Sean Payton is like the guru, all right? He's the mad scientist. I love watching this offense. They get Mike Thomas back, right? And that's going to be a real shot of energy. But they have so versatile. Taysom Hill, talk about versatility. And then Alvin Kamara and Jared Cook. You name it, they're fun to watch in the passing game.
Well, and you name it, and all these guys, well, that other guy, the other GOAT over there, has got all kinds of guys to throw to as well. And we think about a lot of things, but I love what they're doing with play action. Love to use their receivers in the run game. You see him motion down. Oh, we're gonna run the football here. Now Gronk. Anybody better attacking in between the hashes than this? And watch the split of the linebackers. They turn two different directions. Oh, great. Now I can just put it right in between to my big guy. Once again, we got two tight ends. Bring the receiver down. We're going to run it off the edge. Oh, no, we're not. We're going to attack with our wide receivers on the outside. And look at the space that they're creating. I mean, it doesn't get any easier than this when he's got all those weapons to play with. And now we're going to go three tight ends, right? Even without O.J. Howard, we're going three tight ends. Oh, we got one receiver coming across like he's going to block. Once again, play action. Look how it's creating opportunities. This isn't even the one-on-ones we're talking about with their playmakers, creating opportunities. That's easy. Big windows for Tom Brady. I mean, come on. I mean, Tom Brady is going to have success if you can give him weapons, first of all, but then you can run the football and play action like that, Coach?
I love that play action because they give you bunch formations, the run look, right? Yes. And you know what? When you play action, you're mostly maximum protect. He's not the most nimble guy in the world. He's like you, all right? He's going to stay in the pocket, but they max protect, take a shot to Gronk, Mike Evans, and now AB. Are you kidding me?
Man, must see TV tonight between these two guys. May never see this again. For more on Week 9, let's go to our insiders.
Well, thanks, Kurt. Antonio Brown back on the field for the first time in more than a year, which begs the question, what's he going to look like for the Buccaneers? So I talked to their general manager, Jason Light, who told me a couple things. First of all, he said AB is so explosive, so sudden. He is stronger than he looks. Plus, he has picked things up really well. There's a lot of similarities from what he used to do in Pittsburgh. You are going to see a lot of him tonight catching passes from Tom Brady. Meanwhile, Light did take the temperature of his star receivers, Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, about adding AB, and they told him, Mike, we just want to win.
Ian, Baker Mayfield placed on the reserve COVID-19 list today does not mean he tested positive. In fact, I'm told it's because he was a close contact to someone who did test positive. The Browns, in a statement, saying that they were informed on Saturday morning that a staff member tested positive. So I am told that he is eligible to come off the list as early as Wednesday, as long as he continues to test negatively. Now, the team will practice as they come back from their bye without Mayfield, but the hope is he's on the field Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for a normal week leading up to their game against the Texans.
Mike, Lions quarterback Matthew Stafford did not practice all week after a person close to his family tested positive for COVID-19, but Stafford still got reps. I'm told on Friday the Lions hooked up a computer to big PA speakers inside their practice facility, allowing Stafford to lead a blitz pickup exercise. Still in isolation, watching through Zoom, Stafford called out all the protections and the checks. Everybody else communicated him as if Stafford was right there in the room with him. Stafford flew private to Minnesota, starts today against the Vikings, Ian.
That is awesome. Another player who you are expecting to see on the field, that would be Michael Thomas, star receiver from the New Orleans Saints. It's been a while. He had the high ankle sprain, had the disciplinary issue, then the hamstring. If all goes well, should be back on the field tonight, which kind of begs the question, what's his relationship like with Sean Payton after the discipline and the fine? My understanding is, talking to a Saints source, they are in a good place. The disciplinary issue was a blip. No worries there with their relationship, as both want him back on the field tonight, Rich.
All right, thanks very much. Greatly appreciate the nuggets right there. It's time to pick this game right now. Interesting enough, this is the first Saints game they've played this year on the road with fans. See how that works out. Taking the Bucs. I'm going to take the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm with this pick, concerned about Michael Thomas's return and Emmanuel Sanders as well, back healthy, which is great to see. But I'm taking Tampa at home in this one, Steve.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about those guys as much as I'm thinking the Bucs. The Saints won the first one, but I think the Bucs are a much better offense right now than they were starting and opening weekend.
I've been wrestling with this one, and I'm going to go with the Bucs as well. We talked about best team in the NFC. We all think that's the Bucs as a complete team, but Drew Brees 4-2 against the GOAT and Tom Brady, only quarterback that has 4 wins against Tom Brady. So I could see the Saints winning this one, but I'm giving a little edge to the Bucs here.
Yeah, and I'm giving an edge to the Bucs because of all of this new energy and because that defense. And you know, if you're going to be a championship team, you cannot let anybody sweep you. They have to be thinking that. So I'm going to get the Bucs.
Not a fleur-de-lis in the bunch. We will see if Cynthia Freeland will be lone wolf on this when she joins us with her pick on this game in a matter of moments. Irv, who do you have in the battle between the Seahawks and the Bills?
And getting Jamal Adams back, I think, is huge here because they've had problems stopping the run and issues stopping the pass. Jamal helps both situations, so I'm certainly taking Seattle.
I'm going Seattle. I'm not going against number 3 right now. He's playing great football. I know they had a blip a couple weeks ago, but you got to show me you can stop him to beat him, and I'm going Seattle.
I am too. I think the Seahawks will get the 30 burger, but I also think that defense. You got Jamal Adams, like you said, he's playing like Cam Chancellor's position a lot of the time, and that was very important. They really missed that. And then Carlos Dunlap is going to give them some additional pressure on Josh Allen, alternating with that pass rush.
I think you're right. The Prez, in a week where our election just took place, the Prez is back. You got Jamal Adams, and he's obviously familiar with this team and the surroundings. Back in the AFC East for the moment, and the Seahawks going east, that's been no problem for him. I'm going to take him, and Cynthia Freeland's projection was in line with all of us, right?
Oh, thank you, Cynthia. Thank you. I'm going to tell you something, man. Jamal ready now. He's trying to get out there.
And just a little harbinger, as my English teacher said, foreshadowing. AT&T Stadium with Locks of the Week coming up. Locks of the Week coming up.
Time to make your disappointing breakfast your X-Fist, because Wendy's has your new breakfast love. With a fresh cracked egg on every sandwich and crispy oven-baked bacon, you'll be telling everybody about the new breakfast you're seeing at Wendy's. Hurry in for the breakfast of your dreams today.
Until we can be together again in the life Artois.
After 225 years, you'd think we'd look to our past. Nope. We're looking to our future, where we're innovating every day to raise Jim Beam for 225 years to come. Jif peanut butter. It's that Jiffing Good. You dress up like a squirrel for it. Want another Jiffing Good way to Jif? Check out new Jif Squeeze.
I get my protein from plants like Wonderful Pistachios. Crazy? So was seeing the first touchdown dance.
Is he dancing in the end zone?
I don't know, but I dig it.
Oh, yeah. They also come in honey roasted. Plant protein from Wonderful Pistachios.
Why are we doing this?
Why are we doing what? Using my Old Spice Moisturize with Shea Butter Body Wash?
All I wanted was to use your body wash.
And all I wanted was to have a body wash.
Monday on NFL Total Access. Who sounded the baller alert? Every moment that mattered from Sunday's best games. Every shootout, every shutout, and a countdown to Cam. It's the Patriots and Jets, Monday, 7 Eastern.
Talk about this forever, baby.
Welcome to NFL Total Access.
Nobody has the National Football League covered like us.
Talk to me about the pressures of wearing that 88.
It's no better feeling. We've got all the latest news.
Running back Le'Veon Bell is signing with the Chiefs.
Antonio Brown is just another weapon to add in Tampa Bay.
All the in-depth analysis.
When you're playing against big-time weapons, you can't give up explosive plays.
Touchdown!
All from the experts you trust.
With the ball in his hands, he looks like a running back.
Reporting on every team.
It's just time. They did not draft to sit on the bench.
Every weeknight.
That's what I'm talking about.
From every angle.
That was a dime right there.
It goes without saying that he is in a league of his own.
Nice job, boys. Put your hang in there.
And we've got it dialed in from coast to coast.
I believe this is injecting the locker room with hope.
On time. Period.
Get your popcorn ready for this one.
It's all your football needs, all in one place.
It's lit. We out.
There is your dagger.
NFL Total Access, only on NFL Network.
Here we go.
I am fine wine.
Spider Mooch, or is it Champ?
Time for Cynthia Freeland to return, presented by Microsoft Surface. A little game theory. Let's get right to it. We have yet to hear your thoughts on Sunday. Oh, my goodness gracious. She's lone wolfing, gents. Wait, I give you the floor.
Okay, so 27-25. When we get this out of the way, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yes. Well done.
I am a lone wolf on this one.
Okay.
I think that you need to look at Emmanuel Sanders and Michael Thomas's return to get the answers for this one. If you look to see what my projection for Thomas is, it's 8 receptions, 90 yards, and a touchdown. That makes him wide receiver number 2 for the week. And then, of course, everyone's been asking about Antonio Brown. I do not have the touchdown for him, just 4 receptions, 46 yards. Remember, they need some time to form that chemistry. They haven't been on the field yet together. So I think this one is more of a Mike Evans situation.
Okay, and guys, it doesn't look good for us in terms of her getting her lone wolf pick correct. She's gotten the last 4. You have gotten the last 4 upset picks of the week correct.
This is a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure.
There. Okay, so now your lock of the week. Doom. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Irv.
Sorry, Irv.
We have some rules around here.
Lock it. Give us the doom.
You know,
Give us champ.
Okay, so ready. Doom. Now we have that out of the way too. I have 30-14 in this one. I don't love picking against Irv. Irv said in the break that this is the situation where the Cowboys will rise up. So the model doesn't agree, but I hope for Irv's sake.
Hold on a minute. Cynthia, you have to imagine he's picking against your favorite team and embarrassing you and your favorite team on national television week in and week out, and then say it with more feeling. That's what I'm saying.
Doom.
There you go.
James Conner's projection.
That's how you have to play it. Okay, that's your projection, James Conner.
70 rushing yards, a touchdown, 3 receptions and 21 yards. Just remember, this can be a big game script for him.
Okay, thank you for that. Sarah Walsh, take it away.
Antonio Brown hopes to prove that he is a changed man off the field and the same player on it when he returns to the NFL for the first time in more than a year. Bruce Arians said he showed up in fantastic shape. Meanwhile, the Saints expect to get Michael Thomas back today for the first time since week 1. For more on the Ravens and Colts, Stacey Dales is in Indy. Sarah, as expected, no T.Y. Hilton for Indianapolis because of a groin injury. He was doubtful. And as for the Ravens, wide receiver Des Bryant makes his debut, and he is excited about the opportunity. He tweeted on Thursday, "I can have 0 catches as long as we win. I'm blessed to get an opportunity with a special group." Right now to Nashville, Tom Pelissero.
Stacey, temperature approaching 80 degrees here for the Titans and the Bears. No Jadeveon Clowney for Tennessee. He is out with a knee injury. They cut Vic Beasley this week. Look for the Titans to play a little more big base defense with Jack Crawford off the edge. We'll also give Wyatt Ray some opportunities. See if he can chase down Nick Foles. Here's Jeffrey Chadilla in Kansas City.
Well, thanks, Tom. Well, here in Kansas City, the good news for the Chiefs is that Frank Clark will be on the field. That banged-up knee will not keep him from playing in today's game, but no Sammy Watkins and also no right tackle Mitch Schwartz. Those back problems will keep him out again. Now we'll go to Kim Jones.
Thanks so much, Jeff. Earlier this morning, I talked to Jamal Adams on the field behind me. He was on the field. I was in the stands. Jamal told me he's at peace and he feels great. He said all of this while wearing a bright green leather jacket. I told Jamal, old habits die hard. Now to James Slater in Arlington.
Thanks, Campbell. Since 2013, the Dallas Cowboys are 1-16 when someone other than Dak Prescott or Tony Romo is starting at quarterback. Garrett Gilbert hoping to reverse that trend against the undefeated Pittsburgh Steelers. Now to Rich Eisen for more of today's picks.
Okay, so who's winning today? Picking the game right here. Is me first? Am I first?
Yeah.
Am I first?
Yeah, you're first.
No. I just want to keep asking until he locks eyes on me.
Yeah, you're first, Rich.
I'm sorry, Irv. Honestly, this does not give me any great
satisfaction.
Joy. No, satisfaction at all. No. But the lock of the week will.
Yeah?
Steve? No, we're going right down the line.
Steelers because Cynthia said so.
It is unfortunate because when the Howard Katz and Mike North and the great scheduling crew decided we're going to put this late window, week 9, that this was going to be Dak and the Cowboy. Exactly. Like this is what, and it is not.
Wait, how about a drum roll?
Go ahead.
You got Irv.
Go ahead, pick.
We waited for your pick.
The Steelers.
You sure?
Oh, that was. Sure?
Wait, he's having a conversation, Steve.
Champ said the Steelers.
Champ
said the Steelers.
Champ knows.
Now, some things Champ does for me because I'm not strong enough.
Okay, let's check on the tweets that we've got on the shoot. No, that. Does he know the dog? Can you let Travis know the dog is not?
Isn't that
real?
a wolf?
That you acknowledge that.
Oh my God. Kind of like the whole.
And Champ, I may not be real, but the support. You know what? Whoever is at Champ for Irv is really doing a good job.
Champ.
Hey, that's Champ. That Champ for Irv.
When did he tweet that out?
Champ's talking that. That's Champ saying that. Man, he does a great job. Champ, keep tweeting, buddy.
We need to give Champ some treats.
Keep tweeting, buddy.
Look at all that makeup on his nose.
Irv?
Boy, stop it.
Who do you have in this one, Michael?
Well, and Champ really likes calling a lot of games, not just the Cowboys game. And he told me he thinks the Chiefs here really win this game, do a great job, too. I got the Chiefs with that. I called it, buddy, like you said.
Yeah.
I had the Chiefs.
I'm with Champ on this one. I'm going Chiefs as well. I mean, I like what the Panthers are doing. They're just not explosive enough offensively for me that the Chiefs will win this one.
Well, hopefully they get a little bit of explosion with Christian McCaffrey coming back, but the Chiefs are in Arrowhead. Are you kidding me? They are just scary. Chiefs.
Yep, put it up. Me too. Four cross, and the Panthers are getting Christian McCaffrey back, and that'll be fascinating to see. But as you can see, very rare for Cynthia Freeland's model to project a team to win by double digits. But we did see that just before.
16.
Which game was that?
I mean, have we ever seen 16? I mean, that hardly ever happens. 16.
See what I'm saying, buddy? Yeah, so just don't worry about it.
Okay, we're going to pick this one, too, coming up.
This is a good game here now.
Chris Rose will bring you highlights of all of today's games at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on NFL Game Day. Highlights.
Dez Bryant is back.
Taco Bell's grilled cheese burrito is filled with nacho cheese sauce and a delicious 3-cheese blend. And even more melty cheese is grilled on top. Get your hands on a grilled cheese burrito, only at Taco Bell.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for this guy, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We made it for all branches and all ranks, whether they served one tour or made a career of it. We also made USAA for military spouses and their kids. USAA is easy to work with and can save you money on auto, home, and renters insurance. Become a member today. Get an insurance quote at usaa.com/quote. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
You give your time. You give your courage. When we need it most, you give us hope. And when we look around, even now, you show us who we are at our best and why we serve.
During the Black Friday sales event with employee pricing for all, get $8,671 below MSRP on the 2020 Ram 1500.
Apartments.com makes getting into a new home easier than ever. Apartments.com, the most popular place to find a place.
5G just got real. iPhone 12 Pro Max and iPhone 12 Mini are here on Verizon 5G.
The iPhone is mini, but the 5G
5G is huge.
With the coverage of 5G nationwide and in more cities, the performance of 5G Ultra Wideband, the fastest 5G in the world.
Whoa, mobile gaming just got infinitely better.
Pre-order iPhone 12 Pro Max today and get another on us.
This is the phone to get.
This is the 5G phone everyone wants. On the 5G America's been waiting for. Only on Verizon.
Rise and shine. Welcome to Good Morning Football.
You ready, Kay?
Nate, former pro, big time style.
Notice the footwork.
Kay, fantasy expert, knows the league inside out.
This team is loaded.
Peter, tapped into everything in the game.
Spoiler alert, he can light up the league.
And Kyle, NFL whiz, pop culture ace.
This is such an exciting time for a fan.
Together, they're here for football.
Let's get it going, baby.
Good Morning Football, tomorrow at 7 on NFL Network.
How do you think it's going to go against the Bears? How do you handle Khalil Mack and that defense?
Yeah, there's a really stout defense. You know, you look at not only Khalil Mack, but the rest of the D-line, the linebackers, secondary, they really have a solid group all the way through. So we have a ton of respect for those guys. We know we're going to have to come out and play well. And like I said earlier, come out, play well early. That way we don't put ourselves in a hole. Because you put yourself in a hole against this good defense, you're going to be in some trouble.
Tennessee and Chicago. Oh my gosh, I am so I'm sorry for Chicago fans right now because I think it's going to be a difficult day. I really do. It's like pulling teeth watching this team on offense right now, to be very honest. And I think the Titans, coming off of that loss in Cincinnati, are going to lay it on the Bears. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I do too. I just love watching their run game with the big guy, Derrick Henry, and their play-action game with Tannehill, and I just think they're going to have their way today.
Yeah, I'm going Titans as well, but you're always looking for that, you know, that game where you kind of, the get-back game for this Chicago offense, and this defense has been giving up a lot of points the last couple weeks. Maybe this is the game that they get right, Irv, and they can get going on offense, but I'm still going Titans.
Yeah, but I'm thinking if Vrabel was going to say something to that, it's to stop this slide. And yeah, I'm going Tennessee here also.
It's 4 Titans across and 5 Cynthia Freeland's projection right there. And then we'll see the Titans and Colts on Week 10 kickoff on the Triple Cast. Des Bryant, look at him. There he is. 88.
He's back. And look at that right there. Oh, and they gave him his 88.
They did.
Oh, my God. Oh,
you got to pick him.
That's it right there. Oh, they gave my son his number 88. He's back in the club. Oh, he's back in the club. He'll get back in the end zone today. I'm taking the Ravens. Back in the club, 88. Oh, that's great.
I'm going Ravens here, too. I think they...
Because of Dez?
Yeah. 88, yeah. In the end zone, I'm going Ravens here.
I'm going Ravens as well. Colts have a good defense now. Darius Leonard was back last week. DeForest Buckner's a beast, but no T.Y. Hilton for the Colts. Yep. And, you know, the Ravens, they put up 457 yards against the Pittsburgh Steelers defense, man. I mean, if they don't turn it over, they're going to win this game.
I like they gave him that 88 today.
Well,
he was
you know the number the quarterback wears, right? It's 8 to 88.
Right. Oh, my God. Oh, 8 to 88. Troy. Oh, Troy texts me, too, man. I love you, too, Troy. I love you, too. 8 to 88. Boy, if they can do that thing that dude, what did they, Troy Aikman and Mike Irvin did? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. They were some bad boys, too. Just letting y'all know that.
So now that Michael just enjoyed living in the past, Locks of the Week coming up here on NFL Game Day morning. Locks of the Week. Number 22 coming down. How about him and Khalil Mack potentially meeting?
There's Emmitt Smith. Oh, they got the whole crew in there. Emmitt Smith, 22 right there. Well, get him on the Ravens.
I think the punter's wearing 8.
Want to dominate your fantasy league?
Let's go points, man!
Our experts have the insights to give you the winning edge.
He's got the skills. He's got the speed. The dude is like a rocket.
NFL Fantasy Live, tomorrow at 6 on NFL Network.
We are a team. We are a unit. We are a family. No, literally. We are a suburban family of football fans. That's our neighbor. Hi, Bob. And that's the inflatable screen we forgot to properly secure.
Pepsi, made for football. Watch it.
At Burger King, when you order a 2 for $5, you might get a side of PS5. 2 for $5 mix and match. Buy and play game in-app for a chance to win.
Your mission. Stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
I got my own laptop.
It reads your fingerprint.
Wait, really?
That's so cool.
The design is amazing. It's very thin, too.
Ooh, mine's pink. What? It's touchscreen. Touchscreen. I can't believe you got these for us.
Hello, me.
Why choose Invisalign over other aligners?
Only Invisalign treatment uses Smart Track technology. It moves teeth more comfortably and predictably than ordinary aligners, so I could create custom treatment plans for every smile.
Welcome to NFL Total Access.
Nobody has the National Football League covered like us.
Talk to me about the pressures of wearing that 88.
It's no better feeling. We've got all the latest news.
This is just another weapon to add in Tampa Bay.
All the expert analysis.
When you're playing against big-time weapons, you can't give up explosive plays.
And we've got it dialed in from coast to coast.
Get your popcorn ready for this one, guys.
It's all your football needs, all in one place.
There is your dagger!
NFL Total Access, Monday at 7 on NFL Network.
There he is, Christian McCaffrey. He's back. We hadn't seen him since suffering a high ankle sprain in week 2. Now number 22 is back in week 9. Okay, Kurt had a lock of the week unlocked last week. He said the Rams over Tua, and then that lock got picked before halftime. Kurt,
you guys can't get the locks of the week.
Just choose the Patriots and get it going.
Oh, Rich, why would I take the Patriots over the Jets? That's a scary one right there. But when you're great and you earn a key like this, you do it because consistency is the key to life. And I'm going to take the Patriots over the Jets.
What a surprise.
Doom.
Good for you.
Lock it in.
What a surprise. The other key is to get the first pick every week on who you want to lock. But so I'm actually going to go with Houston over Jacksonville. They got obviously a new quarterback making his first start. Doom, the Texans.
Did you know, Kurt Warner, in your first 40 games that you had 3 touchdown passes, 18 of those games? Did you know that? You knew that. They're all against me, right?
Most of them.
Well, that record's going to get smashed today, all right? Because Patrick Mahomes has 18 in 39 games. So I am dooming the Chiefs over the Panthers. And Patrick Mahomes, you're doomed. Panthers are doomed.
Well, once again, as the host of the 60th anniversary Cowboys program, the all-time Cowboys team right here on NFL Network that I did with you, Michael, it really gives me no pleasure. But again, the fact that I have been returning fire that you have been sending my way on the Jets all year
It gives you some pleasure.
It gives me great pleasure. Hold on a minute. Oh, I didn't even get on camera dooming. We got to go to break. Oh, my gosh.
That's a bad.
But by the way, Cowboys and Jets both on a bye next week. So we both got to get new acts.
It's going to be a tough week.
Pick a real game.
New acts.
It's coming. Tough week.
At T-Mobile, we have a plan built just for customers 55 and up. Saving 50% versus other carriers with 2 unlimited lines for less than $30 each. Call 1-800-T-Mobile or go to T-Mobile.com/55.
Alexa, tell Roomba to vacuum in front of the couch.
Experience clean in a whole new way. Now, Roomba offers you personalized cleaning suggestions and vacuums exactly where you need it. By getting to know you and your home, Roomba makes cleaning easier than ever before. So say goodbye to cleaning and hello to clean.
Hey Google, tell Roomba to vacuum the dining room table.
Roomba and the iRobot Home app, only from iRobot.
Hi.
Happy anniversary.
For what?
Every year you're with us, you get $50 toward your home deductible. It's a policy perk for being a Farmer's customer.
Do I have to do anything?
Nothing.
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 Nothing?
Nothing.
That really is something.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmer's policy perks. See ya.
May I have a balloon too?
Sure. Your parents have maintained a Farmer's home policy for 12 consecutive months, right?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Start with a quote at 1-800-FARMERS.
Taco Bell's grilled cheese burrito is filled with nacho cheese sauce and a delicious 3-cheese blend. And even more melty cheese is grilled on top. Get your hands on a grilled cheese burrito, only at Taco Bell.
The fighting spirit is one we all share. For Eduardo Perez, it drove him to thrive in his search for a better life. Immigrating from Guatemala at 18, he found work as a dishwasher, a line cook, sous chef, and eventually fought to the top of one of the most challenging professions in the world, proving that there is no challenge that can hold back a fighting spirit. Since 1925, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from. It matters what you're made of. Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
McCaffrey leaps, end zone, oh, touchdown!
We're gonna talk about this forever, baby.
Step your game up with NFL Red Zone and NFL Network.
Look at him turn. Oh, what a
Catch every touchdown from every game Sunday afternoons with NFL Red Zone. Join host Scott Hansen as he brings you every can't-miss moment as it happens.
We go to the Octo Box.
And get NFL Network for exclusive live games, original series, breaking news, fantasy insights, and much more.
You guys, that's what I'm talking about.
Go to getNFLNetwork.com to get it all.
Because I love you.
Because I love you.
Because I love you.
Because I love you. This number?
Delete.
You were walking with Mark?
You should know how dumb that makes me look. I don't care if she's your lab partner.
Why do you have texts from him? Because I love you. This Jason number?
Delete.
And Ben?
Delete.
Because I love you, I should smash your phone.
You got lucky. Because I love you. That's not love.
Cynthia Freeland with some last-moment fantasy advice. Fantasy preview presented by DraftKings.
Okay, this is how you're going to remember this one easily. All my receivers, JJ. Jerry Jeudy, Justin Jefferson, Julio Jones. Jerry Jeudy to Drew Lock. I love that stack. Also put in Chase Edmonds, David Johnson, and then, of course, Tyler Lockett is my high-price guy with the Washington football team and Hunter Henry. Do with this what you will. Rich.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. DraftKings is the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, and today only, new players can play free for a share of over $1 million in total prizes with your first deposit. Download the app and sign up using promo code GameDay. DK Metcalf out there on the field. We're taking it to kickoff shortly right here on NFL Network. And the in-progress highlights from today's games also coming up before we take you to those 1 Eastern kickoffs. But I just wanted to take a moment here and talk to everybody about what I just saw, the news crossing that the great Alex Trebek has passed away at the age of 80. Now, I'm a big game show nut. Part of me thinks I was put on this planet to give away cash and prizes and not just host a show like this. I fell in love with game shows, in part as a kid, because of Alex Trebek. Shows like To Tell the Truth, High Rollers, Classic Concentration. He always did his job with class and humor, and of course, he was smart. And we saw that since he took over the reins of Jeopardy in 1984, 36 years as the host of Jeopardy. So, on behalf of all of us here at the NFL Media Group, if you have a question out there as to who's one of the greatest game show hosts of all time, the answer, who is Alex Trebek? Rest in peace, sir.
Find your rhythm.